Chapter 121. Meeting Chrysanthemum douluo again. When they were about to return to Sunset Forest, Su Chen spotted an acquaintance below. The moment Su Chen noticed him, Snakeland's douluo also saw the person. Sect Master, the person below is Chrysanthemum douluo. You came to Heaven Do City with him before, so you should recognize him. The person beside him is Ghost douluo, who shares a close relationship with Chrysanthemum douluo. Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo appeared to be about to enter Sunset Forest. Snakeland's douluo continued, Sect Master, you previously had some friendship with Chrysanthemum douluo, but he and Ghost douluo are confidants of the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. Coming all this way to Sunset Forest, it is highly likely they are here for our Heaven Human sect. Let's go, we will go down and meet them. Su Chen still had a good impression of his old acquaintance, Chrysanthemum douluo. When he first embarked on the path of a spirit master, Chrysanthemum douluo had given him warm assistance. Years had passed since they last met. While things hadn't completely changed, there were significant differences. If Chrysanthemum douluo was truly here for the Heaven Human sect, he would need to have a good talk with him. Sect Master, in case these two intend to do you harm, I fear my strength alone might not be enough. Snakeland's douluo's strength had improved significantly over the past year. But even in terms of spirit power rank, Snakeland's douluo was still one rank lower than Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo. Not to mention that these two possessed a spirit fusion technique, Snakeland's douluo had even less confidence in ensuring Su Chen's safety against their combined efforts. Although Snow Empress and Ice Empress, the two spirit beasts who had recently submitted, were also present, Snakeland's douluo remained vigilant towards them and did not count them as a force to protect Su Chen. It is fine, let's just go down. In fact, by this time, Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo had already noticed the group of four flying in the sky. Snakelands, I was wondering why he didn't return to Spirit City with the young lord, and why he came to this Sunset Forest instead. Wei Mei recognized Snakeland's douluo at a glance. When Qian Runshui returned to Spirit Hall, she only brought Porcupinefish douluo and did not explain where Snakeland's douluo had gone. When Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong asked, Qian Runshui did not answer. At first, they thought Qian Runshui would return to Heaven Do City soon, so she left Snakeland's douluo in Heaven Do City to prevent any unexpected changes. But later, Qian Runshui simply abandoned the mission in Heaven Do City and let the identity of Shui Qing Dai escape. At this time, Snakeland's douluo still had not returned, and from Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong down to some elders, there was considerable confusion. Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong believed this was Qian Runshui's rebellion against her. She felt that Qian Runshui was worried that if Snakeland's douluo returned to Spirit City, he would no longer follow Qian Runshui's orders and would return to Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong's command. That was why Qian Runshui kept Snakeland's douluo outside. It is also possible that the young lord noticed the Heaven Human sect long ago, so she had Snakeland's douluo infiltrate the Heaven Human sect to investigate secretly. Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo were indeed coming for the Heaven Human sect. Qian Runshui returned to Spirit City and engaged in a power struggle with Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. These elders were all central figures in the struggle, and each of them wanted to stay as far away from the vortex as possible. It just so happened that the news of the Heaven Human sect manufacturing spirit tools had already spread, and Spirit Hall naturally received the information. Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo had actively applied to come and investigate. This way, they could stay away from Spirit City and avoid being dragged into the struggle between Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. While Ghost douluo was still analyzing here, Chrysanthemum douluo's gaze was locked onto Su Chen. Years had passed, and Su Chen had grown several years older, and his appearance had changed, but Chrysanthemum douluo recognized him at a glance. Whether it was his appearance or that aura that made him feel incredibly close, it was still so familiar. While feeling emotional, he also noticed the metal wings on Su Chen's back. Like Ghost douluo, Chrysanthemum douluo also realized that Su Chen was very likely a member of the Heaven Human sect. Back then, he had invited Su Chen to join Spirit Hall and was rejected, and it turned out Su Chen had joined the newly established Heaven Human sect. Even knowing that the Heaven Human sect had spirit tool manufacturing technology, in Chrysanthemum douluo's view, the Heaven Human sect was still far inferior to Spirit Hall. Before they came, Supreme Pontiff Bibidong ordered them to either bring back the Heaven Human Sect's spirit tool manufacturing technology or simply pull the entire Heaven Human Sect into Spirit Hall. Wait, Chrysanthemum, look at those two women, their auras. Ghost Douluo's attention shifted from Su Chen and Snakeland's Douluo to Snow Empress and Ice Empress. Their human forms were not true transformations, they still carried the aura of spirit beasts. Chrysanthemum Douluo's expression also changed. They are spirit beasts. Chrysanthemum Douluo had never seen two spirit beasts that could transform into human forms. He did know about spirit beasts being able to transform into human forms, he had participated in the hunt for qian back then. But the situation with Snow Empress and Ice Empress was different. They did not hide their spirit beast auras, and they were terrifyingly powerful. It was definitely not as simple as transforming into a human and cultivating from scratch. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, only a few years have passed, what on earth have you experienced? How did you start dealing with Snakelance, join the Heaven Human Sect, and follow two inexplicably powerful spirit beasts? Chrysanthemum Douluo found it hard to imagine how Su Chen ended up mixed up with these people. Senior Chrysanthemum Douluo, it has been years since we last met, how have you been lately? After landing, Su Chen greeted Chrysanthemum Douluo with a smile. Indeed, long time no see. Xiao Chen, you have changed so much. Although Chrysanthemum Douluo was full of doubts, he still replied with a warm smile. Although years had passed, he still thought of Su Chen from time to time, regretting that he had failed to take him as a disciple and bring him back to Spirit Hall. Yu Guan, you know this, oh, right, could he be the Su Chen you often talk about? Chrysanthemum Douluo had never mentioned Su Chen to others, but he had never hidden it from his old friend, Ghost Douluo. He had sighed more than once to Ghost Douluo about Su Chen's high talent and how regrettable it was that he could not take him as a disciple. Your Excellency must be Ghost Douluo. When I parted ways with Senior Chrysanthemum Douluo, he said that if there was a chance, he would definitely introduce a good friend to me. Ghost Douluo forced a laugh. Over the past few years, he had heard Chrysanthemum Douluo talk about Su Chen so much that his ears were almost calloused. Chrysanthemum Douluo said how good Su Chen was, how high his talent was, and how good his character was. But these initial impressions could not change Gui Mei's vigilance. Two unknown, powerful spirit beasts were right in front of him, so he could not help but be extremely cautious. Xiao Chen, after you parted ways with me back then, did you join the Heaven Human Sect? That doesn't seem right, the Heaven Human Sect was only established a little over a year ago. Having not seen him for years, Chrysanthemum Douluo still felt very close to Su Chen, and that sense of closeness was even stronger than it had been a few years ago. He did not beat around the bush, he asked directly whatever came to mind. Ghost Douluo felt very surprised. His old friend was not a careless person, on the contrary, compared to others, he was actually more meticulous. This kid named Su Chen did indeed look very friendly, but it shouldn't be enough to make Yu Guan think about him for so long, right? And in such an abnormal situation, he still did not hide anything, asking directly whenever he had doubts. Hearing Chrysanthemum Douluo say this, Snakeland's Douluo immediately understood that his previous guess was correct, they were indeed coming for the Heaven Human Sect. Chapter 122. The Heaven Human Sect is mine, none of you are leaving. Senior Yu Guan, I am indeed a member of the Heaven Human Sect. To be more precise, the Heaven Human Sect is actually mine. The Heaven Human Sect is yours. What do you mean by that? Chrysanthemum Douluo already had a guess in his heart, but he dared not believe it. I founded the Heaven Human Sect, and I am the sect master of the Heaven Human Sect. Su Chen did not hide his current status from Chrysanthemum Douluo. Besides the fact that he and Chrysanthemum Douluo had a past friendship, Su Chen also felt that since he had met Chrysanthemum Douluo again, it was fate. Since fate had arrived, wouldn't it be a waste of a heavenly gift to let him leave again? As for Ghost Douluo, since he was going to keep his good buddy, he might as well take him along as well. Chrysanthemum Douluo looked shocked. He could never have imagined that, in just a few years, the little guy who once needed his escort to Heaven Do City had actually become the sect master of a not-so-small sect. And he even possessed the exclusive means of crafting spirit tools. With this technology, it was foreseeable that the Heaven Human Sect would develop and grow, perhaps even replacing the upper three sects. And Su Chen was only a child of about 10 years old. Even though Chrysanthemum Douluo thought highly of Su Chen and believed he would surely become a great spirit master famous throughout the Douluo continent in the future, he never expected him to achieve such great accomplishments in such a short time. Ghost Douluo, however, felt this was a fantasy and completely disbelieved it. What kind of sect was the Heaven Human sect? It was a force that had merged the Black Tiger sect, the Fire Leopard sect, and the Sparrow Bee sect. How could it possibly let a child be the sect master? Even if Su Chen's talent was 10 times higher than what Chrysanthemum Douluo was praised for, Ghost Douluo still felt it was impossible. Xiao Chen, are you telling the truth? Shocked as he was, Chrysanthemum Douluo still believed Su Chen's words. Snake Lance Douluo said, Chrysanthemum Douluo, what the sect master says is true. Young Lord Qian Runshui and the sect master have a deep friendship, she knows all of this. Knowing that Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo had come for the Heaven Human sect, Snake Lance Douluo wanted to eliminate trouble for the sect as much as possible. Pulling out the name of Qian Runshui was naturally the most convenient approach. Moreover, if Qian Runshui found out, she would likely think Snake Lance Douluo was quick-witted and capable, helping her avoid the possibility of offending Su Chen. You mean, the young lord knows about this? Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were both somewhat stunned. Qian Runshui had been back in Spirit City for so long, if she knew about this, why hadn't she revealed any information? Could this also be a part of the struggle between the young lord and the Supreme Pontiff? Ghost Douluo felt a bit numb. They had voluntarily applied to leave Spirit City to investigate the situation of the Heaven Human sect precisely because they did not want to get caught up in the struggle between the young lord and the Supreme Pontiff. Who knew that even after running so far away, they still couldn't avoid it? Ghost Douluo even felt that the Heaven Human sect was a secret move in the power struggle between Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong. Holding the method of crafting spirit tools, yet not producing or selling them through Spirit Hall, but rather through a new sect. In that case, having Su Chen become the sect master made sense. But what they should do next became a problem. They had tried their best to avoid being drawn into the struggle between Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, yet now they were voluntarily entangled. If they continued the mission, they would offend the young lord, but if they gave up, they would offend the Supreme Pontiff. They were simply stuck in a dilemma. Compared to Ghost Douluo's wild speculations, Chrysanthemum Douluo felt it was not the case. Back then, Su Chen had refused to join Spirit Hall without the slightest hesitation. How could he turn around and become a subordinate to the young lord? Rather than believing the Heaven Human sect was established with Qian Runshui's support, he was more inclined to believe it was entirely founded and controlled by Su Chen himself, even if that was even more unbelievable. Just as Gui Mei was still letting his imagination run wild and Chrysanthemum Douluo was thinking about what to do next, Su Chen said, Senior Yu Guan, you have traveled thousands of miles to come here, why not accompany me into the Heaven Human sect to catch up? That would be good. Just as Ghost Douluo was still thinking about whether or not he should go to the Heaven Human sect, Chrysanthemum Douluo had already agreed. Having not seen each other for a few years, he also wanted to chat more with Su Chen. Starting from scratch at such a young age and founding such a large sect, the story behind it must be very interesting. After knowing that Su Chen was a member of the Heaven Human sect, Chrysanthemum Douluo had actually decided to abandon the mission he had voluntarily applied for. Even if it meant offending Bibi Dong and being punished by her, Chrysanthemum Douluo accepted it. Moreover, there were 2 women who appeared to be spirit beasts following Su Chen, who knew if they would be detrimental to Su Chen. Leaving just like that, Chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't rest easy. Please. Su Chen and Chrysanthemum Douluo walked side by side in front. Chrysanthemum Douluo had already relaxed a lot, just like the mindset he had when he escorted Su Chen all the way to Heaven Do City back then. Xiao Chen, what you used to fly in the sky just now must be a flight soul tool, right? Spirit Hall also knew that among the spirit tools produced by the Heaven Human sect, there was such a thing as a flight soul tool, but they had never seen the actual object. This kind of spirit tool that allowed spirit masters without flying type spirits and who were far from reaching the titled douluo realm to fly freely, let alone other spirit masters, even a titled douluo like Chrysanthemum Douluo was very curious about it. That's right, Senior Yu Guan, would you like to try it? They were all his own people, so Su Chen was very generous. He carried quite a few spirit tools with him. Besides the one he was using himself, he had a spare flight soul tool. Handing the spirit tool to Chrysanthemum Douluo and telling him the method of use, Chrysanthemum Douluo then tried using it. It really can make a person fly. Xiao Chen, you are truly remarkable. Without using his own titled Douluo strength, Chrysanthemum Douluo only injected a little spirit power into the flight soul tool, and he spread his wings and flew up. Ghost Douluo, who had been worried, annoyed, and vigilant, watched the flapping Chrysanthemum Douluo with curiosity. Chrysanthemum Guan, you aren't a child anymore. Is it really necessary to keep trying out new things endlessly? Chrysanthemum Douluo chuckled. With their many years of friendship, he knew exactly what Ghost Douluo was thinking the moment he moved. Don't look at how Gui Mei was talking. In fact, he was definitely very curious and wanted to try it out himself. But how would Chrysanthemum Douluo let Ghost Douluo have his way? It was true that the two of them were friends, but besides helping each other, they often mocked each other as well. If you're envious, just be envious. If you had said something nice, I might have let you try. But you insist on saying such sarcastic things, so I specifically won't let you try. Xiao Chen, let's go first. Don't worry about that old ghost. Saying this, Chrysanthemum Douluo simply left Ghost Douluo behind and followed Su Chen toward the Heaven Human sect. Gui Mei's face was shrouded in black fog, making his expression unclear. But one could imagine it must be quite interesting. Without a flight soul tool, couldn't he fly on his own? Ghost Douluo followed along without a word. They didn't stop until they arrived outside the mountain where the Heaven Human sect was located. Looking at the unremarkable mountain peak, Chrysanthemum Douluo tried to appear as surprised as possible, so as not to hurt Su Chen's face. To have such achievements at such a young age was already remarkable. If the sect was a bit simple, it was only because the sect had been established for a short time, which wasn't a big problem. Xiao Chen, this is the location of your Heaven Human sect, right? It's truly not bad. Chapter 123. Plucking Spirit Hall again. Compared to Chrysanthemum Douluo's attempt to save face for Su Chen and comfort him, Gui Mei was very direct. Is this where the Heaven Human sect is located? How come I don't see any decent buildings? It was no wonder Gui Mei said that. Apart from the mountain gate in front of them, the entire mountain head really had no traces of other man-made structures. It was no different from a primitive mountain peak. But whether it was Chrysanthemum Douluo's comfort or Ghost Douluo's direct questioning, these thoughts vanished once they followed Su Chen through the mountain gate. These buildings, how is this possible? Chrysanthemum Douluo widened his eyes, looking at everything before him in shock. They were only a few steps away, so how could the scenery have undergone such a drastic transformation? He dared to guarantee that he had never seen such a sect, so filled with immortal qi and extraordinary bearing, in his entire life. Not to mention other sects, even Spirit Hall, which he had served for most of his life, could not compare to the Heaven Human sect before them. Ghost Douluo was equally shocked. Everything before him seemed to be a slap in the face for what he had just said. He even suspected that something was wrong with his eyes. Otherwise, how could it be that just by passing through a mountain gate, the entire world seemed to have changed completely? Senior Yu Guan, how is it? Is the foundation I've established passable? Yu Guan took a while to recover from his shock, and he looked at Su Chen with a complex expression. It's more than just passable. Xiao Chen, you have surprised me too much. He found it hard to imagine how a sect of such scale could have been established. Ghost Douluo was filled with both confusion and shock. How could a sect that had just been established not long ago and lacked any foundation build a sect headquarters that far surpassed Spirit City in such a short time? Even with the young lord's full support, it wasn't something that could be done just because one wanted to. Many of the Heaven Human sect's architectural facilities even exceeded Ghost Douluo's imagination of all sect powers. He felt that this even surpassed the scope of what human power could achieve. As they were speaking, a figure approached from afar and arrived nearby. The person's face initially carried some surprise, then anger, and then it turned into wild joy. Good, 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 so it's you too. Back then, you chased me so relentlessly. Come, come, let Poison Grandpa see if your strength has made any progress compared to back then. The person who arrived was none other than Du Gubo. Back then, he had been chased by Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo with nowhere to run, neither to heaven nor to earth. Although many years had passed, he still kept the embarrassment and humiliation of that time in his heart. Especially after his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, he was thinking that sooner or later, he would reclaim the face he had lost back then. Moreover, the target he wanted to seek justice from was not just Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, but the entire Spirit Hall. Douluo was no longer what he used to be. Back then, he was the bottom of the barrel among titled Douluo, but now he was no longer that person trapped at rank 90. His spirit power had even surpassed Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and it wasn't just by a little bit. Now his spirit power had reached rank 97, even in the entire Spirit Hall, only a few people could suppress him. And he held a divine artifact in his hands. Let alone being killed by someone of a lower rank, he felt that he even had the ability to defeat titled Douluo of higher ranks. Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo knew the intelligence that Douluo had joined the Heaven Human sect before coming. But when they truly saw Douluo, they were still shaken by the aura released by Douluo. Was this still the same Douluo who had no way to deal with them back then? Back then, Douluo's spirit power was even lower than theirs. But now, the aura displayed by Douluo was already above Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. How could Douluo cultivate so quickly? For ordinary people, even if they reached the titled Douluo realm, it was normal to be stuck at one rank for 10 or 20 years. Let alone Douluo, whose strength among titled Douluo dared to rank second to last, and no one dared to claim they were the last. Grand Elder, don't be angry yet. Su Chen knew about the grievances between Douluo and them. As for the past matters, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were indeed in the wrong. However, Su Chen's friendship with Chrysanthemum Douluo was from before he knew Douluo. Now that Douluo's strength had improved so much because of him, Su Chen felt a bit bad letting him bully Chrysanthemum Douluo just like that. Young lord, these two are both lackeys of Spirit Hall, obeying that woman Bibi Dong in everything, you must not be deceived by them. Su Chen appeased him. I know everything you said, but Chrysanthemum Douluo and I are old friends, and he gave me quite a bit of help back then. For my sake, Grand Elder, please calm down for now and don't be in a rush to make a move, okay? Douluo could choose not to give face to others, but he absolutely could not refuse to give face to Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen said not to be in a rush to make a move, not that he couldn't make a move, calm down for now did not mean to calm down forever. Besides, the sect master said he had a friendship with Chrysanthemum Douluo, but he didn't say he had a friendship with Gui Mei. Douluo felt that he could endure for a moment, there would be chances to vent his anger later. Ghost Douluo had even felt just now that Su Chen bringing them to the Heaven Human sect was a trap. Douluo's strength greatly exceeded his expectations, but he believed that with their spirit fusion skill, combined with Chrysanthemum Douluo, he was not afraid of Douluo. Chrysanthemum Douluo then said, Xiao Chen, I know this Douluo, he is arrogant and doesn't look down on anyone. He hasn't been bullying you, has he? Even at this time, Chrysanthemum Douluo was concerned about Su Chen first. Douluo immediately became furious. This damn Chrysanthemum Douluo actually dared to shift the blame and sow discord between him and the sect master. He had been working diligently for the sect master all these years and did not dare to slack off at all. Bully the sect master. If anyone dared to bully Su Chen, he would tear that person to pieces. With Su Chen there, although both sides still found each other unpleasant, they at least did not start arguing again, let alone start fighting. When they arrived in front of the floating sect master's hall, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who had been shocked again and again today, were severely shocked once more. The landscape and buildings of the Heaven Human sect before could barely be called masterful craftsmanship, but the sect master's hall before them could only be described as a miracle. Xiao Chen, how was this achieved? Not to mention Spirit Hall, Chrysanthemum Douluo dared to guarantee that no one in the entire Douluo continent could make such a huge building float in the air all the time. Douluo snorted twice. People from Spirit Hall are just ignorant, what is there to be so surprised about? Things others can't do, can my Heaven Human sect not do them either? Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo rarely did not refute Douluo's words. Anyone who saw this scene before them would ignore other people's words. Ghost Douluo completely overturned his previous guess. If the young lord had the ability to create such a sect, he wouldn't need to compete for power with the Supreme Pontiff, his strength would have long surpassed the Supreme Pontiff. Chrysanthemum Douluo's surprise did not stop there. After withdrawing his attention from the floating sect master's hall, he saw the ice and fire yin-yang well below. This is Chapter 124, The Wavering Stance of Chrysanthemum Guan. Chrysanthemum Douluo had never seen the ice and fire yin-yang well, nor did he know its specific name. However, he could sense the power contained within the ice and fire yin-yang well. Beyond the abundant energy of the two attributes, ice and fire, he felt a certain power within it that was conducive to plant growth. This was absolutely a prime treasure land for cultivating exotic flowers and rare medicinal herbs. He felt his celestial chrysanthemum spirit even jumping for joy. If his spirit were to truly take physical form, it would certainly be able to achieve rapid growth here. Xiao Chen, this place below. Before Su Chen could answer, Dugubo spoke up again with a sarcastic tone. Look at your limited knowledge, have you never even heard of a treasure land like the ice and fire yin-yang well? Dugubo had completely forgotten that he had occupied the ice and fire yin-yang well for so many years, and yet, let alone recognizing this place, he couldn't even identify the precious medicinal herbs within it. Chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't be bothered to argue with Dugubo anymore. Being incredibly fond of all kinds of exotic flowers and rare herbs, Chrysanthemum Douluo really wanted to go down and see for himself what rare plants were here that were hard to find in the outside world. Senior Yu Guan, you will have plenty of time to go down and look later. For now, please follow me to the Sect Master's Hall. After entering the Sect Master's Hall and taking their seats, Yu Guan calmed his mind and simply told Su Chen directly why he had come, as well as the conflict between the young Lord of Spirit Hall and the Supreme Pontiff. Ghost Douluo found it so awkward to listen to. Anyone who didn't know better would think that you, old Chrysanthemum, were a spy sent by the Heaven Human Sect to Spirit Hall. You've confessed everything, whether it was relevant or not, whether it should have been said or not. Even spies aren't as thorough as you. If anyone else had disclosed this intelligence, Ghost Douluo would certainly have branded them a spy to clear away potential threats for Spirit Hall. But since it was his old partner doing this, what else could he do but pretend he didn't hear it? Afterwards, Chrysanthemum Douluo asked about Su Chen's experiences over the past few years. After Su Chen gave a brief summary, Chrysanthemum Douluo sighed. Xiao Chen, you came to Heaven Do City to make your way alone at such a young age. These years have truly not been easy for you. Hearing this, not to mention Su Chen himself, even Dugubo's mouth twitched. After being sent to Heaven Do City by you, he came to find me the very next day and became my veritable little ancestor. Apart from cultivating, he hasn't suffered the slightest bit. You call this not easy? Am I Su Chen's grand elder, or are you his elder? Chrysanthemum Douluo added. Xiao Chen, your Heaven Human Sect is indeed very powerful, but you possess the only spirit tool manufacturing technology on the Douluo continent. As the saying goes, an innocent man commits no crime, but his wealth makes him guilty. It is difficult for other forces to threaten the Heaven Human Sect, but we came this time because the Supreme Pontiff has taken notice of you all. You don't need to worry about me, an old ghost, but after we return empty-handed, it is unlikely that the Supreme Pontiff will just let it rest. Chrysanthemum Douluo was completely thinking about Su Chen's well-being. On Ghost Douluo's face, which no one could see clearly, a twitch occurred. You, Chrysanthemum Guan, decided to give up the mission yourself, and now you're representing me too, right? Furthermore, he felt that Chrysanthemum Douluo was too concerned about Su Chen, to the point where his stance even showed signs of wavering. Does little Xiao Chen need you to worry about him? This time it was the young lord who had matters to attend to. I don't know why the Supreme Pontiff sent us to the Heaven Human Sect. Isn't Xiao Chen on good terms with the young lord? With the young lord in Spirit Hall to keep things in check, it is unlikely that the Supreme Pontiff will continue sending people. And looking at the miraculous circumstances of the Heaven Human Sect, if it weren't for the friendship between Yu Guan and Su Chen, it's uncertain if they would have even been able to infiltrate. Ghost Douluo felt that Chrysanthemum Douluo was completely losing his head out of concern. Dugubo, who was on the side, watched coldly. Dugubo had previously analyzed that Su Chen treated Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo differently. Su Chen said he had a friendship with Chrysanthemum Douluo, but he never said that about Ghost Douluo. As soon as Gui Mei finished speaking, he immediately said, Is, Xiao Chen, something you can call him. My sect master's status is supreme and noble, he only overlooks these things because of his old acquaintance with Chrysanthemum Guan. How dare you, with your ghostly appearance, be so presumptuous? You. The black mist on Gui Mei's body surged, showing how unsettled he was inside. Someone who was once chased by him like a stray dog was now actually riding on top of him. Yu Guan patted Gui Mei's hand, soothing him. Chrysanthemum Douluo still remembered the time he was summoned by Qian Runshui after he sent Su Chen to Heaven Do City. Presumably, the young lord and Su Chen getting to know each other later had something to do with this. While feeling relieved, Chrysanthemum Douluo asked, Xiao Chen, to what extent is your relationship with the young lord? Is it good enough for her to intercede for you before the Supreme Pontiff? Snake Lance Douluo felt that Chrysanthemum Douluo was asking a redundant question. The relationship between Qian Runshui and Su Chen shouldn't be called friendship, it was practically throwing herself at him. Didn't you see that even though he hadn't changed his allegiance, Qian Runshui still wanted such a titled Douluo to always follow the sect master? The friendship is pretty good, she will definitely help with this small favor. Qian Runshui had previously asked him for methods to deal with Bibi Dong and seize power, she should have already started acting by now, right? Bibi Dong probably didn't have time to care about other matters now. Senior Yu Guan, you don't need to worry about me here, there won't be any danger. But you, I wonder if you would like to hear my suggestion for you. Me, Chrysanthemum Douluo was a bit surprised. Xiao Chen, what do you want me to do? As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely help you. Chrysanthemum Douluo thought Su Chen needed help with something. Su Chen smiled and said, I wonder what Senior Yu Guan thinks of my heaven human sect. Good, very good, it's simply excellent. Chrysanthemum Douluo praised it directly. Even when he only saw an ordinary mountain peak from the outside before, he was able to praise it, let alone now that he had seen the true face of the heaven human sect. Then, Senior Yu Guan, would you like to stay at the heaven human sect? Of course, this time I'll stay longer no matter what. Before Chrysanthemum Douluo finished his sentence, he suddenly realized the meaning of Su Chen's words. Xiao Chen, you aren't trying to get me to leave Spirit Hall and join your heaven human sect, are you? That's right, Senior Yu Guan. What do you think? Chrysanthemum Douluo's expression was somewhat complicated. Back then, he had wanted to take Su Chen as his apprentice and bring him to Spirit Hall. Yet how much time had passed since then? The person being recruited had switched from Su Chen to him. While marveling at how much Su Chen had grown, Chrysanthemum Douluo felt somewhat conflicted. Xiao Chen, it's not that I don't want to agree to you. If I were on my own and hadn't joined Spirit Hall, I would have stayed without you even having to ask. But I am an elder of Spirit Hall. I have served Spirit Hall for most of my life. If I were to betray Spirit Hall, I'm afraid even you would look down on me, right? Chrysanthemum Douluo was still a man of some character and integrity. Even with Su Chen's recruitment, he still did not want to betray Spirit Hall. No, no, no. Su Chen said, I am not asking you to betray Spirit Hall. What if Spirit Hall agreed to let you stay at the Heaven Human Sect? That's impossible. Before Chrysanthemum Douluo could speak, Ghost Douluo spoke up. Spirit Hall did indeed have many titled Douluo, but not to the extent of wasting their own elders by letting them join other sects. Oh, is that so? Chapter 125. Reveal your true cultivation levels. Senior Yu Guan, you and this Ghost Douluo can stay at the Heaven Human Sect for now. Wait for me to send a letter, and in a few days, you will know whether your young lord of Spirit Hall will allow you to remain at the Heaven Human Sect. Su Chen was not at all worried about whether Qian Runshui would agree to this matter. She was currently in the midst of a power struggle with Bibi Dong. Being able to keep Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, these two confidants of Bibi Dong, away for a long time was exactly what she wished for. There was no reason for her not to agree. Once some time had passed, whose side Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were really on would no longer be certain. Wait, Ghost Douluo spoke up. The Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall is Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. At least for now, it is not the young lord. Even with the young lord's order, it would be very difficult for us to comply. He also knew that there was a high probability that Qian Runshui also wanted to send them away. Although they wanted to escape the vortex, this was not the way to do it. Complying with the young lord's order to leave was basically tantamount to picking a side, and that was not what they wanted. Oh, is that so? Then what if we add the order of Qian Dalu to that of Qian Runshui? Su Chen continued. Although Qian Dalu was hesitant and indecisive in his actions, and lacked the ruthlessness and decisiveness of an overlord. But if Qian Runshui requested it slightly, he could still help with this small matter. This ghost douluo also began to hesitate. Although Qian Dalu had not directly managed the affairs of Spirit Hall for many years, he was the high priest of the Offering Hall and commanded the various priests of the Offering Hall, whose strength was even above that of the people in the Elder Palace. Moreover, he was the old Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, and his prestige was only higher, not lower, than Bibi Dong's. When these elders were being nurtured by Spirit Hall, the Supreme Pontiff was still Qian Dalu. It could be said that the favors and rewards bestowed upon them by Qian Dalu were far greater than those of the current Supreme Pontiff, Bibi Dong. If it weren't for Qian Dalu's intentional concession, if he were to just stand up and call for support, even if Spirit Hall didn't change hands immediately, it wouldn't be too difficult. If there really were an order from the young lord, Qian Runshui, combined with the old Supreme Pontiff, Qian Dalu, Ghost Douluo would truly find it difficult to choose. At least he wouldn't refuse immediately like he did just now. Chrysanthemum Douluo spoke up at this time. Old ghost, you don't need to struggle. Didn't we just want to get out and find some peace and quiet? Then staying here at the Heaven Human sect to rest for a while is fine. We will just pretend we are still carrying out our mission. As long as the Supreme Pontiff doesn't send anyone to deliver orders, we will just act as if we don't know anything. Isn't that perfect? Compared to Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo had a more relaxed mindset. Since they both wanted to leave the center of the vortex that was Spirit City, agreeing to Su Chen's request to stay in the Heaven Human sect would also allow them to rekindle the friendship from a few years ago. He also wanted to see, besides founding the Heaven Human sect, how much progress Su Chen had made in his own cultivation compared to a few years ago. Besides, there was a treasure land for plant growth beneath the sect master's hall. If there were many rare plants down there, he would have to take his time to appreciate and study them. Just as he himself had said, if he hadn't joined Spirit Hall long ago and become an elder of Spirit Hall, he would have been willing to stay at the Heaven Human sect himself. Ghost Douluo hesitated for a moment, but did not refute Chrysanthemum Douluo's decision. Anyway, it wasn't a matter of principle. Chrysanthemum Douluo's decision was his decision. After deciding to stay for now, Chrysanthemum Douluo looked vigilantly at the two strange women who had been silent all this time. Xiao Chen, who are these two women? Chrysanthemum Douluo had already roughly guessed that Snow Empress and Ice Empress were powerful spirit beasts. He wanted to know if Su Chen understood their identities, and how he had managed to bring these two powerful spirit beasts by his side. Although he had experienced the incident of hunting down Ah Yin back then and knew that after a spirit beast transformed, it could actually fall in love with a human, creating a romance between human and beast. But in conventional understanding, spirit beasts were by no means kind creatures, and it was not that easy for them to serve humans. Not to mention powerful spirit beasts whose strength had reached the level of being able to transform. He felt that these two following Su Chen must have other motives, and it might even be detrimental to Su Chen. Sister, this human whose voice and appearance are somewhat like a woman seems to be very wary of us. After Ice Empress and Snow Empress followed Su Chen to the Heaven Human sect, they had not spoken proactively. But the shock in their hearts was actually no less than that of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Whether it was an ordinary mountain peak suddenly turning into a pillar supporting the sky, or the various powers contained in the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams layout of the buildings, both left them greatly shocked. They were both spirit beasts with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, and could be considered knowledgeable, but they had never seen such a magical place, and it was even man-made. Both of them also sensed the ice and fire yin-yang well beneath the sect master's hall. Although they were not plant spirit beasts, the extreme cold energy contained in the ice and fire yin-yang well also had a great attraction for them. They felt that if they could cultivate in the place below, close to the source of this extreme cold energy, it would definitely be of great benefit to their cultivation. Although Ice Empress had submitted to Su Chen and was willing to obey Su Chen's orders. But fundamentally, it was not out of loyalty, but out of fear for her life and the desire to avoid suffering the heavenly tribulation. In terms of loyalty, it was only at a passing level. The arrogance of the spirit beast Ice Empress still existed. If the person saying this had been Su Chen, it would have been fine, but for Chrysanthemum Douluo, an unrelated human, to scrutinize her like this and point fingers, Ice Empress was immediately somewhat displeased. If it were before she submitted to Su Chen, if a human dared to treat her like this, Ice Empress would have already taken action. Su Chen raised his hand, letting the bristling Ice Empress return to calm. These two are named Snow Empress and Ice Empress. I believe Senior Yu Guan has already sensed that they are actually spirit beasts. They really are spirit beasts. Although Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo had long guessed it, now that they had received confirmation from Su Chen, they were still greatly surprised. Two spirit beasts that could transform into human form had openly left the gathering place of spirit beasts, come to the human world, and were even following by a human side. How could they not be surprised? Back then, Qian Xunji had sacrificed himself for a 100,000-year spirit beast, which showed just how precious a 100,000-year spirit beast was. And now, two spirit beasts above 100,000 years had appeared all at once. Xiao Chen, are they both 100,000-year spirit beasts? Su Chen said to Ice Empress and Snow Empress. Tell us about your cultivation levels. Ice Empress smiled triumphantly at Chrysanthemum Douluo. Don't take me for one of those little guys that are just over 100,000 years old. As for my cultivation, it is not far from 400,000 years. As for my sister, she is even more amazing. Speaking of Snow Empress's cultivation, Ice Empress was even more proud than when speaking of her own. My sister is the strongest in the far north, and her cultivation is even close to 700,000 years. Old man human, if my sister and I wanted to deal with you, it wouldn't take much effort at all. 400,000 years, 700,000 years. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo stood up abruptly. A 100,000-year spirit beast was already extraordinary, their intelligence was not inferior to humans, and their strength was incomparably powerful. As for spirit beasts of 300,000 or 400,000 years, or even close to 700,000 years, let alone coming into contact with them, they hadn't even thought that spirit beasts with such cultivation actually existed. What made it even more unbelievable to them was that spirit beasts powerful to this degree were actually so obedient to a human like Su Chen. It looked as if they had acknowledged Su Chen as their master. Chapter 126. Celestial Chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum Douluo is someone who cares about face. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo did not know what mindset to use to face Su Chen. Being able to subdue two spirit beasts that were hundreds of thousands of years old was not something that could be explained by personal talent and charisma alone. Even encounters and opportunity were not enough to describe this matter. Chrysanthemum Douluo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated, not knowing how to begin. Su Chen being able to establish such a large sect was enough to surprise him, but now he really did not know how to evaluate it. Senior Yu Guan, you should be very interested in the ice and fire yin-yang well below the sect master's hall. Why not come down with me to take a look? Su Chen took the initiative to speak. Good, then let's go down and see for ourselves. At this moment, Chrysanthemum Douluo did not even want to go to the ice and fire yin-yang well below out of interest or curiosity anymore. He wanted to see what kind of shock Su Chen could bring him next. Snow Empress and Ice Empress naturally followed down as well. After entering the ice and fire yin-yang well, without the obstruction of the sect master's hall, the ice and fire energy within presented itself even more violently and surgingly to everyone's perception. Dugu Bo had lived here for who knows how many years, and as the long-term owner of this place, he was naturally not curious. As for Chrysanthemum Douluo and the others who were here for the first time, they were deeply shocked that such a place actually existed in the world. Sister, it's over there. Ice Empress pulled Snow Empress and approached the spring eye of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Ice and fire intertwined there, and Snow Empress and Ice Empress approached the area of the ice attribute spring eye. Ice Empress took a deep breath and said happily, Sister, the ice elements here are actually thicker and purer than the core area of the far north. There is no power of ice attribute purer than this. Snow Empress did not answer, just quietly watching the spring eye. Unlike Ice Empress, Besides the power of ice elements, she also sensed another kind of aura. This is the aura of a dragon. Although Snow Empress was a spirit beast from the far north, she had once dealt with Dtn from the Stardow Great Forest and had come into contact with pure-blooded dragon clan members. Although the dragon clan aura here was not very obvious, Snow Empress still sensed it. In her perception, the dragon clan aura here was even purer and more powerful than what Dtn emitted. Could it be that a powerful dragon once lived here? No, in that case, the dragon's aura could not have remained for so long, unless that dragon had lived here for a long time, leaving behind indelible and profound traces. While Snow Empress and Ice Empress were guarding the Spring Eye, Chrysanthemum Douluo could not help but walk towards a certain direction. This is. Chrysanthemum Douluo looked at the root system of a certain plant in shock. This was clearly the celestial chrysanthemum, exactly the same as his spirit. Although only the root system remained, this aura could absolutely not be wrong. Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit even emerged on its own, its halo flickering, as if urging something. Before coming down, Chrysanthemum Douluo felt that he had already been shocked enough, and no matter what he saw, it would not be able to stir his emotions again. But he never expected that he would actually be able to see the main body of his spirit here. You must know, he had visited many deep mountains and forests, famous mountains and great rivers, and collected many rare plants and medicinal herbs, but he had never found a plant the same as his spirit. He even somewhat doubted whether the celestial chrysanthemum plant actually existed on the Douluo continent. Or perhaps it had existed once, but had gone extinct. He could feel the excitement of his own spirit. If he could consume a real celestial chrysanthemum, his spirit power would definitely experience a surge of rapid progress. And that was not all. The essence of his spirit could even be elevated, giving his talent and aptitude a complete renewal. Being able to cultivate to level 95 on his own without a divine trial or the opportunity of consuming an immortal herb, his own talent was unquestionable. If he could elevate his personal talent even further at this level, the achievements he could reach were simply unimaginable. Yu Guan, this thing seems quite similar to your spirit. Given how familiar Gui Mei was with Yu Guan, he quickly discovered that the roots of this plant had his old friend's spirit aura. Chrysanthemum Douluo withdrew his fiery gaze from the roots of the celestial chrysanthemum and turned to look at Su Chen. He really wanted to ask if, apart from the roots, the most important flower part of the celestial chrysanthemum had withered before Su Chen arrived here, or if it had been picked by Su Chen. But he knew just how precious the celestial chrysanthemum was. Even for others, it was absolutely a top-tier item for assisting cultivation. Chrysanthemum Douluo felt that Su Chen had already shown him enough respect and courtesy. If he were to ask such a question, it would make him seem too greedy. Moreover, he had once wanted to take Su Chen as his disciple. As a result, he hadn't been able to give Su Chen much help, but now he wanted to ask Su Chen for benefits. He really didn't have the nerve for that. Even if the celestial chrysanthemum was beneficial to him, he could not bring himself to ask. As it turned out, he saw the familiar flower appear in Su Chen's hand. Xiao Chen, this. Senior Yu Guan should really need this immortal herb, the celestial chrysanthemum, right? Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit shone brightly, almost drifting directly towards Su Chen. Chrysanthemum Douluo used great willpower to suppress the desire in his heart and forcibly retracted his spirit. I cannot accept it. Clearly, from body to soul, Chrysanthemum Douluo was incredibly eager for this celestial chrysanthemum. But he still gritted his teeth and refused. Such a precious item. Su Chen could have completely taken it out as a bargaining chip when he invited him to join the Heaven Human sect earlier, but Su Chen did not do so. And now, Su Chen had taken it out on his own initiative, wanting to give it to Chrysanthemum Douluo without any additional conditions. The more generous Su Chen was, the more ashamed Chrysanthemum Douluo felt. He felt he had no face, let alone the qualification to accept Su Chen's gift. Du Gubo was huffing and puffing on the side. Before Su Chen came to the ice and fire yin-yang well, among all the immortal herbs, he had some impression of the celestial chrysanthemum. When he was being hunted by Spirit Hall, he had dealt with Chrysanthemum Douluo and knew that Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit was this very chrysanthemum. He also guessed that this chrysanthemum must be very useful to Chrysanthemum Douluo. Seeing this former enemy about to obtain a good thing he had guarded for many years, he naturally found it unpleasant to look at. Even though all the medicinal herbs here, and even the ice and fire yin-yang well itself, and even he himself, already belonged to Su Chen, Dugubo still felt a wave of depression. Su Chen said, "This place was actually first discovered by Elder Dugu. Giving this celestial chrysanthemum to you, Senior Yu Guan, is not without a price." "What price? Tell me," Chrysanthemum Douluo asked. He was very worried about owing Su Chen a debt of gratitude that would be hard to repay, but he was also truly eager for the celestial chrysanthemum. So even if Su Chen stated an even more difficult request, he would definitely agree. "The condition is that during the time you and Ghost Douluo stay at the Heaven Human sect, spend more time sparring with the Grand Elder to smooth over the grudges from the past pursuit." Chapter 127 The Land of Dragon Burial, Bibi Dong's Actions. "This is good, Sect Master, this request is simply too good." Du Gubo was immediately overjoyed. Although Su Chen said it was a friendly sparring match, in the heat of battle, it was perfectly normal for things to get intense and for one to accidentally land a heavy blow, right? As for whether he could defeat Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, Du Gubo did not even consider it. Ridiculous. The Du Gubo of today was no longer the Du Gubo of the past. If he were still unable to defeat Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo while leading in spirit power rank, and possessing a divine artifact and the poison scripture, he would truly be failing the cultivation of Lord Thor. The grudge from being chased and beaten all those years ago could finally be repaid, at least a little. Seeing that Chrysanthemum Douluo did not immediately agree, Du Gubo added, "You, Chrysanthemum Guan, surely aren't scared, are you? If you're scared, you can just say so. It's not like I can't be magnanimous for once." Compared to physical retaliation, Du Gubo desired a complete psychological crushing. HMPH, only a ghost would be afraid of you. Before Chrysanthemum Douluo could speak, Ghost Douluo spoke first. Chrysanthemum Douluo certainly wasn't afraid, nor did he think Su Chen's condition was too excessive, rather, he felt it was too lenient. It was practically a request specifically designed to give the celestial chrysanthemum to him. Chrysanthemum Douluo's feelings were complicated, to say the least. Along with being touched, he also felt somewhat ashamed. It was fortunate that Su Chen did not become his disciple back then, otherwise, eating the disciple's food, drinking the disciple's drink, and taking advantage of the disciple would be simply too shameless. Even now, Chrysanthemum Douluo felt his face burning. "Xiao Chen, thank you. Aside from this condition, if you have any other requests, just say the word, and I will not refuse." Chrysanthemum Douluo was deeply moved. Honestly, if not for having served Spirit Hall for most of his life, he would have joined Su Chen's Heaven Human sect no matter what. After working like a beast of burden for Qian Xunji and Bibi Dong for so many years, he had never received such a generous reward. Especially Bibi Dong, who ordered them, the elders, around as if they were servants. It was impossible for them, the elders, to have no complaints, but having been raised by Spirit Hall since childhood, their sense of belonging to Spirit Hall was strong, and their loyalty outweighed these grievances. "Senior Yu Guan, you are too kind. When you escorted me from the Stardo Great Forest to Heaven Do City, didn't you also act without any selfish motives?" Chrysanthemum Douluo said shamefully. "There were some. Wasn't I thinking of having you become my disciple back then?" "Haha, that is true." Du Gubo spoke up again at this moment. "You still want to have the sect master as your apprentice? Where do you get such nerve? Let's go, no time like the present, let's have a match today." Just as Chrysanthemum Douluo was about to agree, Gui Mei spoke first. "Let me accompany you for a bit first, and see how much you've actually improved, other than your arrogance." Gui Mei was thinking of his old friend, wanting Chrysanthemum Douluo to absorb the celestial chrysanthemum first. Chrysanthemum Douluo held up 2 fingers. "No, I want to fight both of you." Du Gubo felt that fighting one wasn't enough, it wouldn't fully release the frustration of being hunted down, nor would it demonstrate the extent of his improvement in strength. "You really have forgotten how pathetic you were back then." Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo had assumed Du Gubo wanted to challenge them one by one, not that he wanted to fight 2 at once. "You've become so arrogant, don't you know that the 2 of us together are far greater than 2? Hey, you'll soon find out who will be the pathetic one." Seeing that Gui Mei was about to continue the verbal sparring with Du Gubo, Chrysanthemum Douluo said, "Then let's do it now. You better think carefully, do you really want to challenge both of us at the same time?" Stop nagging. Douluo sought Su Chen's permission, then flew up toward the top of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Let's go, leave the heaven human sect, and find a deserted place to have a good fight. Ghost Douluo followed and said. No need to find a place. The heaven human sect has a spot where you and I can go all out. The heaven human sect itself has a soul fighting arena, located in the Dewey trigram area of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, which can neutralize combat fluctuations below the divine rank and will not cause damage to the heaven human sect. Chrysanthemum Douluo suppressed the urge to immediately absorb the celestial chrysanthemum and said to Su Chen. Shao, Su Chen, keep the celestial chrysanthemum with you for now. After our sparring, I will come to get it from you. He worried that if he obtained the celestial chrysanthemum now, even if he could resist absorbing it, he would be too distracted and lack the will to fight. After the 3 of them left, Snow Empress and Ice Empress, who had been guarding the spring, finally approached. Sect Master, can my sister and I stay here to cultivate? The Ice Empress, who had surrendered not long ago, tried her best to make her tone gentle and her attitude earnest. Although she was not yet very skilled at it, it was passable. Su Chen accepted Snow Empress and Ice Empress basically as guardian divine beasts and reserve spirit rings. He was happy to see their strength improve. You may, but you must be careful not to damage this place or harm the medicinal herbs here. The mature medicinal herbs had already been harvested by Su Chen once. Even for those immortal grade herbs to regrow, it would take quite some time, even in the ice and fire yin-yang well. However, the other, lesser herbs grew quite quickly. Yes, I promise I will not damage this place or harm the medicinal herbs. Ice Empress raised her hand to swear. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction and was about to leave when Snow Empress suddenly said. Sect Master, wait, this subordinate has a question, could the Sect Master enlighten me? Su Chen stopped and said, go ahead. This subordinate felt the aura of the dragon clan here. Could it be that this place was once the dragon nest of some dragon clan? No, this is merely the place where 2 dragon kings fell. As he spoke, Su Chen and Snake Lance Douluo, who was still guarding his side, flew upward. Dragon King. Snow Empress did know a little about the glory of the dragon clan back in the day. This dragon king should not be some self-proclaimed title by a hybrid dragon. Then, was it a dragon king that could truly rival the gods that fell here? Let's go, let's see how long it takes for Old Poison to end the fight, given how tough he talked. After leaving the ice and fire yin-yang well, Su Chen said to Snake Lance Douluo. The battle between 3 titled Douluo is worth watching. Spirit City. Upon receiving the news that Bibi Dong had left Spirit City, a smile appeared on Qian Runshui's face. That woman, as expected by the sect master, really left in person. However, thinking of the reason for Bibi Dong's departure, the smile on Qian Runshui's face vanished again. The reason Bibi Dong left Spirit City while Qian Runshui was eyeing her power was that she had received information about a 100,000-year spirit beast. After learning that a 100,000-year spirit beast had transformed into a human and was following Tang Hao's son, Bibi Dong was no longer uninterested in Tang Hao. A 100,000-year spirit beast. Her second spirit ring slot still had some vacancies. She intended to use 100,000-year spirit beasts to fill those vacancies. Compared to the risk of going to the core of the Stardow Great Forest. To hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast, a spirit beast that had transformed into a human was undoubtedly easier to hunt. That woman is indifferent to the grudge against my father, but as soon as she hears about a 100,000-year spirit beast, she can't help herself. Qian Runshui angrily punched the table, leaving a large hole in the surface. Go ahead and take your time looking for that 100,000-year spirit beast. It would be best if you never return to Spirit City. Qian Runshui did not want to see Bibi Dong gain another 100,000-year spirit ring, but Su Chen had stated in his letter that Bibi Dong's trip would certainly not go smoothly, and Qian Runshui chose to believe Su Chen's judgment. Chapter 128. Bibi Dong takes action, Spirit Hall returns. If Bibi Dong only knew that Xiaowu was a 100,000-year spirit beast but didn't know where she was, she would not have left Spirit City in person so easily. The specific information she obtained was something Qian Runshui had found a way for her to discover, on her own. As for Qian Runshui, she naturally learned of it from Su Chen's letter. She did not doubt how Su Chen knew so much detailed information. with the goddess of kindness acting as his backer, wasn't it just a matter of him knowing whatever he wanted to know? Her guess was not wrong. However, the one acting as the heavenly eye for Su Chen was not the goddess of kindness, but the god of destruction. When Qian Runshui received another letter from Su Chen saying that he wanted to keep Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo at the Heaven Human sect, Qian Runshui not only did not hesitate, but instead marveled at Su Chen's foresight and the great help he had provided her. It is fortunate that Elder Yu Guan and Elder Gui Mei are not in Spirit City. Otherwise, if that woman went to hunt the 100,000-year spirit beast, she would definitely have taken them along, and the success rate would have increased significantly. After sighing with relief, Qian Runshui immediately wrote an order for Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo to remain at the Heaven Human sect. Then she went to find Qian Dalu to request an order from the high priest. Although Bibi Dong was not currently at Spirit Hall, she would return sooner or later. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, these two confidants of Bibi Dong, naturally should stay outside for as long as possible. Moreover, if Bibi Dong, as the sect master predicted, failed in hunting that transformed 100,000-year spirit beast, she might even need to ask Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo for help. Keeping the two of them at the Heaven Human sect would not only deprive Bibi Dong of two important helpers but might also cause Bibi Dong to develop suspicions against them. It was a move that killed two birds with one stone. Qian Runshui pestered Qian Dalu for a while, and Qian Dalu compromised once again. Besides the fact that Qian Dalu was very prone to compromising, he also felt that it was good for the elders to stay outside, lest the conflict between Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong truly escalate to an uncontrollable point. Bibi Dong did not go to find Xiao Wu alone. Although Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were not there, she did not think that one Tang Hao and a transformed rabbit could stop her, so she still brought Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo along. Although they did not have a spirit fusion skill like Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, one was an assault type and the other an agility type, and they worked quite well together. If she could avoid doing it herself, Bibi Dong did not want to go to the trouble. Taking these two elders with her, Bibi Dong soon found the hidden valley where Tang Hao had settled the members of Shrek Academy. Hey, he certainly knows how to hide. No wonder back then, a strong murderous intent flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. However, this murderous intent was not directed at Tang Hao, but at Qian Xunji. The words she did not finish were, "No wonder it took Qian Xunji so long to find Tang Hao and his transformed 100,000-year spirit beast wife." Even though Qian Xunji had already died at her hands, whenever she thought of him, Bibi Dong still gnashed her teeth in hatred. "Your Majesty, shall we strike immediately?" Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo were still very cautious. Back then, when Tang Hao had just become a titled Douluo, he was able to take on several titled Douluo from Spirit Hall alone and even severely injured the former Supreme Pontiff, Qian Xunji. Moreover, not long ago, Tang Hao had managed to escape from the pursuit of two high priests. Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo felt significant pressure. Strike. Take note, that 100,000-year spirit beast is a girl after transforming, do not kill her. Bibi Dong wanted the spirit ring, not just to kill the spirit beast. Yes, we obey. After speaking, Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo both entered their spirit avatar states, which showed how seriously they took Tang Hao. Who goes there? Just as the two approached the simple wooden house in the valley, one of the wooden houses burst open. Tang Hao stood there holding the clear sky hammer, glaring fiercely at Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. Spirit Hall lackeys again. You really are like persistent ghosts. Tang Hao's expression was extremely gloomy. This valley was far more remote than Nuoding City, where he had stayed for several years. Not to mention people, there wasn't even a proper road here. Since when did Spirit Hall become so good at tracking people? If Spirit Hall had this ability, would they have let him live peacefully in Nuoding City for 6 years, until Little San had his spirit awakening? Although he had doubts, Tang Hao knew that the most urgent task now was to repel these two Spirit Hall lackeys. In fact, if it were just him alone, or if he were only with Tang San, Tang Hao felt it would not be difficult to retreat safely. These two Spirit Hall lackeys were not as strong as the two who came last time, so he would not end up in such a sorry state. However, he was not alone now, nor was only Tang San by his side. There were also people from Shrek Academy in the valley. Those Shrek teachers at the Spirit Emperor and Spirit Saint realms were no match for a titled douluo, let alone the students. If it were up to Tang Hao's usual character, the best strategy at a time like this would be to leave with Tang San and that spirit beast daughter-in-law. But Tang San valued Shrek Academy very much, especially those classmates of his. Tang Hao had also heard from Tang San that those companions of his could help him in the future, and even if they went to the God realm, they could serve as his initial foundation. Considering his son, Tang Hao felt that he had no choice but to face them head on this time and drive these two Spirit Hall lackeys back. Roared Tilda. Seeing that Tang Hao was indeed here, Devil Bear Douluo let out a bear roar, and his Devil Bear avatar suddenly grew larger. Ghost Leopard Douluo, on the other hand, seemed to evaporate, turning into a shadow and disappearing behind Devil Bear Douluo's figure. Get lost. Tang Hao swung the clear sky hammer and fiercely clashed with Devil Bear Douluo's fist. With a loud bang, the entire valley trembled. The members of Shrek Academy, who were already somewhat panicked by Tang Hao's roar and the sound of the house exploding, all ran out. This is. Looking at the three people in the sky, cold sweat instantly broke out on Flender. Titled douluo. A titled douluo from Spirit Hall has come to kill us. After Tang Hao and his son Tang San had used a mix of coercion and enticement to move Shrek to this godforsaken place, Flender had complained quite a bit in his heart. He had been thinking about carrying forward Shrek Academy, but instead of going to Heaven Do City, things had only gotten worse, and they had ended up in an even more remote place. And now, he was even more terrified. With Shrek's strength, let alone Spirit Hall, a single titled douluo was enough to crush them to death. And Flender felt that he and Shrek had completely suffered an undeserved disaster. The people from Spirit Hall were clearly targeting Tang Hao. And they, Shrek, had absolutely no need, nor the ability, to get involved in the conflict between Spirit Hall and Clear Sky Douluo. Flender was full of regret. However, no matter how he thought about it, he felt he hadn't done anything wrong. Everything was because he had met Tang San and was inexplicably packed away by Tang Hao. And he himself was completely helpless. But he also knew that even if he said he had no relationship with Tang Hao and Tang San, the people from Spirit Hall would not believe him. In any case, he could not escape the charge of colluding with the enemies of Spirit Hall. Chapter 129. Tang Hao's Dilemma, Bibi Dong attacks. What's wrong? What's happening? What happened? Flender and the other teachers were all somewhat panicked, let alone the students like Ma Hongjun. Tang San watched Tang Hao engaging the enemy, along with Tang Hao's two opponents, his expression extremely grim. He recognized the two, Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. In his past life, these two Spirit Hall elders didn't have much screen time before they died, so Tang San only had a very faint impression of them. Little San, do you know who is fighting your father? The person speaking to Tang San was a youth with long golden hair, looking about 3 or 4 years older than Tang San. He was the Star Luo Empire's prince, Dai Mubai. When Tang Hao took Tang San to the Star Luo Empire, he had brought him and Zhu Zuqing to Shrek in advance. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing were Tang San's companions, having had many years of friendship in their past lives. Therefore, when bringing them to Shrek, Tang San had asked Tang Hao to forcibly take them away directly. Tang San knew very well what they were worried about and what they wanted to gain, so he used his words to make them come obediently. After arriving at this valley, both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing were somewhat disappointed. Tang San had claimed that after coming to Shrek, they would be able to change their destined tragic fates and embrace a new life. But they hadn't expected this new life to mean hiding in such a godforsaken place. At this time, Tang San had asked Flender to step in. The dean stepped out, and soon he had Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing calm down, willing to stay in this remote Shrek, with their sense of identification and belonging growing day by day. Until now, witnessing the great battle between titled douluo firsthand, he was completely stunned. Tang San did not answer Dai Mubai, but instead said to Flender, "Dean, it seems we can't stay here any longer. Go pack up your things quickly. After Dad repels these two people from Spirit Hall, we need to relocate to another place." Ghost Leopard Douluo and Devil Bear Douluo were both at level 94. And Tang Hao, ever since he started searching for Yin, hadn't had time to properly recuperate from his old injuries or cultivate. Previously, He had been forced into a relapse of his old injuries by a spirit hall expert, so his spirit power was actually lower than that of Ghost Leopard douluo and Devil Bear douluo, only at level 92. However, Tang San still had confidence in Tang Hao. Whether in his past life or this one, his father's actual combat power always exceeded his own realm. Tang San even felt that if his father used ring explosion regardless of the cost, not only could he repel these two, but it was not impossible to severely injure or even kill one of them. However, neither Tang San nor Tang Hao himself wanted to do that. Given Tang Hao's condition, even if he could recover after this ring explosion, the period of weakness would certainly last a long time. His old injuries might even flare up again, causing his spirit power to regress. Spirit Hall didn't just have these two elders. If they fought to the death now, it would be over once more people from Spirit Hall arrived. Flender sighed after hearing Tang San's words and turned to leave. They had to run for their lives again. Being unable to stay in a place that wasn't even as good as the small village where Shrek was previously located, Flender felt both angry and sorrowful. But he didn't even know who to vent his anger on. At Tang Hao, he wouldn't dare. Little San, what exactly is going on? Why would people from Spirit Hall come knocking? Does Shrek have a grudge against Spirit Hall? Dai Mubai remained by Tang San's side, asking anxiously. He was a prince of the Star Luo Empire, and whether it was the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, both feared and worried about Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai had no good feelings towards Spirit Hall either. But he also dared not offend Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall was terrifyingly powerful. His status as a prince was nothing in front of Spirit Hall, and he dared not think that Spirit Hall would let him off for the sake of his status. Mubai, now is not the time to talk about this. After we resolve the current crisis, I will explain it to you properly. Tang San was annoyed to death himself, so he had no mind to waste words with Dai Mubai. When he was in a good mood, he could call him Boss Dai, but when he was in a bad mood, he was nothing. Dai Mubai wanted to say something more, but after seeing Tang San's red eyes, he was startled and swallowed his words. A layer of gloom shrouded Dai Mubai's heart. When he was cajoled by Tang San, he felt that Tang San was his confidant, who understood all his thoughts and feelings, worrying about what he worried about and thinking what he thought. Who would have known they would face such a threat, and that Tang San would become so overbearing, even terrifying. Like Flender, Dai Mubai also regretted it. However, Flender didn't even know what to regret, while Dai Mubai regretted not leaving Star Luo City with Tang San. Even if he was worried about Dai Wisi, he could have secretly escaped later. As a result, he didn't need to worry about the future Dai Wisi now, he only needed to fear Spirit Hall. In the sky, after clashing with Devil Bear douluo several times and dodging several harassments and sneak attacks from Ghost Leopard douluo, Tang Hao's face was as cold as water. He had already used the Great Sumeru Hammer technique. It could indeed block Devil Bear douluo and Ghost Leopard douluo, and by relying on his extraordinary combat ability, he could even slightly occupy a certain degree of advantage. But this was still a long way from repelling them. He was very worried that it wasn't just these two who came from Spirit Hall, these two were just the vanguard. If follow-up reinforcements from Spirit Hall arrived, that would be troublesome. But apart from ring explosion, Tang Hao couldn't think of how to quickly repel these two. HMPH, come back here. Suddenly, Tang Hao noticed that the hidden Ghost Leopard douluo actually wanted to leave him and go to the valley below. Tang Hao immediately smashed a hammer in front of him, and Ghost Leopard douluo hurriedly turned sharply to avoid being hit. But Ghost Leopard douluo had found Tang Hao's weakness. They had difficulty defeating Tang Hao, but Tang Hao was very concerned about the people below, so they could use this to contain him. This was even more effective than sneak attacking Tang Hao himself. Worried about Tang San encountering danger, Tang Hao even had to use most of his energy to guard against the hidden Ghost Leopard douluo. In this way, he lost even the slightest advantage and could only continue to circle with Devil Bear douluo. Bibi Dong had not made a move yet, and hadn't even shown herself. Her gaze was locked on a girl in the valley. That's right, it really is a spirit beast that has taken human form. Although Bibi Dong came as soon as she received the information, she still had some doubts until she saw Xiao Wu. Now those doubts had disappeared. A spirit beast that has taken human form appeared before her eyes. Bibi Dong ignored Tang Hao, who was entangled with devil bear douluo and ghost leopard douluo, and flew straight toward the valley. Tang San, who had been paying attention to Tang Hao's battle, suddenly constricted his pupils. His purple demon eye captured a figure approaching rapidly. Bibi Dong. Tang San's heartbeat skipped a beat. Bibi Dong actually came in person. This was something Tang San had not expected no matter what. The current Bibi Dong had not yet become a god, and her spirit power might not have even reached the level 99 Super Douluo realm, but she was still an extremely terrifying enemy. It was already strenuous for Tang Hao to deal with Ghost Leopard Douluo and Devil Bear Douluo, let alone adding a Bibi Dong. Did he really have to risk his life? Tang San's mind raced, and suddenly a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Tang San shouted, "Teacher." Chapter 130. Yu Shaogang, will destroy Spirit Hall at any cost. Tang San had previously felt that Qian Runshui was the person in Spirit Hall most likely to have experienced a rebirth. However, after seeing Bibi Dong personally launch an attack, he became somewhat uncertain. But regardless, it was difficult for his father to break free immediately, and even if they all banded together, they would be no match for Bibi Dong. Tang San had no choice but to bring out his trump card and let Yu Shaogang step forward. Regardless of whether Bibi Dong had experienced a rebirth, she would surely still have some feelings for his teacher, right? "Little San, did you call me?" Yu Shaogang had just hurriedly returned to the wooden house to pack his things, and upon hearing Tang San's urgent call, he rushed back out. He was not the only one to come out, Erlong was following him closely. As soon as he ran out, Yu Shaogang followed Tang San's gaze and saw the attacking Bibi Dong. At the same time, Bibi Dong also saw Yu Shaogang, as well as Erlong, who was standing right next to him. In that moment, Bibi Dong's eyes didn't even register the transformed spirit beast Xiao Wu, only Yu Shaogang and Erlong remained in her sight. Donger. Yu Shaogang was shocked. He had not expected Bibi Dong to actually come. Could it be that she truly no longer cared for their old relationship at all? Bibi Dong abandoned the idea of directly capturing Xiao Wu and instead swiped a palm toward Erlong. Judging by the force, it didn't look like she just wanted to slap Erlong. With her strength, if that palm landed, it was questionable whether Erlong's head would still be attached. However, Bibi Dong withdrew her hand before the blow could land, because Yu Shaogang was standing in front of Erlong. "Are you willing to throw away your life for this bitch?" Bibi Dong's hands trembled, and her rage was evident on her face. Of course, Yu Shaogang wasn't trying to throw away his life, he cherished his life. More than anyone, he simply felt that Bibi Dong would not hurt him. If Bibi Dong did not stop, it would mean she no longer cared about him at all, and in that case, he would likely die right after Erlong. Fortunately, he had bet correctly, Donger was still unwilling to hurt him. That made sense. If Donger had no feelings for him, she wouldn't have become so angry the moment she saw Erlong. Just as Yu Shaogang was thinking about how to speak to make Bibi Dong change her mind, not only to not hurt him, but also to stop targeting Tang San and Tang Hao, Erlong, who was behind him, spoke up. "Bibi Dong, stop your hypocrisy. When you destroyed Shaogang's family, why didn't you stop for his sake?" Although Erlong's strength was far inferior to Bibi Dong's, her courage remained great. Especially in front of Yu Shaogang, she didn't want to be submissive to Bibi Dong. In this competition for affection, she had to emerge victorious. Yu Shaogang's heart skipped a beat. He had indeed suspected that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was destroyed by Spirit Hall, but he felt that the most important thing now was how to protect everyone. Erlong's questioning was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. "Bullshit, when did I destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? You bitch, how dare you spout such lies?" Bibi Dong was indeed even angrier and tried to bypass Yu Shaogang to strike. Yu Shaogang naturally continued to block firmly in front of Erlong, and to avoid hurting Yu Shaogang, Bibi Dong didn't even dare to unleash too much of her titled douluo aura. Erlong, however, still didn't stop. "If it wasn't you who destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, then who did? Besides Spirit Hall, is there any other force with that capability?" Bibi Dong snorted coldly. A trash sect like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which looked down on Shaogang and ignored his achievements in spirit theory, if I had been the one to destroy it, I wouldn't have needed to hide it at all. I would have just considered it revenge for Shaogang. It really wasn't you who destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Xiaogang was also somewhat uncertain now. He didn't think Bibi Dong would lie about such matters, especially to him. Tang San, who had been silent and trying to minimize his presence, felt a stir in his heart. Given Bibi Dong's madness and pride, there was indeed no need for her to lie. However, Tang San thought that just because Bibi Dong didn't act, it didn't mean Spirit Hall hadn't. Besides the Elder Palace, Spirit Hall also had the even more powerful Offering Hall. Moreover, the Offering Hall did not listen to Bibi Dong's commands, and they wouldn't necessarily tell her what they did. The slight suspicion Tang San had just raised about Bibi Dong was immediately dispelled significantly. But even if Bibi Dong hadn't experienced a rebirth, the crisis they were facing still existed. Yu Xiaogang kept protecting her long, blocking her tightly, and Bibi Dong was getting annoyed. She remembered the true purpose of her trip and decided to capture the transformed spirit beast first, then come back to settle the score with this bitch who seduced Xiaogang. Seeing that Bibi Dong was actually going to give up on entangled with him, Yu Xiaogang was anxious. In his view, Bibi Dong was either going to deal with Tang Hao or kill Tang San. In his desperation, Yu Xiaogang shouted, "Donger, do you really not care about our old relationship anymore?" Bibi Dong's body suddenly stiffened. Yu Xiaogang's long-lost "Donger" immediately made Bibi Dong think of the past. Spilled water cannot be gathered, what is the use of saying these things now? Bibi Dong was both mad and awkward. She was clearly obsessed with Yu Xiaogang, yet felt she was dirty and unworthy of him. Seeing that using their past relationship couldn't move Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang said again. "Bibi Dong, if you dare to hurt little San, I, Yu Xiaogang, will definitely destroy Spirit Hall at any cost." Bibi Dong turned around abruptly to look at Yu Xiaogang. Her attitude toward the father-son pair, Tang Hao and Tang San, was that if she saw them, killing them in passing was fine, but not killing them didn't matter either. But Yu Xiaogang saying such resolute words made Bibi Dong very uncomfortable. The Shrek members in the wooden house were also stunned after hearing Yu Xiaogang's words. Especially Dai Mubai and Zuqing, who had arrived not long ago. Did this Grand Master, who had average strength, actually have some hidden trump card? To destroy Spirit Hall, even the upper three sects and the two great empires combined didn't have Yu Xiaogang's level of confidence. Tang San, however, had already sensed that something was wrong. Bibi Dong had just seemed to be coming for him, but her target seemed to be Xiao Wu, who was beside him. Tang San understood everything now. Bibi Dong was coming for Xiao Wu. In his previous life, Xiao Wu's identity as a spirit beast was exposed to Spirit Hall because the yearning heartbroken red left her body. But after his rebirth, having missed the opportunity of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Xiao Wu had no chance to obtain the yearning heartbroken red. And since Bibi Dong could go deep into the Stardow Great Forest to hunt the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, knowing that there was a transformed spirit beast like Xiao Wu outside, it was only natural that she would want to hunt her for a spirit ring and spirit bone. He couldn't stay here, he had to take Xiao Wu away. Tang San didn't want to leave the Shrek Seven Devils behind, but he couldn't lose Xiao Wu even more. In his previous life, when Xiao Wu sacrificed herself for him, it was at least after the Spirit Master competition. With his current strength, even if Xiao Wu sacrificed herself to him, it would be difficult to contend with Bibi Dong. Moreover, without the yearning heartbroken red, the probability of resurrecting Xiao Wu would likely have to wait until he became a god. If it wasn't an absolute last resort, Tang San didn't want to go down that path. After Bibi Dong attacked, Tang Hao's focus was even more divided, and he swung the clear sky hammer more and more fiercely. Little San must absolutely not be harmed. If it's a risk, so be it. Ring Explosion. Chapter 131. The Divine Trials of Goodness and Evil. Tang Hao really did not want to use Ring Explosion again, but now was the time when he had no other choice. If only the two elders, Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, had come, Tang Hao could have slowly worn them down. But with Bibi Dong, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, here, things were different. He could feel the gap in spirit power between himself and Bibi Dong. Even if he risked his life, it would be difficult to bridge such a large gap, and continuing to hold back would be no different than seeking death. Tang Hao, having unleashed Ring Explosion, was like an erupting volcano, forcing back Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, who had been entangling him, with a single hammer strike. Bibi Dong immediately looked up and discovered that Tang Hao had actually broken free from Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo and was smashing a hammer down towards her head. Trash. Bibi Dong was very dissatisfied with the performance of her two subordinates, they couldn't even handle such a small matter. And Tang Hao's arrogant provocative behavior also infuriated Bibi Dong. She did not dodge or evade, flying directly towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao could feel the gap between them, and it went without saying that Bibi Dong could too. With this little bit of strength, he dared to provoke her. However, the result of their head-on collision was that Bibi Dong was knocked back some distance by the great Sumeru hammer. Bibi Dong's spirit was not known for its strength, to begin with. Going head-to-head with Tang Hao, who was risking his life, meant there was something wrong with her brain. But for her to perform so poorly, it was hard to tell if she was too weak, or if Tang Hao was too overpowered. Your Majesty, Supreme Pontiff. Are you all right? Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo hurriedly came to Bibi Dong's side. Trash, 2 pieces of trash. Bibi Dong was furious. What made her even angrier than being knocked back by Tang Hao due to a moment of carelessness was that she had lost face in front of Yu Xiaoging and Luo Long. Why haven't you given chase yet? Amidst the dust from the violent collision, Tang Hao had long since disappeared, and Tang San and Xiao Wu had vanished along with him. Tang Hao could not care about Tang San's companions at this moment. If he ran any slower, he would have to leave his life here. In such a situation, naturally, the priority was to save his family's lives first. When it came to running away, Tang Hao was a professional. Yes, Your Majesty, Supreme Pontiff. Then, what about these people? Get lost. If you let Tang Hao escape, I will hold you accountable. Bibi Dong did not intend to take her anger out on the people from Shrek. In Tang San's previous life, Tang Hao had taken Tang San and Xiao Wu away from Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall elders in front of the entire Spirit Hall and many Spirit Masters participating in the Spirit Master competition, and Bibi Dong hadn't done anything to the people from Shrek then either. This was, of course, out of consideration for Yu Xiaoging's face, though it didn't rule out that her brain was just that bad. Donger, one should be forgiving when possible. Spirit Hall is already at its zenith in your hands, why must you insist on exterminating them all? Yu Xiaoging walked over at this moment. Tang San had been taken away by Tang Hao, and Yu Xiaoging breathed a slight sigh of relief, but he still had to appease the furious Bibi Dong. Even if he didn't need to worry about his own safety, he had to consider Luo Long and Flender and the others. Bibi Dong's chest heaved violently, she was clearly very angry. She glanced at Yu Xiaoging with a complex expression in her eyes, and in the end, said nothing. After Bibi Dong left, Flender, whose legs had gone soft from fear, finally came out. Quick, let's go. We can't stay in this damn place for even one more day. Although Bibi Dong did not kill them, Flender still felt lingering fear. He had no sense of security at all in this valley. Leave. Dean, where are we going? Ma Hongjun asked, equally terrified. Are we going back to our original Shrek location? Flender was also stunned. They should be considered to have offended Spirit Hall, right? If they went back to that little village, they couldn't ensure their safety there either. Could they find another place even more desolate than this one to hide in? For a moment, Flender felt that in the vast world, there was actually no place for him to settle. Flender, why don't we just go to Heaven Do City? At this moment, Luo Long spoke. Right, let's go to Heaven Do City. Flender made the final decision. Dean, is it safe to go to Heaven Do City? We were discovered by Spirit Hall even when hiding here, wouldn't we be found immediately if we went to Heaven Do City? In fact, the people from Shrek all had a lot of grievances against the father and son, Tang Hao and Tang San. They were doing just fine at Shrek, only to be dragged into such a dangerous situation by them. This time Bibi Dong let them off the hook, perhaps out of consideration for Yu Xiaoging's face, but it would be hard to say for the future. No, the most dangerous place is the safest place. As long as Spirit Hall doesn't want to go to full-scale war with the Heaven Do Empire, they won't make a move against us. Good, 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 going to Heaven Do City is good. Ma Hongjun immediately clapped his hands happily. He had had enough of staying in this godforsaken place. His evil fire was becoming increasingly difficult to control. If he didn't vent it soon, he felt he would go crazy. And in the valley, the only women were Luerlong and Xiao Wu, and later Zhu Zuqing arrived. He didn't dare to harbor any designs on any of these three people. Heaven Do City was a good place. As a national capital, it must have plenty of places to consume his evil fire. Tang Hao ran a long distance, in one breath, before stopping in a hidden cave beneath an even more desolate cliff. This was a place he had scouted out long ago. Facing Spirit Hall again, even though he had sent Shrek to that hidden valley, he had still found a retreat for himself and Little San. "Dad, are you all right?" As soon as he landed, Tang Hao stumbled a few times, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole person seemed to have aged several years, and his aura was extremely withered. His old injuries had completely erupted, and he didn't know how long it would take for his destroyed spirit rings to recover. His entire state was extremely poor, bordering on exhaustion. Tang San supported the unconscious Tang Hao and asked Xiao Wu to take out clothes from her 24 moonlit bridges to lay on the ground, letting Tang Hao lie down. "Third brother, Uncle Tang Hao will definitely be fine." Xiao Wu had also been scared earlier, but she was still comforting Tang San. Tang San smashed the stone wall with his fist in hatred. Reborn into this world, yet ending up in such a sorry state, with his father also seriously injured, he felt depressed and aggrieved. Yet, he couldn't think of any good solution. Spirit Hall was too omnipresent, they could even find them here. Tang San even felt that this cave wasn't safe either. Tang San's feeling was not wrong. Their wretched appearance as they fled was all seen by the god of destruction. With the god of destruction watching, even if Tang San hid in the deepest crack in the earth or dived into the deepest ocean, it would still be futile. After thoroughly enjoying the sight of Tang San's wretched state, the god of destruction finally withdrew his gaze. The divine trials of goodness and destruction have already been opened for Su Chen. Let's see if he has any ideas on how to pass the divine trial. If Su Chen was at a loss, the god of destruction would have to find a way to help him. "Senior Destruction, you don't need to worry about me, I already have an idea." "Oh, is that so? Tell me about it." The divine trials of evil and goodness are very difficult to pass. The test that the god of evil and the goddess of kindness set for Su Chen was not the bullshit test about whether true love existed, like the one for Jidong and Lai Yan. If it were really like that, Su Chen would have to consider whether or not to accept the god position of those brain-dead god kings. The test of evil and goodness for Su Chen was to let him do good and evil simultaneously, and furthermore, both good and evil had to be achieved through the same action. There was only this one divine trial, but it was definitely not that easy to complete. The evaluation standards for good and evil by evil and goodness were very high. There were no 9 trials, but it was divided into 9 ranks. Only by simultaneously manifesting great good and great evil in the same matter, and furthermore, the good must be a good that benefits the world, and the evil must be an evil that poisons generations to come, could it be done. The god of destruction had also helped Su Chen think about it, but he hadn't come up with any particularly good methods yet. And yet, Su Chen said he had already found one. Chapter 132, Assembly Line Spirit Tools. Arriving at the Spirit Tool production area, Su Chen said to Lu Gao, "Have everyone stop for a moment, I have something to say." Yes, although Lu Gao had poured all his energy into spirit tools, even compressing his sleeping and eating time significantly, let alone any other leisure activities. Yet his spirit was getting better and better, and he even seemed to look a bit younger. Perhaps this was the vitality radiated by dedicating oneself to a career one truly loved. With the addition of his talent and effort, Lu Gao's spirit tool level had already reached that of a level 4 spirit tool master, and he was currently advancing towards the level of a level 5 spirit tool master. Su Chen was not as self-forgetful as Lu Gao, not even half as diligent, yet his spirit tool level was still steadily improving. In addition to continuously forging his own spirit bone battle armor, he had already fully mastered the production of level 5 spirit tools, and had even produced a few level 6 spirit tools. Hearing that Su Chen wanted to gather everyone, Lu Gao thought they were going to forge some incredible spirit tool and immediately perked up. Whenever Su Chen made spirit tools, Lu Gao would put down his work and observe from the side. This was his best learning opportunity. However, this time Su Chen was not planning to make a single spirit tool, but rather to produce spirit tools in organized, large batches, or in other words, ordnance. Sect Master, we don't even have enough manpower to satisfy the strong purchasing desire of outside spirit masters. Wouldn't producing large batches of ordnance-type spirit tools be a bit counterproductive? There is no need to divert too much energy from those mature spirit tool masters. Having those spirit tool apprentices will be enough. Besides the disciples who came after Lu Gao joined Heaven Do City and the excellent blacksmiths from the City of Metal, Lu Gao had subsequently continued to recruit blacksmiths. Even so, he still felt that the manpower was insufficient. Those apprentices haven't fully turned their minds around from being blacksmiths to becoming spirit tool masters, and their level of spirit tool production is even less proficient. I'm afraid they won't be of much use. Lu Gao had high demands for himself, and the same went for his disciples and apprentices. Even if it were just producing large batches of low-rank spirit tools, if it were left to these apprentices, it might result in a large number of defective products. Wouldn't that ruin the reputation of the Heaven Human sect? What Lu Gao could think of, Su Chen naturally would not fail to consider. They don't need to have very mature skills. I have divided the spirit tools they need to make into several parts. Each of them only needs to master the production of one part. Once the parts are made, they can be assembled. Su Chen gave the spirit tool blueprints he had designed to Lu Gao and even forged a set of samples. After looking at them, Lu Gao frowned and said, Sect Master's ingenuity is unparalleled, but although this method of making spirit tools is convenient and fast, and efficiency will be greatly improved, the spirit tools produced have no soul. As a top-tier blacksmith, Lu Gao felt that the process of making spirit tools was not just simply forging lifeless objects, it was also about injecting a soul into his work. Moreover, this can only produce low-rank spirit tools. High-rank spirit tools can only be made by the most excellent spirit tool masters. Furthermore, Lu Gao felt that doing this would stifle the spiritual qi of truly talented spirit tool masters. Su Chen said, "That's why I'm letting you be in charge. You are the one who knows best which people have high talent and which people have average talent. Let geniuses do what geniuses should do. Those who have limited talent in the path of spirit tool masters can join the assembly line instead, which will actually allow them to realize their value faster." Assembly line. Hearing this unfamiliar term, Lu Gao immediately grasped its meaning. Everyone is responsible for a small part of the spirit tool, from small to large, working day and night. The name, assembly line, could not be more appropriate. Sect Master's words make sense. I will do as you instruct. Although fulfilling Su Chen's instructions would take up quite a bit of Lu Gao's time and energy, but who told him that Su Chen was the sect master? Su Chen would certainly not do the time-consuming and laborious work of building the assembly line himself. The reason he wanted to produce ordnance-type spirit tools in large batches was not a whim. To do good or to do evil, what method could be more direct than war? The emergence and continuous development of spirit tools was inherently a matter with two sides of good and evil, having both benefits and harms. If war were added to this, it would be enough to set off a huge wave that would sweep across the douluo continent and completely change its landscape. Moreover, building the assembly line was also an experiment for Su Chen's further ideas. If a war sweeping the world and unifying the douluo continent were not enough to complete the divine trials of the goddess of kindness and the god of evil, then he would have to use his ultimate move. After leaving the spirit tool production area, Su Chen went to the soul fighting arena of the Heaven Human sect. As expected, Du Gubo was there. After fighting a battle against Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo on the first day and winning a complete victory, Du Gubo would provoke them whenever he had nothing to do. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo could become titled Douluo, so naturally, they were not people without spirit and will. After being defeated by a former subordinate who lost to them, both of them wanted to reclaim their dignity. Especially after Chrysanthemum Douluo absorbed the immortal grade, Celestial Chrysanthemum. His spirit had sublimated, and his power had nearly doubled. Moreover, Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit power had also broken through from rank 95 to rank 96. This was not the most important thing. What made him happiest was that he once again felt the improvement efficiency of his spirit power. It was as if the bottleneck above him had disappeared, just like before he had reached the titled douluo level, able to continue progressing by relying on his own talent. And after Chrysanthemum Douluo absorbed the Celestial Chrysanthemum, when he joined forces with Ghost Douluo again, Du Gubo could no longer crush them. He could still defeat Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo without using a divine artifact, but it was no longer as easy as the first time, winning in just a few moves. Sect Master, your subordinate has won another complete victory. After the battle ended, Dugubo said to Su Chen in high spirits. Even though it wasn't the first time, as long as he could beat up his two enemies, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, Dugubo was happy. Ghost Douluo's expression was very ugly, and having a bruised nose and swollen face was the norm. Dugubo just liked to aim for the face. That's right, the black mist that always shrouded his face was gone. This was naturally Dugubo's doing, he just couldn't stand Gui Mei looking neither human nor ghost, all mysterious and secretive. Besides, if it was gone and he couldn't see it, wouldn't that be the same as not having beaten him? Sect Master is looking for Dugubo, there must be something, right? Chrysanthemum Douluo asked. I've already said that Senior Yu Guan doesn't need to be so polite, just call me Xiao Chen as before. Chrysanthemum Douluo was very stubborn. You are now the master of a sect, you must maintain your dignity in front of disciples and outsiders. No matter how close the relationship is, there must be rules. Besides this, Chrysanthemum Douluo also felt that the grace and help Su Chen had given him were too great. He could only be more considerate of Su Chen in these small matters. Sect Master, what mission do you have for your subordinate? Having been beaten to the punch by Chrysanthemum Douluo in guessing the Sect Master's intentions, Dugubo felt that he still couldn't waste too much time on these two guys and forget his own duties. You can tell Shui Yi that the Heaven Human sect has agreed to his request to purchase spirit tools in batches. Chapter 133, Remembering Qian Runshui. Su Chen wanted to incite a war, but he did not want to be the one to start it himself. What he wanted was through the divine trial of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness, he had no interest in war, nor even in the world at large. Doing these things was time-consuming and laborious, and would instead hinder Su Chen's own cultivate. He was not Qian Runshui, who liked to execute some idiotic grand plan that took over a decade. As for whether it would benefit the Heaven Do Empire, allowing the Heaven Do Empire to unify the Douluo continent, or even bite the hand that fed it, the Heaven Human sect, Su Chen was not worried at all. It was not the case that whoever started the war first, or whoever had the greatest ambition, would be the one to achieve final victory. On the contrary, many times, the person who ambitiously started a great war first often ended up failing at the final hurdle, or even suffering defeat and death. Given the level of decay in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, if the Heaven Do Empire were to unify the Douluo continent, the evil Su Chen would reap would likely far exceed the good. Yes, this subordinate will go at once. Dugubo did not ask Su Chen why he had suddenly made this decision. When the sect master gave an order, he simply carried it out. After the Heaven Human sect demonstrated its ability to create spirit tool, Emperor Shui Yi's attitude toward Dugubo suddenly became enthusiastic again. Previously, because Dugubo had joined the Heaven Human sect, although Shui Yi still wanted to maintain a good relationship with Dugubo on the surface, he had actually distanced himself. But after the spirit tool came into being, Emperor Shui Yi's attitude toward Dugubo even surpassed what it had been before. Emperor Shui Yi did not want to get a piece of the pie from the spirit tool. Even if he had such thoughts, he would not be stupid enough to say so. After witnessing the powerful strength of the spirit tool, he understood that if spirit tool could be used in war, they would definitely be powerful weapons. Whichever empire could be the first to equip its army with spirit tool would be able to easily crush the opponent. Therefore, Shui Yi did not want those high-rank spirit tool. On the contrary, he hoped the power of the spirit tool could be weaker, but ideally, they would be easier to use, with lower requirements for the user. It would be best if ordinary people could use them. The number of spirit master willing to join the imperial army and serve the Heaven Do Empire was small. The vast majority of the armies of the two great empires were ordinary people. When Dugubo arrived at the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, Emperor Shui Yi personally welcomed him. Mr. Dugu, it is finally good to see you again, Shui Yi has missed you dearly. Shui Yi did not have any heirs, and his attitude toward Dugubo was like that of a junior. But Dugubo could tell from Shui Yi's subtle expressions that he was far from as happy and enthusiastic as he appeared, and was even hiding some fear. Facing a powerhouse capable of poisoning him to death silently, it was normal to feel fear. However, before Dugubo joined the Heaven Human sect, Shui Yi simply did not believe that Dugubo would harm him. Du Gubo had no intention of dealing with Emperor Shui Yi perfunctorily and said directly. The sect master has agreed to your previous request. You mean? A heartfelt surprise appeared on Shui Yi's face. Sect Master Su has agreed to help the Heaven Do Empire forge a batch of spirit tool that can equip the army. Du Gubo nodded slightly. You will prepare the materials yourself and send someone to deliver them to the Heaven Human sect. At that time, you will pay for the spirit tool. Good. Shui Yi will order people to prepare as soon as possible, and will definitely send someone. No, I will go to the Heaven Human sect personally to seek an audience at that time. Shui Yi's face was flushed with excitement. If he could equip an army with spirit tool, let alone the Star Luo Empire, he could even ease his worries about the spirit hall a little. Personally seeing Du Gubo out of the imperial palace, Emperor Shui Yi immediately said, "Go and bring Qing here." The guard said timidly, "Your Majesty, crown. Your Highness Qing has been deceased for a long time, you." The smile on Emperor Shui Yi's face faded slightly. "I forgot, then go find Shui Bang." "Forget it, just call the Prime Minister." Before Qian Runshui faked her death and escaped, Emperor Shui Yi was very wary of this crown prince. Moreover, Shui Yi suspected that his other deceased sons had been killed by Shui Qing, so he felt a mix of wariness and disgust toward him. But now that Shui Qing was truly dead, Shui Yi actually missed him a little. Although the crown prince was ambitious, possibly even capable of killing his brothers, and coveted the throne, he was still very capable of getting things done. At the very least, when Shui Qing was around, Shui Yi could completely hand such matters over to the crown prince to handle, without needing to worry about mistakes. But now, although the usually dissolute Shui Bang had suddenly expressed that he had turned over a new leaf and would no longer cause Shui Yi to worry. But this dissolute Shui Bang, while it was said to be an act, seemed more like he was just being himself. Shui Yi was willing to give Shui Bang a chance, but every time he let Shui Bang be in charge of something, the final result was never very good. Especially when compared to the deceased Shui Qing, Shui Yi felt more and more that Shui Bang was somewhat incapable of shouldering the responsibility. If he were to hand the throne over to him in the future, it was hard to say what would become of the Heaven Do Empire. The reason Emperor Shui Yi was so eager to arm the Heaven Do Empire and enhance the strength of the Heaven Do army was also out of worry about having no successor. Sure enough, for an emperor, a dead crown prince looked the most pleasing to the eye. Only after Shui Qing died did Shui Yi change his view of this son he had always disliked. The Shui Qing that Emperor Shui Yi missed, no, it should be Qian Runshui, after leaving the power struggles of Heaven Do City, had returned to her old profession in Spirit City. When Bibi Dong left Spirit City, Qian Runshui's reservations were much reduced. She wanted to take advantage of Bibi Dong's absence to win over as many high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall as possible to her side. Besides that, more importantly, Qian Runshui publicized that Bibi Dong had personally set out to avenge the previous Supreme Pontiff and would definitely return with Tang Hao's head. Of course, she also took the opportunity to mention that Bibi Dong also wanted to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring. She was deliberately setting Bibi Dong up high. If Bibi Dong really returned empty-handed, under such grand expectations and praises, she would like to see how she would be able to get off the stage. This was setting someone up and then kicking away the ladder. If Bibi Dong did not want her prestige to be greatly damaged, even if she failed to kill Tang Hao, she at least had to get her hands on the shape-shifted spirit beast. Otherwise, for her, as the Supreme Pontiff, to set out with two elder and still end up returning empty-handed, even if no one dared to say it, Bibi Dong herself would feel that others considered her incompetent. Whether Bibi Dong could put aside her face, whether she continued to hunt down Tang Hao or acted as if nothing had happened, it was a good thing for Qian Runshui. Given Qian Runshui's intelligence, it was naturally impossible for her to have thought of this follow-up move since the time she got Bibi Dong out of Spirit City. When she learned that Bibi Dong really failed to kill Tang Hao, and even failed to kill the shape-shifted spirit beast, Qian Runshui could not help but exclaim. The sect master is worthy of being the sect master. No wonder the goddess of kindness chose him as the legacy successor. Any idea he thinks of casually is better than the schemes I have racked my brains over for a long time. Qian Runshui's admiration for Su Chen had already risen from the level of background to the level of intelligence. Of course, for Su Chen, having his intelligence admired by Qian Runshui was not something worth being happy about. Chapter 134. Spirit Ring Cracks. When the false is taken for true, the true becomes false. This time, Tang Hao spent a full year recuperating his injuries before he could finally suppress his old wounds completely. His exploded spirit rings had also recovered, but not completely. Tang Hao's 9th spirit ring, that eye-catching 100,000-year spirit ring, still bore several striking cracks. These cracks had existed ever since the spirit ring recondensed. Every time Tang Hao saw these cracks, he felt a wave of irritation. Yet, he could not help but release his spirit ring to inspect it, hoping that after one such release, the cracks on the 9th spirit ring would suddenly disappear. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed time and time again. Tang Hao was very worried. If he encountered dangerous situations in the future and was forced to use ring explosion again, he wondered how many more times this 9th spirit ring could hold up. This was a 100,000-year spirit ring. After all, very few people in the entire douluo continent possessed one. Moreover, this spirit ring was given to him by Yin, representing her feelings for him. No matter what, Tang Hao did not want to lose it. However, Tang Hao had no idea when the pursuers from Spirit Hall would arrive, so he could only hide as much as possible. Even while recuperating, Tang Hao would move Tang San and Xiao Wu to a new location every so often. Little San, we should leave. Dad, let's go to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Tang San had thought a lot over the past year. With only his father as a titled douluo, it was too difficult to cope with the pursuit from Spirit Hall. He was also worried that if Tang Hao risked his life a few more times, his realm might drop below that of a titled douluo, and it would be difficult to recover. He had to find helpers, and they had to be helpers at the titled douluo realm. Little San, are you sure the 7-treasure glazed tile school will help us? Ning Fengji is a man of deep schemes who never acts without seeing the prize. Even if his daughter was your companion in your past life, Ning Fengji would not risk offending Spirit Hall to help us. I don't have absolute certainty, I can only try my best. In his past life, from the moment they first met, Ning Fengji had thought very highly of Tang San. Later, when dealing with Spirit Hall, the 7-treasure glazed tile school had helped Tang San with even more effort than the Clear Sky sect, yet in the end, they hadn't gained much benefit. But in this life, Tang San had yet to have any interaction with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Spirit Hall had not yet launched the spirit hunting operation that would cause the 7-treasure glazed tile school to suffer heavy losses. Tang San felt that the most valuable thing he could offer was his hidden weapons. Hidden weapons would be very helpful to those core disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school who lacked combat capabilities. Of course, Tang San also knew that this small benefit was far from enough to make Ning Fengji take a risk. But what if there was the temptation of the 7-treasure glazed tile school advancing to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, or even becoming a god? Tang San did not have an immortal herb, nor could he produce the god position of the 9-colored goddess, but that did not stop him from painting a grand picture. However, before that, Dad, please help me obtain my spirit ring first. A few months ago, Tang San's spirit power had reached level 30, but since Tang Hao's injuries had not been completely suppressed, Tang San had not rushed to obtain a spirit ring. Anyway, he could continue to cultivate his spirit power before obtaining the spirit ring, there was no need to rush. Alright, Little San, with your talent and the opportunity of your rebirth, you will definitely be able to surpass your past life and easily become a god. I will definitely succeed. Although Tang San appeared very confident, he still felt a bit uneasy inside. It would be very difficult to get his hands on the sea god's heart again, at least before destroying Spirit Hall. He hoped he could successfully obtain the divine trials of the goddess of life and the god of destruction. Upon arriving at the Stardow Great Forest, Tang San said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, after I obtain my 3rd spirit ring, you should stay in the Stardow Great Forest for a while, and wait for me to come find you. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with grievance. Brother, are you abandoning me? She looked just like an abandoned pet, appearing incredibly pitiful. Of course not. Tang San was also reluctant to part with Xiao Wu. I need to go meet some titled douluo. If they see your spirit beast form, they might very well attack you directly. You are safer staying in the Stardow Great Forest. Over the past year, Tang San had long since stopped hiding the fact that he knew Xiao Wu's true form, and he had also told Xiao Wu about his own rebirth. Knowing that she would marry Tang San in the future and have 2 children, Xiao Wu was naturally even more attached to him. Tang San was going to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, so he would definitely have to deal with sword douluo and bone douluo. In his past life, they had contributed quite a bit when dealing with Spirit Hall. But now, Tang San had no relationship with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It was hard to predict what they would do if they discovered Xiao Wu. Even though they were already titled douluo and did not need to absorb spirit rings, one could not guarantee they wouldn't think of letting other disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school absorb it to cultivate new powerhouses. Then brother, you must come pick me up early. Don't worry, I will definitely come to find you as quickly as possible. After comforting Xiao Wu for a while, Tang San instructed, you must stay by Daming and Erming's side while in the Star Do Great Forest, and never leave alone. Also, once anyone from Spirit Hall comes to hunt you, immediately flee into the core area and alert the vicious beasts in that core area. In his past life, when Bibi Dong hunted the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, not a single vicious beast from the core area had intervened. That was because they were all busy absorbing the energy of the Tianmeng Iceworm, and furthermore, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape had been trapped by the spirit fusion skill of Spirit Hall's Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Tang San had Xiao Wu prepare in advance. If there was danger, she should run deeper, not giving Spirit Hall a chance to trap them. Even if Spirit Hall mobilized its entire force, it would be very difficult for them to gain any advantage against the many vicious beasts of the Star Do Great Forest. Alright, I have noted it down. Xiao Wu nodded seriously. She would comply with everything Tang San instructed. Alright, don't be so sad. We won't be separated for long. Besides, you still have to accompany me to finish obtaining my spirit ring before we part. The spirit ring Tang San obtained this time was still of the life attribute. His 3rd spirit ability could utilize the life force of plants to heal his own injuries. Tang San did not care much about what the spirit ring for his blue-silver grass spirit was, he cared about something else. And his expectations were met with a response. The moment he successfully finished absorbing the 3rd spirit ring, his consciousness floated away once more, arriving in that space filled with life force on the inside, yet surrounded by destructive intent on the outside. That's right, that is the divine force of the god of destruction. This time, having prepared, Tang San paid special attention and was certain that the violent power outside was indeed the divine force of the god of destruction. Tang San's judgment was not wrong. Last time, when the god of evil and the goddess of kindness created this space to abduct Tang San, the god of destruction had discovered it. Although the life divine force and destruction divine force created by the god of evil and the goddess of kindness were nearly indistinguishable from the real thing, the god of destruction had still helped them out by replacing the fake with the real. Never mind that Tang San was still a level 30 spirit elder. Even if he had recovered his strength as a god king from his past life, it would be of no use. When the false is taken for true, the true becomes false. Now that even the divine force was real, who could still say the legacy was fake? Chapter 135. Ordnance Spirit Tools, the Angry Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. Little San, how is it? Has the aura of the goddess of life god position that you felt last time appeared? Quote, Tang Hao also knew about Tang San wanting to obtain the legacy of the goddess of life and the god of destruction god positions. His son had such ambition and such luck, so as a father, he naturally supported him. I felt it once more. Quote, this time, Tang San felt it more clearly, and that intense attraction from last time was even more prominent. Tang San even felt that the divine trial would descend the next moment. But in the end, his consciousness still retreated. It must be that my strength is still insufficient. Waiting for the next time, or the time after that when I absorb a spirit ring, it should be about right. Quote, with the goddess of life legacy in hand, could the god of destruction legacy be far behind? Tang San felt that these difficulties he encountered after his rebirth were necessary trials before he could obtain the dual god king god positions. God realm. The goddess of kindness asked, when do you plan to completely hand Tang San over to the god of destruction? Quote, next time. It won't take long. I can't make it too crude and ruin my handiwork. Quote, The god of evil treated the matter of tempting Tang San with the god positions of the goddess of life and the god of destruction as a serious task, not slacking off just because Tang San's strength was low. The mark Asura left on Tang San. After these 2 washings, the mark is still there, but its essence has faded significantly. Quote, his successor will soon no longer belong to him, from body to heart. Quote, the goddess of kindness said, when it comes to doing bad things, you are the most enthusiastic. Quote, who let me be the god of evil? Quote, besides the god of evil, the god of destruction also found it very interesting. He would occasionally increase the intensity for Tang San, making him afraid to stay in one place for too long. The god of evil was again tempting him with 2 fake god positions. If one counted the goddess of kindness, having 3 god kings serving him alone, could this blessing be small? Stardo Great Forest. Brother, are you leaving already? Quote, Xiao Wu knew that parting was imminent, her eyes full of reluctance. Xiao Wu, I will definitely come to pick you up very soon. Quote, after parting with Xiao Wu, Tang San and Tang Hao headed in the direction of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. On the way, as the 2 passed the main road leading from the Heaven Do Empire to the border, they discovered that the Heaven Do army was on the move. Tang San guessed that it might be a rotation of the Heaven Do Empire border troops, so he only paid a little attention to it and did not investigate further. The Heaven Do Empire's army was of course not as simple as a rotation. Over the past year, Emperor Shui Yi had successively received 10,000 sets of ordnance spirit tools. There were 10,000 pieces of spirit tool chest guards and helmets each. Besides these, there were also swords, shields, spears, crossbows, and ballista-type spirit tools. Moreover, these spirit tools were all simple and easy-to-use types. To allow ordinary people to use them, the ordnance also included important energy storage spirit tools. As long as energy was stored in advance, even ordinary people without a shred of spirit power could use these spirit tools. These spirit tools were not actually very strong individually, some were not even qualified to be considered level 1 spirit tools. But for the Heaven Do Empire, it was already enough. On the battlefield, these spirit tools could play an extremely significant role. After obtaining the spirit tools, Emperor Shui Yi began his actions. He, of course, did not launch a full-scale attack on the Star Luo Empire from the beginning. Even without considering the strength of the Star Luo Empire, he had to consider the attitude of Spirit Hall. Therefore, Emperor Shui Yi adopted measures of small-scale conflicts. The border between the 2 empires was long, and friction actually occurred frequently. And Emperor Shui Yi was using these frequently occurring small frictions to gradually erode and weaken the Star Luo Empire, while also conveniently observing the attitude of Spirit Hall to prevent them from overreacting. In these small-scale battles and conflicts, the role of the ordnance spirit tools had already opened Emperor Shui Yi's eyes. The effect was even better than he had expected. The combat strength of the Heaven Do Empire's army had, in fact, long been slightly inferior to that of the Star Luo Empire. But in these conflicts, the Heaven Do Empire was always the winning side, and it was the kind of complete victory at that. If it were a larger-scale war, the effect would surely be even more prominent. And soon, Emperor Shui Yi discovered that apart from the Star Luo Empire suffering a few losses and flying into a rage, Spirit Hall had no reaction at all. It seemed that Spirit Hall had tacitly approved of the Heaven Do Empire's actions. This made Emperor Shui Yi's courage grow, and the conflicts and frictions he provoked became more and more frequent. Spirit Hall, of course, had no time to concern itself with such trivial matters. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were fighting each other with great enthusiasm. After Bibi Dong returned to Spirit Hall, she immediately learned that almost everyone in Spirit Hall knew that she had personally gone out to seek revenge on Tang Hao. Qian Runshui had even hung up banners in conspicuous places in Spirit City when Bibi Dong returned. They read, "Warmly celebrate Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong for slaying Tang Hao and his son, avenging the former Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji." Quote, after this combination of moves, one could imagine Bibi Dong's mood. She tore the banners to shreds on the spot and ordered that no one was allowed to discuss this matter again. She could use high-pressure tactics to shut people's mouths, but she couldn't get past the hurdle in her own heart. Since then, she always felt that her subordinates' gazes toward her were not as respectful as before, which caused her to lose her temper often and punish many people. To make matters worse, Qian Runshui kept adding fuel to the fire, constantly spreading rumors in Spirit City about how miserably Bibi Dong had lost in her battle against Tang Hao. For the past year, Bibi Dong had been like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Even the elders of Spirit Hall hardly dared to face her. Under these circumstances, Bibi Dong, on one hand, sent people to search for Tang Hao's whereabouts, and on the other hand, imposed high pressure internally. She even almost took action against Qian Runshui, wanting to teach this daughter she really didn't want to acknowledge a lesson. For this reason, Qian Dalu even showed himself and stopped Bibi Dong's actions. He could ignore Bibi Dong doing other things, but harming little Shui was absolutely forbidden. Little Shui, why must you anger your mother so much? You have already opened your divine trial, you should use all your energy to complete the assessment. Quote, Qian Daoliu hadn't expected Qian Runshui to be able to employ such underhanded tactics, and he earnestly tried to persuade her. Grandfather, I know what I should do. I won't fight with that woman for the time being. Quote, Qian Daoliu's face revealed a smile. That's right, after all, she is your mother. Grandfather hopes that you two can reconcile soon. Quote, Qian Runshui listened impatiently. She felt that her grandfather was too tolerant. If it were her, she wouldn't have been able to tolerate Bibi Dong for so long. Grandfather, I want to leave Spirit City for a while. Quote, leave, little Shui, where are you going? Your divine trial is important right now, you mustn't take risks. Quote, Qian Daoliu even suspected that Qian Runshui wanted to go seek revenge on Tang Hao. His old rival Tang Chen's grandson had very good talent. Even Bibi Dong hadn't been able to take down Tang Hao, let alone the current Qian Runshui. Grandfather, I won't take risks. I just want to go to Heaven Do City. Quote, Heaven Do City. You already let Shui Qing die, so why go back to Heaven Do City? Could it be that you still want to continue that mission? Quote, how could this child act on a whim like this? Oh, no, I'm going to see someone. Quote, see someone. Could it be that Su Chen? Quote, Qian Runshui hadn't told Bibi Dong anything about Su Chen's information. But when she had previously asked Qian Daoliu about the God Realm and divine trials, she had revealed Su Chen's identity. Therefore, Qian Daoliu knew there was another figure who, like his granddaughter, was also a successor to a god position. Since that's the case, then you may go. Besides Snake Lance, I will have the third high priest, Qingluan Douluo, accompany you as well. Quote, communicating with another successor to a god position might be beneficial for little Shui's divine trial. In fact, Qian Daoliu really wanted to go see what kind of talent that successor had to be chosen by the gods. Thank you, grandfather. I will set off now. Quote, Chapter 136, The Inexperienced Qingluan Douluo. Young lord, is this the location of the so-called Heaven Human Sect? Like everyone who came to the gates of the Heaven Human Sect for the first time, Qingluan Douluo also felt that this place was too ordinary. Before being sent by Qian Daoliu to follow Qian Runshui and leave Spirit City, Qingluan Douluo had been instructed to observe the Heaven Human Sect carefully. But upon arriving here and taking a look, Qingluan Douluo felt that the reality really did not live up to its reputation. A sect capable of producing spirit tools would definitely not be poor, one could even say it was incredibly wealthy. Even if the sect had been established recently and there wasn't time for elaborate construction, they should at least make the facade look a bit better, right? Qian Runshui did not explain anything. Once Qingluan Douluo went inside, his mindset would naturally change. Halt. Qian Runshui had been here once before, but that time she had come in the identity of the Heaven Do Empire's crown prince, Shui Qing. For the identity of Qian Runshui, it was her first time. I am Qian Runshui, young lord of Spirit Hall. I am an acquaintance of your sect master, please pass on a message for me. Spirit Hall. Hearing Qian Runshui's self-introduction, the Heaven Human Sect gate-guarding disciple was slightly startled. Although they were all very proud to be disciples of the Heaven Human Sect, feeling that the Heaven Human Sect would sooner or later surpass Spirit Hall. But knowing that the person who came was from Spirit Hall, and was even the young lord of Spirit Hall, they were still slightly surprised. Of course, this surprise was not fear, but rather a sense of pride. Even when facing Spirit Hall, which stood above the upper three sects, these Heaven Human Sect disciples did not feel inferior, instead, they felt that they would eventually knock them off their pedestal. Wait a moment. After leaving these two words, one of the disciples turned and walked into the mountain gate. From the attitude of these disciples, Qingluan Douluo could see that this heaven-human sect was not just a makeshift operation as it appeared. A weak and crude sect could absolutely not raise disciples with this kind of aura. This kind of aura did not come from confidence in one's own strength or talent, but from the sect, from the collective. It was hard to imagine that this kind of aura would appear on the disciples of a sect that had been established for only a few years. Of course, those who were naturally arrogant might also be like this. But that would purely be embarrassing. After waiting for a moment, that disciple walked out from behind the mountain gate again. The sect master has ordered, everyone please follow me in. Thank you for your trouble. From changing from Shui Qing to Qian Runshui, her attitude when treating the heaven-human sect gate guarding disciples was the same. After entering the heaven-human sect mountain gate, Qingluan Douluo was stunned, as expected. From before entering the mountain gate, Porcupinefish Douluo had been paying attention to Qingluan Douluo's expression. Seeing Qingluan Douluo's current state, Porcupinefish Douluo could not help but smile on his face. That's right, this kind of inexperienced expression must definitely not have been something that only appeared when I first came. Qian Runshui and Porcupinefish Douluo, who had already been here once, although they still felt incredible and shocked, were not the same as Qingluan Douluo. However, that disciple felt a bit strange. What he found strange was not Qingluan Douluo's expression, but rather that Qian Runshui was actually so calm. Since he had been guarding the heaven-human sect mountain gate, he had never seen anyone not be surprised when they came for the first time. Even if it was a titled douluo brought back by the sect master personally, so what? Inexperienced was still inexperienced, but thinking that Qian Runshui said she was an acquaintance of the sect master, he guessed that Qian Runshui might have heard the sect master mention it. Grandpa Qingluan, it is time to go. Without waiting for the gate-guarding disciple to urge, Qian Runshui reminded Qingluan Douluo, who was still in shock. Is this the real heaven-human sect? Qingluan Douluo's head was buzzing. No wonder the high priest had specifically instructed him before he left Spirit City. It turned out that this recently established sect was actually so remarkable. Before they even reached the sect master's hall, Qian Runshui saw Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. Elder Yu Guan, Elder Gui Mei, have you been getting used to staying in the heaven-human sect? A year later, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were still in the heaven-human sect. Since receiving the orders from Qian Runshui and Qian Dalu, one the future Supreme Pontiff, one the former Supreme Pontiff, they had taken root in the heaven-human sect. Bibi Dong certainly had not forgotten them. In fact, when the hunt for Xiao Wu failed and she had just returned to Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had wanted to recall Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. But by that time, they had already disappeared without a trace, and Qian Runshui had deliberately and inadvertently revealed the news that these two had been recruited by her. While furious, Bibi Dong's attention shifted to Qian Runshui. Two traitorous elders, it would be fine if they didn't appear, but if they did, Bibi Dong would be the first to not spare them. And how to put it for Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo? In the heaven-human sect, their lives were actually much more comfortable than when they were in Spirit Hall. Especially Chrysanthemum Douluo. After his spirit fusion with the immortal grade celestial chrysanthemum, his cultivation had re-entered a period without obstacles. He did not have to be driven by Bibi Dong at any time in Spirit Hall or be busy executing tasks. Being able to cultivate with peace of mind was the best thing. Moreover, Su Chen was the sect master of the heaven-human sect, and Chrysanthemum Douluo had no resistance or dissatisfaction with the heaven-human sect. Of course, being provoked by Dugu Bo at the beginning and often going to the soul-fighting arena to spar was indeed a bit depressing. However, being able to spar with a titled douluo stronger than himself was actually beneficial for Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Especially for Chrysanthemum Douluo, in the process of constant sparring, his progress speed was actually faster. And Dugu Bo later gradually lost interest in them as well. No matter how satisfying the revenge was, it gradually became boring after lasting a long time. Dugu Bo felt that instead of wasting time with the two of them, it was better to put his energy into his own divine trial. Young Lord, are you here to summon us back to Spirit Hall this time? Ghost Douluo asked. He was not very resistant to the heaven-human sect, but he certainly did not have the mindset of Chrysanthemum Douluo, who directly treated this place as home. Ah, Qian Runshui said hesitantly. Compared to Spirit Hall, I think continuing to stay in the Heaven Human sect is more suitable for the two of you to recuperate. Having finally dealt a blow to Bibi Dong's prestige, keeping her in a state of anxiety and anger. Qian Runshui did not want to let her regain two good helpers and add trouble for herself. Since the young lord has decided so, then we will just continue to stay here. Chrysanthemum Douluo did not wait for Ghost Douluo to ask, and immediately agreed. He had received such a great benefit from Su Chen. Before repaying it, Chrysanthemum Douluo really felt embarrassed to leave. Now that Qian Runshui had taken the initiative to say so, he could not betray Spirit Hall while continuing to stay. For Chrysanthemum Douluo, there was no better result than this. Thank you both elders for your understanding. By the way, where is Snake Lance Douluo? Seeing Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, Qian Runshui remembered that she still had such a subordinate. Snake Lance seems to have gone out for something. Gone out? Qian Runshui did not know if Snake Lance Douluo had left because of personal matters or because of a task arranged by Su Chen. She hoped it was the latter. This would mean that Snake Lance Douluo had gained more trust from Su Chen, and the bond between her and Su Chen was even closer. Chapter 137. A moment of silence for Tang San. Before Qian Runshui arrived, Su Chen was conversing with the god of destruction. More accurately, it was the god of destruction, in high spirits, recounting the events Tang San was currently experiencing. Tang San and Tang Hao traveled all the way to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and successfully met with Ning Fengji, as well as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Your Excellency Clear Sky, it has been a long time since you appeared in the world. I wonder what brings you to my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School this time. Ning Fengji acted quite polite, but it could definitely not be considered intimate. As fellow members of the upper three sects, the relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Clear Sky sect was not very harmonious. Before the Clear Sky sect was beaten by Spirit Hall into closing its doors and sealing off the mountain, the reputation of the Clear Sky sect's members was even worse than Spirit Hall's here at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although Spirit Hall was powerful, they at least conducted themselves with some decorum. At least that was the case before Bibi Dong launched the soul hunting operation. But the Clear Sky sect was different. That bunch of hammer-wielding barbarians all had huge tempers, were incredibly arrogant, and were the type to look down their noses at everyone. These hammer-wielding brothers, who thought they were second only to heaven, treated even the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a fellow member of the upper three sects, with an air of superiority. Conflicts even occurred occasionally. Of course, the reason for Ning Fengji's cold attitude was not limited to this. Others might not have noticed Ning Fengji's cold attitude, but Tang San sensed it. In his past life, when he first met Ning Fengji, the latter's attempts at wooing and intimacy far exceeded this. As expected, the goal this time would not be so easy to achieve. Tang San's premonition was correct. No matter how Tang Hao and Tang San explained the pros and cons, Ning Fengji only performed superficial gestures, without giving a single concrete guarantee. Not to mention helping them fight against Spirit Hall, even other forms of assistance were merely lip service without actual substance. In a word, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was only willing to provide support that didn't involve actual help. If Tang Hao and Tang San had come to form an alliance before Sword Douluo obtained his god position legacy. Although Ning Fengji would not have risked helping them directly, he certainly would have maintained a better relationship and provided some degree of assistance. But the situation was different now. Everything was centered on Sword Douluo's divine trial. He would be satisfied if Spirit Hall didn't attack the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Why would he provoke Spirit Hall? Even when Tang San brought out hidden weapons and promised to provide a batch of them to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at a low price, Ning Fengji remained unmoved. Moreover, he even brought out a set of spirit tools. Your hidden weapons are good, but for the disciples of my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, spirit tools are more practical. Tang San's low-grade hidden weapons were far less effective than spirit tools, were not as convenient to use as high-grade spirit tools, and had fewer functions. As for high-grade hidden weapons, let alone that Tang San hadn't crafted them at all, he didn't have the time to do so either. Even if he really had them, he wouldn't sell them to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Of course, after seeing the spirit tools Ning Fengji brought out, Tang San was still somewhat shocked. Schoolmaster Ning, did you buy these spirit tools from the Heaven Human sect? Of course. Speaking of spirit tools, Ning Fengji also hadn't expected that the Heaven Human sect, which he hadn't visited in person back then because Sword douluo was obtaining his god position legacy, would actually possess such capabilities. Although he later sent people to deliver gifts, it only maintained a superficial relationship. At the very least, when purchasing spirit tools, there was no discount at all. However, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was wealthy and influential, so they still purchased quite a few spirit tools. These spirit tools were definitely a great help to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's core disciples, who lacked offensive capabilities. If Spirit Hall really made a move against the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, these spirit tools could also play a significant role. Tang San's shock was not because of the spirit tools themselves. Rather, he was puzzled that the Heaven Human sect would actually sell spirit tools to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In Tang San's view, the Heaven Human sect was just an affiliated sect of Spirit Hall, or even just a front. How could Spirit Hall commit such an act of aiding the enemy? Was it really prioritizing money over their lives? Or was it that Spirit Hall intended to adopt a conciliatory attitude toward the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? No wonder Ning Fengji was so cold to them. Could it be that he had received some promise from Spirit Hall? Tang San felt a chill in his heart. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, an organization that should have been an ally, would not only fail to help them but might even become their enemy. Thinking this, Tang San had thoughts of retreating. Schoolmaster Ning, Spirit Hall has wolfish ambitions, you should be clear about that. Cooperating with Spirit Hall is no different from seeking a tiger's skin. You are a wise person and should understand this principle. Ning Fengji nodded slightly. He certainly knew that Spirit Hall had ambitions. But cooperating with you is also not a good choice. Tang Hao and Tang San were asking them to risk being slaughtered by Spirit Hall just with empty words. Ning Fengji would have to be out of his mind to agree. They came from the Clear Sky sect. Instead of seeking help from their own sect, they were thinking of dragging the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School into the water. Who knows what they were thinking? Did they really take him for a fool? Without even eating a meal, Tang Hao and Tang San returned empty-handed. As soon as they left, Sword douluo said to Ning Fengji, "Fengji, I'm off." The superficial kindness that had been on Ning Fengji's face also disappeared. "Sigh, Sword Uncle, your divine trial is the most important thing, so this is the only way. You must be careful." After Sword douluo left, Bone douluo hesitated and said, "Fengji, should I go help that old sword man? Although Tang Hao has been silent for many years, I'm afraid he won't be that easy to deal with." Indeed, Sword douluo left specifically to target Tang Hao. One of his divine trials was to personally kill a titled douluo from one of the upper three sects. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were still around, he could have picked a soft persimmon to pinch. But the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was gone, so he could only target the Clear Sky sect. He couldn't just slaughter Bone douluo, could he? The Clear Sky sect had disappeared for many years, and the Clear Sky sect's titled douluos were surely gathered in one place, making them difficult to target. Tang Hao, this lone titled douluo, had come knocking on their door, and Sword douluo even felt that the gods were helping him. Ning Fengji was still somewhat hesitant. Bone douluo continued, "The old sword man is a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It's not as if he can distance himself from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School just by acting alone. Instead of being indecisive, it's better to make up our minds and go all out." Bone douluo's words strengthened Ning Fengji's resolve. "Uncle Gu, you're right. We truly can't be indecisive anymore." Bone douluo's face lit up with joy. He usually liked to bicker with Sword douluo, but their bond was actually very deep. Sword douluo was obtaining his god position legacy. Although he was a bit envious, he still wanted to help if he could. "All right, I'm off then." "Wait," Ning Fengji said, "it's not just you going, Uncle Gu, I'm going too." If even Bone douluo was going to help Sword douluo, what was the difference from the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School mobilizing? Ning Fengji felt that with his support, the chance of completely leaving Tang Hao behind would be higher, ensuring he had no chance of escaping. Su Chen, knowing what Tang San was about to face, felt a moment of silence for God King Tang. The cause from a past life, the result in this one. You offended the god of destruction, and you still want to run. Chapter 138. Allies become enemies, techniques for sparring with a superior. Little San, the 7 treasure glazed tile school is ignorant of current affairs and will be wiped out by Spirit Hall sooner or later. Where should we go next? Tang San felt somewhat depressed. His allies and helpers from his previous life were dwindling one by one, either destroyed or standing by coldly, making him feel an inexplicable pressure. Next, just as Tang San was about to say what they should do next, his expression suddenly changed. Tang Hao had sensed the anomaly even earlier than Tang San, his fierce eyes staring forward. What is this? Has your 7 treasure glazed tile school become a lapdog for Spirit Hall, wanting to take as father and son to claim credit? Tang Hao had just seen the person in front earlier. It was clearly Sword Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The 7 treasure glazed tile school had let them leave, only to send someone to hunt them down immediately after. They were truly double-dealing. Senior Sword Douluo, is there some misunderstanding between the 7 treasure glazed tile school and us? You shouldn't let those close to you suffer while your enemies rejoice, allowing Spirit Hall to reap the benefits for nothing. Tang San was full of anger, but on the surface, he still wanted to dispel Sword Douluo's hostility. He couldn't figure out why. Even if the 7 treasure glazed tile school refused to help them, that was understandable, but why help Spirit Hall deal with them? Was the simple principle of, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, something Ning Fengji did not understand. Tang San did not believe that Spirit Hall would spare the 7 treasure glazed tile school. I come seeking you representing only myself, Chen Xin, and it has nothing to do with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Indestructible sword intent emerged from Sword Douluo. He intended to use Tang Hao's life as a stepping stone on his path to becoming a god. Ever since he wiped out the Strength clan during his first divine trial, Sword Douluo had a premonition that he might clash with the Clear Sky sect. To complete his divine trial, he had no other choice. Tang Hao was so angry he laughed. Who didn't know that you, Sword Douluo, were a member of the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Saying you only represent yourself, who are you trying to fool? Tang San could no longer maintain his superficial smile. Chen Xin had clearly made up his mind and come with the determination to kill them. Allies from his previous life had become enemies in this life. How could Tang San not be depressed? Little San, leave on your own for a moment. I will catch up with you. Tang Hao's heart sank. He knew that this time, he would likely have to fight for his life again. His previous injuries had just healed, and the defects in his spirit ring still existed. Tang Hao was worried that if a fight broke out, he might not be able to look after Tang San. Letting Tang San leave alone was safer. I know, Dad. Take care of yourself. Tang San's expression was cold, and his heart was icy as well. Regardless of his previous life, the 7 treasure glazed tile school's act of kicking them while they were down made Tang San hold a grudge. In this life, besides Spirit Hall, he would wipe out the 7 treasure glazed tile school as well. Tang Hao gave Tang San a hard push on the back, and Tang San immediately flew off. At the same time, Tang Hao took a deep breath, leapt up, and smashed down towards Sword Douluo. Wanting his, Tang Hao's, life. It wouldn't be that easy. Listening to the violent sounds coming from behind, Tang San, who had landed, didn't look back and fled at full speed towards the distance. In this life, ever since he came into contact with the truth of the changes in the Douluo continent, he had been on the run. This kind of life was even worse than his previous one. Tang San fled blindly, and unknowingly, his eyes turned blood red, and his breathing gradually became heavy. Heaven Human Sect. Upon seeing Su Chen again, Qian Runshui first expressed her gratitude. That she was able to hold her own in the struggle against Bibi Dong, and even make Bibi Dong look disheveled, was all thanks to Su Chen's planning. You should have already started your angel god divine trial, right? Su Chen was more concerned about another matter. From Qian Runshui, he sensed an aura similar to the other elders who were undergoing divine trials. That's right, although it was a bit early, I didn't want to keep waiting. My request to see the sect master was related to my angel god divine trial. After opening the angel god legacy, Qian Runshui had already completed 2 divine trials. However, as the divine trials progressed, she always had a lingering sense of unease. And this feeling was not something she could easily confide in Qian Dalu, and her grandfather also knew very little about the final divine trial. After thinking it over, only Su Chen, the future god king with connections above, might be able to help her. Hearing Qian Runshui's concerns, Su Chen was also a bit curious. From the original timeline, Qian Runshui eventually succeeded in completing all the divine trials and became the angel god. But the process, it didn't really look like a proper succession of a god position. Of course, there were many improper gods in the god realm, as well as quite a few brain-dead gods who only knew about love and romance, obsessing over whether true love existed. It could not be ruled out that the angel god was one of them. Su Chen asked the god of destruction. The god of destruction's gaze swept over Qian Runshui, then looked towards Spirit City. After a moment, he said with anger in his tone, "Many gods in the god realm are becoming increasingly outrageous. The so-called rules seem non-existent in their eyes. It was all that law enforcement god, Asura, who corrupted the atmosphere." It seemed that the angel god's legacy succession indeed had some problems. Although the god of destruction had also learned to exploit loopholes in the rules of the god realm and was becoming increasingly proficient at it, this did not mean he could be indifferent to other gods violating the rules of the god realm. This subordinate, the angel god, is acceptable. She is a bit stupid, but sometimes having a stupider subordinate is more reassuring. Her legacy succession is not a big problem, it can be solved very easily. The future angel god, evaluated as stupid by the god of destruction, was still looking at Su Chen expectantly. She also hoped that she was overthinking it, but the legacy of a god position could not be sloppy. She did not want to die and have her Tao dissipate. With the god of destruction present, solving the problem with Qian Runshui's legacy succession was not difficult. However, Su Chen still glanced at Qian Runshui a few times with the look of an old doctor looking at a patient with a terminal illness. Being looked at like that by Su Chen, Qian Runshui immediately felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Could it be that her problem was very serious? Sect Master, am I still savable? Rest assured, you came early, it is not yet irrevocable. My divine trial really does have a problem. Her inner unease was confirmed. Qian Runshui felt both lingering fear and relief. What exactly was going on with the spirit hall's angel old ancestor? Disappearing inexplicably and neglecting the legacy of the younger generation was one thing. But the legacy left behind actually had problems. Was this trying to trap the descendants to death? Fortunately, she met Su Chen, this noble person. Otherwise, she might have been tricked during the divine trial without even knowing it. Following the future god king was indeed the correct choice. Even before going to the god realm, she had already received the protection of a god king. Thank you, Sect Master. No. This subordinate, thanks the god king young lord. Calling him Sect Master was no longer enough to express Qian Runshui's gratitude. Alright, just focus on your divine trial. First, come with me to the soul fighting arena. Let me see how your strength is. In the original timeline, the number of times Qian Runshui personally took action was not high, and most of it was aimed at Tang San. As for her battle record, it could no longer be described as lackluster, it was simply tragic. Su Chen wanted to see if she was really that bad, or if God King Tang's protagonist halo was just too strong. Yes, this subordinate will definitely let the God King young lord fight to his heart's content. At the same time, Qian Runshui was considering whether she should be careful about the methods and approaches when sparring with her superior. Chapter 139. Who says only your clear sky sect has secret techniques? Upon clashing with Tang Hao, Sword Douluo immediately felt that his spirit power was significantly lower than his own. Sword Douluo's spirit power had just achieved a breakthrough to level 97, although it was only an increase of one level compared to before, he was sufficiently pleased. The further one advances in cultivation, the more difficult it becomes, and every small breakthrough is hard won. Furthermore, Sword Douluo had also obtained a skill from his divine trial that could burst his combat power. Tang Hao's spirit power even made Sword Douluo feel somewhat surprised. The genius who was once hailed as the youngest to achieve a breakthrough to titled douluo in the Douluo continent had, after becoming a titled douluo, faded into the crowd, with his spirit power cultivation becoming so slow. If Tang Hao knew what Sword Douluo was thinking, he would likely have spat out a mouthful of old blood. If it weren't for the old injuries from his battle with Qian Xunji never healing, and having to fight for his life repeatedly over these years, only focusing on recuperating, his spirit power wouldn't have stagnated completely, or even shown signs of regressing. HMPH, nothing more than this. Despite being heavily suppressed by Sword Douluo's 7-kill sword, Tang Hao was still posturing with his words. As soon as he finished speaking, Bone Douluo's voice rang out not far away. As expected of Clear Sky Douluo, then let me also come and test your methods. As he spoke, Bone Douluo entered his Bone Dragon true body state and swiped at Tang Hao with a dragon bone claw. Boom tilde. Facing Sword Douluo alone, Tang Hao was already struggling to cope. He couldn't dodge in time and was slammed heavily into the ground. Old Bone, why are you here? Sword Douluo was still somewhat surprised. Hey, do you think I wanted to help you? I was just worried that you wouldn't be quick enough and would bring trouble to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even though Bone Douluo had clearly volunteered to come, once he arrived, he spoke in a tone as if it wasn't his intention. Hey tilde. Sword Douluo knew this old friend well and smiled with a touch of emotion. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is so shameless, my Clear Sky sect is ashamed to be mentioned alongside you. Coughing up blood, Tang Hao flew out from the swirling dust, his crimson eyes, exactly like Tang San's, glaring at Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo as if ready to devour them. Having one Sword Douluo come to hunt him down wasn't enough, Bone Douluo had actually come too. And 2 against 1, do you have any shame? Tang Hao wished he could return to the prime of the Clear Sky sect and attack the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School directly. Truly worthy of being Clear Sky Douluo, you really can take a beating. Bone Douluo didn't know if he was being sarcastic or complimentary. He would have to risk his life again. Helpless, Tang Hao's heart was bleeding, but he had no choice but to use that move. However, Tang Hao absolutely did not want to blow up all 9 spirit rings again. At the very least, he had to keep the 9th spirit ring that Yin had given him. The first 6 spirit rings exploded simultaneously, and Tang Hao immediately regained his domineering aura that swept away everything. Die. Tang Hao hated the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to the core. Even if he had to escape, he wanted to leave them with a lesson. Dealing with Sword Douluo was currently beyond his strength, but Bone Douluo's spirit power was lower, so he had some confidence in being able to inflict some injuries on him. Is this the exclusive secret technique of the Clear Sky Hammer? Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo's expressions became much more serious. They had heard of the Clear Sky sect's ring explosion secret technique, but this was their first time seeing it with their own eyes. Tang Hao swung the Great Sumeru Hammer and was about to fiercely attack Bone Douluo when a beam of light suddenly descended upon Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. 7 Treasures famous, first is power. Tang Hao, what a shameless dog. He cursed out loud immediately. Damn it, not only did they send 2 titled Douluo with higher spirit power than him to hunt him down, but the sect master even followed them out. While the ring explosion divine skill did indeed explosively increase his strength, Ning Fengji's support ability as the world's #1 support spirit master was nothing to sneeze at. Ning Fengji. Tang Hao's fury shifted onto the head of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School sect master, Ning Fengji. The Great Sumeru Hammer descended, but was steadily blocked by Bone Douluo. Bone Douluo possessed both offense and defense. With him, a titled Douluo with powerful defensive capabilities, protecting Ning Fengji, it was absolutely foolproof. Tang Hao knew the situation was impossible, but on the surface, he still wanted to continue attacking, vowing to kill Ning Fengji. After blowing up his 7th and 8th spirit rings, he suddenly changed direction, wanting to escape from this place. Want to escape? Sword Douluo was already prepared. The 7-kill sword swept across the sky. If Tang Hao insisted on leaving, he could not avoid the outcome of being pierced through the chest by the 7-kill sword. This is what you forced me to do. Hastily blocking the 7-kill sword, Tang Hao's entire body shook violently. Looking at his only remaining 9th spirit ring, and the cracks upon it, Tang Hao gritted his teeth. Explode for me. The 9th spirit ring, which already looked like it would shatter at a touch, suddenly exploded. Tang Hao appeared like a mad demon, provoked to the extreme. Uncle Sword, be careful. Feeling Tang Hao's surging aura again, Sword Douluo naturally prepared with full focus. Tang Hao no longer cared about anything else, waving the Great Sumeru Hammer wildly. Under Ning Fengji's full amplification. Sword douluo still firmly trapped Tang Hao. Let me also show you my 7 treasure glazed tile school's secret enhancement technique, so you know what it means that there is always a heaven beyond heaven. Sword douluo wanted to end the battle quickly. A fierce red flush surged onto his face. Beyond Ning Fengji's support, his strength increased by another large margin. How is this possible? A look of disbelief even shone through Tang Hao's mad eyes. Except for his clear sky sect, how could anyone else master a method to explosively increase strength during battle? There was no time to be surprised. Tang Hao's waist, abdomen, and shoulder blades were slashed one after another by the 7-kill sword. Blood flowed out profusely, and amidst the pain, Tang Hao felt signs of weakness. Damn it, the 7 treasure glazed tile school is truly damned. For the first time in his life, Tang Hao felt the breath of death approaching. Even when he was hunted by qian xunji, with the power of Yin's sacrifice, Tang Hao had the confidence to escape successfully. But this time, he truly felt that death had already shrouded him. Bone douluo and sword douluo, one surrounding and one attacking, soon, Tang Hao was covered in blood. All of you, die. At the end of his rope, Tang Hao swung the heavy great sumaru hammer, as if he would collapse in the next moment. Sword douluo and bone douluo both felt this was Tang Hao's final struggle, and then they heard Ning Fengji's urgent voice. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, retreat quickly. The two had no time to think, immediately withdrawing and retreating violently. Just at the moment they retreated, Tang Hao's left hand suddenly expanded, and subsequently blossomed with thousands of rays of blood-red light. Tang Hao, who only knew how to explode things. Besides the ring explosion, he even exploded the spirit bone in his left hand. The power contained in the 10,000-year spirit bone erupted all at once, and the nearby sword douluo and bone douluo were immediately engulfed within it. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, are you all right? Ning Fengji was far away, and protected by bone douluo, so he was not affected. Cannot let Tang Hao escape. Sword douluo rushed out of the blood-red light, his face slightly pale, but his overall condition was still good. Looking at the tottering blood-red figure in the distance, Sword douluo immediately chased after him. This opportunity to complete the divine trial was right before his eyes. He absolutely could not let this cooked duck fly away. Is that woman the spirit hall young lord? Where did this young lord pop out from? It seems I haven't heard of her before. Heaven Human Sect, Soul Fighting Arena. Yi Lingling and Du Guyan looked at Qian Runshui standing opposite Su Chen, their gazes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Chapter 140. That doesn't look like goodness, does it? Do you think this spirit hall young lord can beat our sect master? Some Heaven Human Sect disciples at the Soul Fighting Arena asked. However, those with such doubts were few, or perhaps it could be said, very few. As soon as this person finished asking, they were met with a wave of dissatisfied reprimands from those beside them. Need you ask? Of course our sect master is stronger, no one is stronger than our sect master. In the hearts of many disciples, Su Chen was no different from a god. Let alone a spirit hall young lord, even if the spirit hall supreme pontiff wanted to fight Su Chen, they would still feel that Su Chen would definitely win. The disciples blindly believed in Su Chen, and the porcupinefish douluo and Qingluan douluo brought by Qian Runshui were deeply puzzled by the confidence of these Heaven Human Sect disciples. Qian Runshui was already a spirit saint, and not just a newly promoted one, she was not far from becoming a spirit douluo. Yet Su Chen had not even reached the Spirit King realm yet. This was a gap of 3 full major realms. At least in the understanding of Qingluan douluo and porcupinefish douluo, no one had ever been able to defeat an opponent while spanning 3 major realms. Moreover, their young lord was no ordinary spirit master. With an innate 20-level spirit power and a divine rank spirit, she could only defeat others across levels. It was impossible for her to be defeated by someone crossing levels. Even knowing that Su Chen was also a successor of a god, with the gap laid out before them, it was absolutely impossible to cross such a chasm. However, Chrysanthemum douluo, who was also a spirit hall elder but was currently in the Heaven Human Sect, and whose heart was more or less with the Heaven Human Sect, believed in Su Chen more. When Ghost douluo asked, he replied without hesitation. The winner will definitely be Su Chen. You have that much confidence? That's a spirit power gap of nearly 30 levels. Chrysanthemum douluo did not explain. Just watch for yourself. Sure enough, as soon as the battle began, the corners of Ghost Douluo's eyes twitched wildly. So fast. With his keen eyes, he had almost failed to even capture the traces of Su Chen's attack. Su Chen did not use any spirit ability, integrating the concept of consistency into every strike. It was effortless, and in an instant, he crossed a dozen meters to arrive in front of Qian Runshui. Not good. Although Qian Runshui felt that Su Chen's combat power was likely not low, she did not think she would be defeated. She had previously been thinking about the art of sparring with a superior, how to end this spar in a decent way that would make Su Chen happy. But when this spear strike arrived before her, cold sweat broke out on Qian Runshui. This was the first time Qian Runshui had experienced such a direct attack, filled with such intense killing intent. Angel Assault. Qian Runshui urgently used her first spirit ability. However, she was not doing it to block, but to dodge. Su Chen's spear strike came too urgently and too fiercely. Qian Runshui was completely unprepared and did not want to parry in haste. But Qian Runshui soon regretted making this decision. She thought that Su Chen's spear strike was one that condensed his essence, spirit, and qi, and it was absolutely impossible to use it continuously. But Su Chen's killing spear swept in like a storm, leaving absolutely no gaps. Qian Runshui tried to fly up several times to avoid Su Chen's offensive, but the dense spear technique left no gaps at all. Qian Runshui completely put away all luck and carelessness. This was not some workplace trick for sparring with a superior, it was a real duel against a powerhouse capable of threatening her. Qian Runshui even felt that if she lost, it was very likely to disappoint Su Chen, making him feel that she wasn't even qualified to be his subordinate. Qian Runshui's sixth spirit ring lit up, and invisible fluctuations accompanied by a powerful roar covered Su Chen. The spirit ability, Angel Roar, was an area of effect mental force attack. Qian Runshui did not believe that Su Chen's spear could block even this kind of pervasive mental force attack. As it turned out, it certainly could. Su Chen's first spirit ring also lit up. Among his 4 first spirit abilities, Su Chen used the chaos technique. It was also a mental attack, spirit against spirit. The chaos mental force was like a whirlpool, and Angel Roar was like a tide, an invisible mental fluctuation swept out. This, Qian Runshui could not help but widen her eyes. What surprised her was not that Su Chen blocked her Angel Roar, but that Su Chen had blocked her Angel Roar using only his first spirit ability. Qian Runshui's sixth spirit ring was a black 10,000-year spirit ring. How could it be broken by a first spirit ability? If she knew from how many years of spirit beast Su Chen's first spirit ring was obtained, she would not have this confusion. Although Tianmeng Iceworm was a bit weak, its cultivation was truly profound. You need to bring out some real skills. Su Chen specifically reminded her. As a subordinate, one must either be tactful or be capable. As for Qian Runshui, the former was passable, but the latter was still quite lacking. While speaking, Su Chen had already used the second essence of the 100 battle spear art, Double Sun's Rising. At the same time, his third spirit ring also lit up. He was going to increase the intensity for Qian Runshui. The abomination domain enveloped the soul fighting arena, and 2 brilliant rays of light shone from the killing spear. Qian Runshui had already felt the weakening effect of the domain on her. Besides that, there was an aura in the domain that she found incomparably disgusting. Her seraphim possessed the power of holy light and was highly resistant to the power of abomination. Holy light emerged from Qian Runshui, resisting the abomination domain. Qian Runshui had already used her 7th spirit ability, entering the seraphim true body state. At the same time, she also used the holy sword. Although this sword was not the divine artifact angelic sacred sword inherited by the angels, after she started the divine trial, this spirit ability had also received significant enhancement. The holy sword collided fiercely with the Double Sun's Rising. Qian Runshui cast aside all distracting thoughts. She had only one goal, and that was to win. She had come to Heaven Do City very early, living under the identity of Shui Qing, and had almost no opportunity to fight. After returning to Spirit Hall, she started the divine trial and had not experienced much actual combat either. It could be said that her actual combat experience was not even as good as Bibi Dong, who had been the supreme pontiff for many years. At least Bibi Dong had once braved the Slaughter City. Although it was unknown how she passed it given Bibi Dong's worrying intelligence and combat level, she had at least gone there to train for so long. And this head-on collision also gave Qian Runshui the opportunity to fly up. Even though her flight was suppressed in the abomination domain, requiring twice the spirit power of normal flight, she could not care about that anymore. Angelic domain. Qian Runshui, who had not yet completely finished the angelic divine trial, used an angelic domain that was still very unstable. If it were not for the pressure of the abomination domain, it would have been difficult to even use it. Under the collision of the two major domains, Qian Runshui had originally thought that her holy angelic domain could break through the domain that carried a strange, evil aura. But the result was the opposite. Her angelic domain was instead difficult to expand, let alone wear down the abomination domain. In the midst of the battle, some doubts also welled up in Qian Runshui's mind. Wasn't the god position Su Chen inherited that of the goddess of kindness? Why was his domain so gloomy? It didn't look very good, but rather quite similar to various negative powers. This doubt flashed and then vanished. Having just gained a moment of respite, Qian Runshui was met with Su Chen's further offensive. Chapter 141. The Miserable Tang Hao, The Way of Seeking Death. Having entered her spirit avatar state, Qian Runshui regained her confidence. Just as she was about to launch a counterattack, she saw that Su Chen, on the opposite side, had grown stronger again. How is this possible? With just a single-second spirit ability, Qian Runshui felt Su Chen's aura suddenly surge by a significant margin. Are you really a spirit ancestor? Qian Runshui had never imagined that a spirit ancestor could be this powerful. If all spirit ancestors were this formidable, had her own cultivation gone to the dogs? Do not let your mind wander. As expected, she lacked actual combat experience. She was easily startled and would lose focus whenever she saw something extraordinary. He needed to keep applying pressure on her. Su Chen shifted his spear stance, and the four symbols manifestation emerged accordingly. At the same time, his fourth spirit ring lit up. Roar tilde, howl tilde. One was a tiger's roar, the other a dragon's cry. When they went to the far north, Su Chen could only manifest a single divine beast projection at a time using the four symbols manifestation. But now, he could manifest two divine beasts at once. Moreover, the azure dragon and white tiger divine beasts he manifested this time were covered in purple-black lightning. This was his fourth spirit ability, Heavenly Punishment Evil Thunder. What is this now? There were countless strange spirit abilities, but Qian Runshui had never seen one that could manifest projections of other, spirit beasts. Even for a beast spirit, whether it was spirit possession or spirit avatar, they all leaned towards one's own beast spirit. How could it turn into other spirit beasts? Not to mention that Su Chen's spirit wasn't even a beast spirit. Break for me. Qian Runshui swung her longsword, which was wreathed in holy flames, intending to cleave through a divine beast projection with a single strike. But as her sword drew near, the purple-black lightning surged toward her. An intense sense of crisis made Qian Runshui's scalp tingle. This feeling was somewhat like being targeted by a natural predator, or as if facing some rare natural disaster. It would not be an exaggeration to call a heavenly tribulation a natural disaster. Su Chen's fourth spirit ability was naturally not a genuine heavenly tribulation, but it still contained the power of a heavenly tribulation, along with the malevolent intent of those dead spirit beasts. It was not that humans did not fear the heavenly tribulation, it was just that the heavenly tribulation had never targeted human spirit masters before. If humans also had to undergo the trials of the heavenly tribulation just like spirit beasts, the mortality rate might very well exceed that of spirit beasts. Tilde. Qian Runshui showed some grit this time. Even though she clearly sensed the danger, she still charged forward. Her sacred sword struck the white tiger projection and plunged into its body. However, the heavenly punishment evil thunder had already engulfed Qian Runshui's body. The holy light outside her body suddenly dimmed, and immediately after, the azure dragon projection coiled around her as well. Young Lord, Qingluan Douluo exclaimed and was about to rush over. That Qian Runshui would lose was already beyond his expectations, that she would lose so quickly and so miserably was something he had never imagined. Rest assured, Sect Master Su Chen likely will not harm the young lord. Porcupinefish Douluo was calmer than Qingluan Douluo. The eerie heavenly punishment evil thunder was retracted by Su Chen. Qian Runshui was already lying on the ground, her body trembling from time to time, accompanied by faint flashes of electricity. Look at you. You aren't firm when you should be, and you don't retreat when you should. Your practical combat ability is too poor. In the future, will definitely engage in more practical combat, and will not disappoint the sect masters. Expectations. Qian Runshui couldn't even say a complete sentence. She had lost, and Qian Runshui felt somewhat ashamed. She really hadn't held back. She hadn't even had the opportunity to hold back. Besides feeling that her practical combat level was indeed lacking, she was even more struck by the vast gap between a first-class god and a god king. Goodness, to be able to easily defeat her despite being several major realms lower, was the legacy of the goddess of kindness really that much stronger than that of the angel god? Alright, the issues with your god position legacy are mostly resolved. After you go back, cultivate diligently and engage in more practical combat. The angel god is a combat-type deity, don't go mingling with the support-type deities. Yes, Runshui will keep that in mind. Qian Runshui's speech gradually returned to normal, though she still twitched from time to time, looking like she had the shakes. By the way, you said my legacy's hidden dangers have been resolved. Qian Runshui thought to herself. Could it be that while Su Chen was fighting her, he also helped her resolve such a major issue? You will know once you return to Spirit Hall and sense it for yourself. The hidden dangers of the angel god's legacy were, of course, not resolved by Su Chen. Furthermore, the hidden danger was still in Spirit City, not on Qian Runshui herself. The big shot of destruction in the god realm had conveniently helped solve it. No, it wasn't just solved, he had also caught the sea god in a compromising position. After being pushed away by Tang Hao, Tang San fled without stopping for a single moment. Moreover, he did not run in a single direction but frequently changed his course to shake off any potential pursuers. Fortunately, once he was generally certain that no one was following him and arrived at a safe point that Tang Hao had previously designated, he began to worry about Tang Hao again. Dad, you must return safely. Tang San guessed that it was very likely Tang Hao would have to use ring explosion to risk his life again. Tang San had seen the shocking cracks on Tang Hao's ninth spirit ring many times before. If it were before, Tang San would have believed that no matter how desperate the situation, Tang Hao could successfully escape. But this time, he was truly not confident. Damn the 7 treasure glazed tile school. I, Tang San, swear that I will make you completely disappear from the Douluo continent. At this moment, Tang San's hatred for the 7 treasure glazed tile school even exceeded his hatred for Spirit Hall. He had visited them with sincerity and goodwill, yet it was met with the 7 treasure glazed tile school's unhesitating betrayal. It was in vain that he had helped the 7 treasure glazed tile school so much in his past life, and after they were severely crippled by Spirit Hall, he had even led them to destroy Spirit Hall together. Never mind that in this life Tang San hadn't even met Ning Rongrong, let alone become her companion. Even if the Ning Rongrong from his past life came here, Tang San would not forgive everything the 7 treasure glazed tile school had done. After waiting for several days without Tang Hao showing up, Tang San could no longer wait. A haze shrouded his heart, and a sense of unease constantly lingered around him. No, I must go find Dad. Tang San dared not imagine how difficult things would become for him if Tang Hao were gone. Without Tang Hao to shield him from the wind and rain, he would have to face those dangers all by himself. After searching through several safe points that Tang Hao had designated, Tang San became increasingly agitated. Just as he arrived at the last one, as soon as he entered, he saw a figure lying in a pool of blood. In the dried pool of blood lay a person who looked like a bloody gourd. Tang San couldn't even recognize at first glance that it was his father, but that feeling of blood connection could not be wrong. Dad, don't scare me. Dad. Tang San almost thought Tang Hao had already died. After rushing up close, he realized just how miserable Tang Hao truly was. His left arm had completely disappeared from the shoulder, the wound was deep and wide, and one could even see his internal organs. It was precisely those internal organs that were still moving that confirmed to Tang San that Tang Hao was still alive. Besides this most horrific wound, there were over a dozen other wounds on Tang Hao's body that were deep enough to expose the bone. And these wounds were all caused by a sword. Chen Xin, you have already embarked on the way of seeking death. Chapter 142. God King Tang's web of lies, making the Clear Sky sect great again. Uncle Sword, did you not catch him? Looking at the expression of Sword Douluo as he returned, Ning Fengji guessed that Sword Douluo had failed to kill Tang Hao. The expression of Sword Douluo was grim. He had not expected Tang Hao to be so capable of running, and it seemed that he was addicted to blowing things up. He blew up his spirit ring and then his spirit bone. It seemed as if every part of his body could explode. Moreover, when Tang Hao detonated his spirit bone, he was also caught in the blast, and Sword Douluo had inflicted many sword wounds on him afterward. Sword Douluo felt that anyone else would have died long ago. He also felt that with such severe injuries, even if Tang Hao had managed to escape, he would likely die from them. But there was no notification that the divine trial had been completed. Sword Douluo did not know if Tang Hao had not died, or if even if he had died, his death from untreated injuries did not count as being killed by his own hand. Uncle Sword, do not be too discouraged, there will be other opportunities. To support Sword Douluo in completing the divine trial, Ning Fengji had already clashed head-on with Tang Hao, which was equivalent to falling out with the Clear Sky sect. Since that was the case, the matter was already irreversible, and they could only see it through to the end. I have roughly delineated the area where the Clear Sky sect is in seclusion, but I do not know how many titled douluo the Clear Sky sect still has. A centipede dies but never stiffens. I am worried that the Clear Sky sect still has quite a few titled douluo. If they could not find Tang Hao, they would have to target the titled douluo of the Clear Sky sect. However, the battle with Tang Hao had made Ning Fengji overestimate the strength of the titled douluo of the Clear Sky sect. If every titled douluo of the Clear Sky sect was as durable and tenacious as that, it would be quite difficult to deal with. Then we can only take them by surprise and deliver a fatal blow. The battle with Tang Hao had also taught Sword Douluo a lesson. Any powerful trump cards and skills should be used as early as possible, without giving the enemy a chance to catch their breath. Tang Hao's title is Clear Sky. He is surely the most talented among the contemporary titled douluo of the Clear Sky sect. If the other titled douluo of the Clear Sky sect were as strong as Tang Hao, they would not have been forced into such a state by Spirit Hall back then. Ning Fengji nodded, agreeing with the judgment of Sword Douluo. Then when do you plan to take action, Uncle Sword? Uncle Ji, you and I will help you too. Since they had already helped once, the stance of the 7 treasure glazed tile school had already been made clear, so they might as well continue helping Sword Douluo. I plan to set off immediately. There is no need to determine the specific location of the Clear Sky sect, I will find it once I go there. As for you, Fengji, and Old Bone. Sword Douluo decided to go alone this time. We cannot leave the 7 treasure glazed tile school at the same time, this time, I alone will suffice. Sword Douluo decided to abandon a bit of integrity. With such powerful offensive capabilities, if a sneak attack was launched and the opportunity seized, it would surely be possible to kill a titled douluo of the Clear Sky sect in one blow. Sword Douluo was going to the Clear Sky sect, while Tang San was also heading toward the Clear Sky sect with the heavily injured Tang Hao. Originally, even if they were prepared to drag the 7 treasure glazed tile school into the fray, they would not return to the sect to ask for help. Aside from the fact that the current elders of the Clear Sky sect still held grudges about what happened to Tang Hao back then, it was also because they did not want to drag the Clear Sky sect into the water first. It was better to consume the strength of others than to consume their own. But now, Tang San had no other choice. His father, who could protect him, was in critical condition and still in a coma. Tang San had also been helping him with treatment and had been using the mysterious heaven skill to nourish the meridians and internal organs of Tang Hao. But the injuries of Tang Hao this time were far too severe. Tang San had exhausted all his efforts, yet he could only barely maintain the condition of Tang Hao and prevent it from deteriorating further. If only I had already obtained the legacy of the Goddess of Life. Tang San felt that with the power of the Goddess of Life, even if only some divine force was obtained, it could quickly heal Tang Hao, and it was even highly possible to regrow the severed limbs of Tang Hao. Strength, I need strength. In his mind, Tang San kept cursing the 7 treasure glazed tile school and spirit hall. If he could have a few immortal herbs in hand to quickly improve his cultivation, he would be able to obtain the legacy of the Goddess of Life sooner. When Tang San arrived at the Clear Sky sect, Sword Douluo was still looking for an opportunity to strike. and the return of Tang Hao also caused a sensation in the Clear Sky sect. Whether they felt resentment or indifference toward Tang Hao, it could not change the fact that he was the Clear Sky douluo. How could the disciples of the Clear Sky sect not be shocked to see such an iconic figure of the Clear Sky sect return in such a miserable state? Ah how! Seeing Tang Hao in this state, the eyes of Tang Xiao turned red. The expressions of the elders were all different. There were those like the second elder who felt some sympathy, and others like the seventh elder who even felt a sense of satisfaction. Uncle Tang Xiao, who had personally checked the current condition of Tang Hao, only then heard the call of Tang San. Are you the child of Ah Hao? Tang San nodded earnestly, his eyes filled with adoration and excitement as he looked at Tang Xiao, all of it conveying the feeling of seeing a relative. The feelings of Tang San for Tang Xiao were not that deep, both in his past life and his current one. But now, he had to do everything possible to win the sympathy of Tang Xiao. At the very least, he had to get Tang Xiao to protect him and his father, so that the other elders would not just expel them directly. My name is Tang San. Uncle, Dad has been missing the Clear Sky sect all these years, and he has been missing you too. Hearing this, the heart of Tang Xiao was touched once again. Ah Hao, little San, tell uncle, was your father made like this by Spirit Hall? Apart from Spirit Hall, Tang Xiao could not think of any other force that could injure Tang Hao to such an extent. HMPH. Just as Tang Xiao asked this, the seventh elder let out a cold snort. Even if Spirit Hall did it, so what? This sinner, Tang Hao, has already harmed the Clear Sky sect to this point. Sect Master, are you really going to let the Clear Sky sect fall into an irredeemable state for his sake? If Tang Hao had not returned, that would have been fine, they would have just considered him dead. Yet he had to come back in this wretched state, purely to cause trouble for the sect. Uncle, my father was not injured by Spirit Hall. Tang San acted as if he had not heard the seventh elder, and explained on his own. Then who was it? Besides Spirit Hall, who else could injure Ah Hao? My father was injured while trying to find great-grandfather. What? As soon as Tang San said this, the entire Clear Sky sect was shocked. Boy, are you talking about the old sect master, Tang Chen? Tang San did not mention being hunted by Spirit Hall, nor did he mention the attempts of the seven treasure-glazed tile school to kill them. Even though Tang San hated them to the core, he knew this was not the time to talk about that. If he said it now, the elders would only think they were even more of a nuisance. Not only would it invite Spirit Hall back, but it would also add the seven treasure-glazed tile school to the mix. He could only use the matter of great-grandfather Tang Chen to make the people of the Clear Sky sect work together first, and to have them accept his father and him first. These elders might not care about other things, but the whereabouts of Tang Chen were definitely what they cared about most. Many elders felt that if the old sect master Tang Chen were still in the Clear Sky sect back then, Spirit Hall would never have been so arrogant. Now that they had heard news of Tang Chen, who had been missing for many years, how could they not be excited? As long as the old sect master returned, everything would get better, and the Clear Sky sect would be able to be great again. Chapter 143. Continuing the deception, the temptation of the old sect master. Tang San didn't just want to use his great-grandfather, Tang Chen, to attract the attention of everyone in the Clear Sky sect, he also wanted to use this opportunity to make a trip to Slaughter City. The outside world was too dangerous. By comparison, Slaughter City, a place many spirit masters spoke of with fear, was actually a safer place. Furthermore, Slaughter City not only held his great-grandfather, who was a parasite of the nine-headed Bloody Crimson Bat King, but it was also the territory of the Asura god. Whether it was Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui from Spirit Hall, or the seven treasure-glazed tile school, none could easily launch a large-scale attack there. For Tang San, going to Slaughter City would instead allow him to gain a period of stable time to cultivate. But he had to strike the right balance. Tang San had already made his choice. He wanted to inherit the god position of the goddess of life and the god of destruction, so he couldn't let the Asura god cut in. If the Asura god acted first, the goddess of life and the god of destruction would certainly not choose him again. Quick, tell us, where is the old sect master Tang Chen? The elders excitedly surrounded Tang San, and the seventh elder even gripped Tang San's shoulders with his aged hands. Seventh elder, Tang San is still young and cannot withstand your strength. Let's discuss grandfather's affairs in detail up on the mountain. Tang Xiao removed the seventh elder's hand from Tang San's shoulder. Then let's go up the mountain. Since it concerned Tang Chen, the elders didn't dwell on whether or not to allow Tang Hao up the mountain. After going up the mountain, Tang Xiao ordered people to settle Tang Hao and treat him at all costs. Only then did he begin to question Tang San. Little San, where did Hao find grandfather, and why is he injured like this? Tang San said, when I was very young, Dad would often look in the direction of the Clear Sky sect and weep. He would say that he had failed the Clear Sky sect, and that only by finding great-grandfather and allowing the Clear Sky sect to once again stand tall on the douluo continent could he barely make up for some of his mistakes. Tang San did not simply answer whatever was asked. Instead, his description was filled with artistry and emotional color. In his narrative, Tang Hao was not the decadent man who spent 6 years as a drunkard in Saint Spirit Village. Instead, he had become a loyal son who constantly worried about the sect, and even when not in the sect, he was always striving for the sect's interests. This skill of his in writing short essays really moved several of the elders, not to mention Tang Xiao. How he has really suffered these past years. Even the seventh elder just let out a huff. If he had known this, would he have regretted his past actions? Only after committing such a grave mistake did he realize he needed to repent. Little San, continue. Where did Tang Hao find the whereabouts of the old sect master? Tang San then got to the main point. Slaughter City. Great-grandfather is in Slaughter City. What? Slaughter City? How could the old sect master go there? The elders of the Clear Sky sect all knew of Slaughter City, and furthermore, they knew it was a gathering place for fallen spirit masters. They couldn't understand why the old sect master would go there. Was it to punish evil and promote good? Tang Xiao said, I remember when Hao was young, he went to Slaughter City for training. If grandfather was in Slaughter City, why didn't he discover him back then? Tang San said solemnly, because great-grandfather rarely appeared in Slaughter City. Even if he did appear, even if you, uncle, and the elders saw him, I'm afraid you wouldn't recognize him. What do you know, kid? In our hearts, the old sect master is a godlike existence. Even if we haven't seen him for decades, we would definitely be able to recognize him at a single glance. The elders all started to clamor. Tang San saying they wouldn't recognize Tang Chen even if they were face to face seemed like a great insult to them. However, Tang Xiao heard something in his words. Could it be that grandfather has undergone a major change? That's right. Great-grandfather really seems like a different person. Dad said that from his aura to his appearance, great-grandfather has undergone a complete transformation. There isn't a single place that resembles how he used to be. That is even stranger. Tang Xiao and the elders all frowned. How could a person, especially a super douluo like Tang Chen at level 99, change into a completely different appearance for no reason? At this moment, Tang San continued. Dad mentioned before that great-grandfather seemed to have gone to Slaughter City for the sake of a god position legacy. Great-grandfather's changes might be related to becoming a god. Becoming a god. This information, which Tang San had deliberately revealed, once again caused shock among the elders. Many of them did remember that before the old sect master disappeared, he seemed quite keen on god positions. Could it be that the old man actually gained something? That was becoming a god. Even Spirit Hall, which claimed to be descendants of the angel god, hadn't seen anyone become a god in all these years. They were already extremely concerned about finding Tang Chen, and now they were even more determined. Being able to find Tang Chen was already earth-shattering good news for the Clear Sky sect. If Tang Chen could also successfully become a god, that would be an even greater blessing, enough to make the ancestral graves smoke with auspicious energy. Slaughter City, Slaughter City. Several elders were already considering attacking Slaughter City to welcome back the old sect master. However, Tang Xiao remained clear-headed and asked doubtfully. Then how exactly was Hao injured? Is there a titled douluo in Slaughter City even stronger than Hao? The one who severely injured Dad was none other than great-grandfather, or rather, the controlled great-grandfather. In his past life, Tang San had poisoned his great-grandfather. In this life, he hadn't even met Tang Chen yet, but he had already splashed a bucket of dirty water on his great-grandfather's reputation. However, Tang San didn't feel any embarrassment. Given his great-grandfather's affection for him, he would surely forgive him. What do you mean by that? Who is the old sect master controlled by? Who could control the old sect master? The elders were skeptical. In their minds, Tang Chen was an invincible existence. The omnipotent old sect master being controlled by someone, to the point of not even recognizing his own grandson, they found it very hard to accept such a thing. The one controlling great-grandfather is not a person. Dad said he saw a strange bat on great-grandfather, one with 9 heads. It is precisely that bat that is a parasite on great-grandfather, which is why great-grandfather hasn't returned for so many years. A bat? What kind of bat could be a parasite on the old sect master? Could it be a 100,000-year spirit beast? And what if it is a 100,000-year spirit beast? A 100,000-year spirit beast is no match for the old sect master. After much discussion, one last question remained. Sect master, when shall we go to rescue the old sect master? They definitely had to rescue him. This concerned whether the Clear Sky sect could become great again. The question was when to go and how to rescue him. We cannot act blindly, otherwise, not only will we fail to welcome back grandfather, but we might also suffer losses. How is the person who understands grandfather's current situation best? When he wakes up, we will ask for the specific details, and then we will consider our next steps. Although the elders were anxious, they did not object. Although some of them were very hostile towards Tang Hao, they still trusted his strength. If Tang Hao had ended up in such a ghostly state, if they acted rashly, they would very likely follow in Tang Hao's footsteps. Then we shall do as the sect master says. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. This was exactly the result he had hoped for. If it weren't for the matter of his great-grandfather hanging over them, they probably wouldn't have agreed so easily to fully help Tang Hao. As for whether Tang Hao would expose them after waking up, that would depend on his subsequent maneuvers. Tang San believed that he and his dad would have a tacit understanding. Chapter 144. Yin's transformation, only you can use it. Sect Master. Just after finishing the forging of a rank 6 spirit tool, Yi Lingling and Du Guyan came running over in a hurry. What happened? Why are you making such a fuss? Sect Master, that pot of blue-silver grass you placed in the Sect Master's hall has undergone a change. We don't know if it's good or bad. Du Guyan still vaguely remembered that this blue-silver grass was what her grandfather had given to Su Chen back then. She just didn't know why the sect master also valued this ordinary blue-silver grass so much, raising it for so many years. Let's go take a look. Su Chen also estimated that Yin would thoroughly transform into a spirit tool in these few days. This kind of matter, transforming a living thing into a spirit tool, was something Su Chen was witnessing for the first time. Moreover, this method of transformation had great uncertainty. Even Su Chen could not judge what abilities the spirit tool Yin would actually possess. Sect Master, may your subordinate follow to take a look. Lu Gao, who was just instructing a disciple, acted like a cat that had seen a mouse, eagerly crowding over. Although he hadn't heard clearly what Yi Lingling and the others said to Su Chen, his intuition told him it must be related to some kind of spirit tool. If you want to follow, then come along. Toward this subordinate who was obsessed with spirit tools and willingly acted as a beast of burden while enjoying it, Su Chen was very magnanimous. Many thanks, Sect Master. Lu Gao gave a few instructions to the disciple and hurriedly followed Su Chen. Before they even reached the floating Sect Master's hall, Su Chen saw the silvery white light radiating from within. No wonder Yi Lingling and Du Guyan were able to notice the moment the blue-silver grass changed and hurriedly went to find him. Not to mention them, even many disciples of the Heaven Human sect were attracted by this scene and were gazing at this side from a distance. However, Su Chen's prestige among the disciples was very high. Although they were curious, no disciple ran over to inspect it. The eyes of the following Lu Gao radiated with excitement. He knew he hadn't come to the wrong place. The sect master really had secretly created a special spirit tool. Even though he hadn't yet seen the source of the silvery white light, Lu Gao had already sensed the aura of a spirit tool. Within this silver light, Su Chen sensed a unique life aura. This aura was different from humans, different from spirit beasts, and even different from Yin's previous life aura. This vitality was completely distinct from existing life forms. Flying to the sect master's hall, Su Chen's gaze immediately locked onto the source of the silvery white light, that blue-silver grass placed in front of the windowsill. No, now it probably couldn't be called blue-silver grass anymore. Yin, who originally didn't differ much from ordinary blue-silver grass, now had all her leaves turned into slender silver, with only a touch of gold at the central stem of the silver grass leaves. Now, Yin had completely transformed into another life form. Those leaves were surrounded by a sharp aura, the wind couldn't move them, and small cracks were constantly appearing on the windowsill. It really succeeded. Xiao Chen, you are quite capable, you actually turned Tang San's mother into a spirit tool. The god of destruction's voice rang out at the right moment. Ever since he provided Su Chen with a method to modify Yin, the god of destruction had gradually paid little attention to this blue-silver grass spirit beast. Anyway, it was Tang San's mother. If Su Chen wanted to experiment, he wouldn't feel heartache. After so long, looking at it now, it was truly completely different. Even if the blue-silver grass, having become like this, were sent in front of Tang San, he might not necessarily be able to recognize it. Hurry, and try it out. After becoming a spirit tool, what abilities does she have? Sect Master, be careful. This spirit tool has strong aggression. Why not let your subordinate experiment first? Lu Gao said. He was both worried that Su Chen would be injured because he saw Yin's incomparably sharp edge, and he also wanted to observe it from a close distance. I won't be injured, but you try getting closer and you'll know. Then this subordinate will get closer. Lu Gao was completely fearless. Towards spirit tools, he had endless passion. If he could personally craft a supreme spirit tool, even if it meant he would die the next moment, he would have no regrets. Of course, he wouldn't be so reckless as to reach out and grab it without making any preparations. Whether it was when he was a blacksmith or now as a spirit master, caution and prudence were indispensable qualities. He used layers of spirit power to protect himself and step by step cautiously approached that unique blue-silver grass. But let alone making contact, just as he approached within a 3-jong radius of the blue-silver grass, the spirit power barrier outside his body emitted a sizzling sound. His spirit power was being cut, and the frequency and intensity of the cutting were very high. The next moment, several more light shields appeared on Lu Gao's body. These were all defensive spirit tools he had crafted himself. When crafting spirit tools where he wasn't confident and the danger was not small, these few defensive spirit tools helped him quite a bit. With his own spirit power and the spirit tools superimposed, Lu Gao advanced a little further. But when he approached within a 1-jong radius of the blue-silver grass, his spirit tool shields were broken one after another, and his own spirit power was torn apart like paper. At the same time, several wounds appeared on Lu Gao's body. Lu Gao was already a spirit douluo now, even if he wasn't a spirit master who was too good at fighting, and he hadn't used all his methods, his cultivation was still there after all. That this blue-silver grass could injure him already proved how extraordinary it was. Lu Gao estimated that if evaluated by spirit tool rank, this blue-silver grass spirit tool should already be at the level of a rank 8 spirit tool, right? Not to mention him, even Su Chen still had quite a distance to go before becoming a rank 8 spirit master. With such a high-rank spirit tool placed in front of him, Lu Gao even ignored the wounds on his body. That's enough, you should restrain your curiosity. Su Chen's hand appeared on Lu Gao's shoulder, pulling him back a certain distance. But Su Chen continued to step forward until he held the blue-silver grass in his hand. Sect Master, won't you be injured? Seeing that even Lu Gao was injured, Yi Lingling and Du Guyan dared not approach even more. My spirit tool, of course, won't injure me. During the long spirit tool transformation process, Su Chen's aura had long been imprinted onto the blue-silver grass. This special spirit tool, although not connected to Su Chen's life, also possessed many traits similar to a soul-bound spirit tool, especially the point that only Su Chen could use it. Wonderful, wonderful. The god of destruction clapped his hands in admiration. Tang San's mother not only became a spirit tool but also could only be used by Su Chen. There could be nothing more interesting than this. Only then did Su Chen begin to carefully observe this spirit tool. When it was picked up by Su Chen, it completely detached from the flower pot without the slightest feeling of obstruction. On its dozens of graceful leaves, not a speck of dust stained them, and there were no roots beneath the leaves, but rather something resembling liquid metal. It automatically floated above Su Chen's hand. Those who didn't know would have thought this was Su Chen's spirit. Sect Master, what abilities does this spirit tool of yours have? It shouldn't just be able to injure people with its sharp qi, right? Lu Gao seemed unaware of his own injuries. In his eyes and heart, there was only a thirst for knowledge. If you would just lower your head and look at your own wounds, you would know the other ability of this spirit tool. Chapter 145. Metal Yin, Human Form. Lu Gao only then remembered to look down at the wound that had been scratched by the sharp aura earlier. These wounds didn't look like they had just been scratched at all. The surrounding skin was rough and cracked, even somewhat withered, completely different from the rest of his skin. This is. Lu Gao discovered with horror that this change near his wound was a very natural decay. Go find Elder Dugu later and get some medicine. Although this injury of yours isn't serious, it will have some effect. Lu Gao's feeling was correct. The change in his wound was indeed due to a power of decay. Yin had experienced death once, then experienced growth once, and subsequently was crafted into a spirit tool by Su Chen. Within her body, she possessed both the powers of decay and flourishing simultaneously. As for sharpness, it was merely a characteristic she possessed after transforming into a spirit tool. Not only were Lu Gao's wounds affected, but the cracks on the windowsill, if observed closely, had also become somewhat decayed. This was because Yin had not been actively triggered by Su Chen, and it wasn't the blades themselves that caused the injury, otherwise, Lu Gao's injury would have been much more severe. As for the flourishing power of the Yin spirit tool, it was not manifested in healing or the enhancement of life force. Its ability lay in the power to control plants for its own use, making plants grow rapidly and become tougher to deal with enemies. Of course, if used for planting and cultivating medicinal herbs, or even growing crops, its effect would be even more evident. The ice and fire yin-yang well was already suitable for the growth of those rare and special medicinal herbs, and when combined with the effect of the Yin spirit tool, it could further increase the growth rate of these herbs. Spirit tools are truly miraculous. I really don't know if I can glimpse the end of spirit tools in my lifetime. Lu Gao still didn't dwell on the injury that had become a bit troublesome, he only had passion for spirit tool crafting. The appearance of the Yin spirit tool gave Lu Gao a deeper understanding of spirit tools. It turned out that using dead objects like metal and gemstones to make spirit tools was not the only way, even living blue silver grass could become a material for making spirit tools. It couldn't be said that Lu Gao was completely wrong in thinking this way. However, not just any living organism could be crafted into a spirit tool. If Yin were truly just an ordinary blue silver grass, the probability of crafting her into a spirit tool would be greatly reduced, and even if one were barely crafted, its effect and ability would be very ordinary. This subordinate will go tend to the injury first. Lu Gao delayed for quite a while before reluctantly taking his leave. Just as he turned to leave, Su Chen discovered another change in the Yin spirit tool. Go! Su Chen injected spirit power into the spirit tool, and all the silver blades merged into the liquid metal. These metals rapidly transformed into a human shape, and finally, a woman wrapped from head to toe in silver full-body armor appeared before Su Chen. Transformed. Yi Lingling and Du Guyan widened their eyes as they watched this sudden transformation into a person. A blade of grass actually turned into a person. The armor on Yin's body was not bulky, but rather like a light bodysuit, only with the texture and sense of power of metal. This was the side of Yin that belonged to a living organism. Even though she had been converted into a spirit tool, she still retained her previous life force, rather than being a completely dead object. Sect Master, is it a person or a spirit tool? Of course it is not a person. Even before Yin was crafted into a spirit tool, she was not a person, but a spirit beast. The current Yin and the previous Yin were completely different from the essence of life to their form. They were basically two different living organisms. You should still have the ability to speak, right, Master? The voice came from beneath Yin's mask. But the next moment, her metal mask parted, revealing her human appearance. The spirit tool spoke. Lu Gao, who had already flown out of the sect master's hall, made a sharp turn and flew back. Besides him, Du Gubo and Chrysanthemum Douluo also ran over because of the commotion here. This is. Yin only revealed her face, but Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo always had a familiar feeling. Yin, who had been reborn and converted into a spirit tool, had an aura and temperament completely different from the transformed spirit beasts they had seen. Only her appearance still carried the features of the former qian. However, neither Chrysanthemum Douluo nor Ghost Douluo felt the aura of a spirit beast from qian. Even Snow Empress and Ice Empress, who were in the ice and fire yin-yang well below, could not determine that she was a spirit beast after qian had completely finished her transformation. Sect Master, who is she? Douluo asked doubtfully. He had never seen qian, but he had a feeling that his poison arts might be greatly discounted against this strange woman. Come back. With a thought from Su Chen, qian in human form returned to her original state, her blades retracting and imprinting onto Su Chen's sleeve. If one hadn't seen this scene with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that the silver patterns on Su Chen's sleeve were actually what a person had turned into. Douluo and the others watched this scene in astonishment. Lu Gao said in a hoarse voice, "Spirit tools, is this the pinnacle of spirit tools?" Douluo suddenly realized that woman was actually a spirit tool. No wonder he had felt that if he were to poison that woman just now, he wouldn't know where to start. The other party didn't seem like a living person at all. He could find ways to poison titled douluo like Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, yet he was at a loss with a woman. It turned out she was just a spirit tool. Compared to the shock of others that a spirit tool could turn into a person, Douluo felt a sense of sudden realization. Sect Master, did this spirit tool of yours use a 100,000-year blue-silver grass as material? When the qian spirit tool transformed, Chrysanthemum Douluo caught the change where it turned into the blue-silver grass form. He hadn't originally associated this woman wrapped in metal with qian, but now he was a bit unsure. However, he was someone who had witnessed qian sacrificing herself to Tang Hao with his own eyes, and he was very sure that the transformed spirit beast had died. But with that familiar appearance, and the ability to turn into a form similar to blue-silver grass, Chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't help but make that connection. But he only guessed whether Su Chen had obtained qian's spirit bone. Su Chen smiled noncommittally and did not explain. The god of destruction also smiled, and he kept on smiling. Good, it's even better that it can turn into a human form. The god of destruction wished he could send the scene of metal qian calling Su Chen, Master, right in front of Tang San to see what kind of expression Tang San would have. Tang San, who was guarding Tang Hao's bedside, suddenly shivered. Strange, where did this ominous feeling come from? Could it be that Spirit Hall or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had attacked the Clear Sky sect? Little San. Tang Xiao pushed the door and entered. Hao's state has stabilized and he will wake up soon. You should also take care of your own body and go get some rest. Since arriving at the Clear Sky sect these days, Tang San had been guarding Tang Hao's side without taking off his clothes, wishing he didn't have to leave for even a moment. This filial piety of his moved Tang Xiao greatly. Thank you, uncle. I will go rest once dad wakes up. Tang San was guarding here not just because of filial piety, but also because he was worried that once Tang Hao woke up and he wasn't by his side, the things he had said to Tang Xiao and the elders might have loopholes. For such an important matter, he dared not gamble on the tacit understanding between his father and himself. Especially since even if Tang Hao woke up, he would be very weak, and his reaction speed would likely not be as fast as before. Good child, with a good son like you, Hao's suffering over these years hasn't been in vain. Chapter 146. The warrior becomes a professional assassin, are the hammer wielders really this arrogant? Upon discovering that Tang San had brought Tang Hao into the Clear Sky sect, Sword Douluo's heart sank. In his view, Tang San would absolutely inform the others in the Clear Sky sect about the reason for Tang Hao's severe injuries the moment they met. Sword Douluo knew nothing of the internal conflicts within the Clear Sky sect, and his heart was filled with worry. He worried that the Clear Sky sect would be enraged by Tang Hao's severe injuries and attack the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School directly. Chen Xin felt confident in his ability to push past his limits and feared nothing. Plus, with Bone Douluo there, even if Tang Hao were fully restored to peak condition, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not be annihilated by the Clear Sky sect. However, losses would certainly be inevitable, and one could even say it might threaten the foundation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Spirit Hall had not yet attacked, and if they were to fight a bloody battle with the Clear Sky sect first, Spirit Hall would likely be laughing in their sleep. Therefore, Chen Xin continued to lurk in the shadows. Beyond wanting to assassinate a titled douluo of the Clear Sky sect, he also wanted to monitor whether the Clear Sky sect would take any action. The result, however, greatly exceeded Sword Douluo's expectations. The Clear Sky sect was unusually calm. Let alone leaving the mountain in a rage to attack the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Chen Xin had infiltrated the village at the foot of the Clear Sky sect's mountain several times and never heard anyone discussing the matter. There wasn't even a single Clear Sky sect disciple standing up for Tang Hao or cursing the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Amidst his confusion, Sword Douluo felt even more uneasy. Could the Clear Sky sect really just swallow this insult? Sword Douluo felt that was unlikely. Then, it was more likely that the Clear Sky sect was planning something big. Thereafter, Chen Xin observed every move of the Clear Sky sect with even greater caution and detail. And he truly did notice some clues. Although the ordinary Clear Sky sect disciples below showed no abnormal movement, the elders on the mountain were becoming one by one excited. Chen Xin cautiously snuck up the mountain several times and observed those Clear Sky sect elders rubbing their fists and wiping their palms, seemingly wanting to make a big move and do something. The Clear Sky sect elders were so active, of course, because they wanted to break into Slaughter City and bring back the old sect master, Tang Chen. But in Sword Douluo's eyes, this was clearly to deal with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Because of himself, the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Clear Sky sect were on the verge of war, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school would suffer immense losses. Sword Douluo truly felt guilty. He continued to lurk on the outskirts of the Clear Sky sect, still intending to assassinate a titled douluo of the Clear Sky sect. But now, he was doing it to reduce the losses of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. With one less titled douluo in the Clear Sky sect, the safety of the 7 treasure glazed tile school would increase slightly. Perhaps if he could strike fear into the Clear Sky sect, they might not launch a major attack against the 7 treasure glazed tile school in order to preserve their sect. For this, Sword Douluo was willing to pay a greater price. Just like this, after waiting for a full 3 months, Chen Xin finally witnessed a real movement from the Clear Sky sect. Are they setting out? Sword Douluo was waiting for the moment when the Clear Sky sect's titled douluo left the sect. His best moment for hunting was when they were on the road from the Clear Sky sect to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Chen Xin suppressed his aura to the extreme. He had always been a warrior who fought head-on, but at this moment, it was as if he had switched professions to become the most seasoned assassin. He also observed the awakened Tang Hao. Missing an arm and still having a weak aura, Tang Hao was not dead. In fact, Tang Hao's condition was even worse than what Sword Douluo saw. Besides missing an arm, his realm had fallen completely, and the 9th spirit ring, covered in cracks, had failed to condense again this time. Coupled with the missing spirit bone in his left arm, Tang Hao's spirit power rank had dropped directly to level 85. This was truly years of hard work washed away in an instant. His current strength was not even as good as when he was being hunted by Spirit Hall back then. Those elders looked down on Tang Hao quite a bit because of this, and their words were full of sarcasm. If Tang Hao were still strong, or even stronger, they might have restrained themselves and kept their tempers in check. But with Tang Hao like this, in their eyes, he was no different from a cripple. It's not as if the Clear Sky sect is lacking a spirit douluo. Tang San, on the other hand, kept comforting Tang Hao. After Tang Hao woke up, he was the first to discover it, and he hurriedly communicated with Tang Hao about what he had told Tang Xiao and the others, telling Tang Hao not to expose the truth. With Tang Hao, who had been to Slaughter City, leading the way, the elders could no longer wait. All the titled douluo set out, with Slaughter City as their destination. In any case, the Clear Sky sect had closed its doors and sealed the mountain. They didn't know the real reason for Tang Hao's injury, nor did they know that Sword Douluo would sneak up to their door. In their view, perhaps only Spirit Hall might possibly attack the Clear Sky sect. But if Spirit Hall were to really do that, whether they were at the Clear Sky sect or not, the final outcome would likely not change. On the contrary, as long as they could retrieve Tang Chen, everything would be better. Dad, please don't be sad. In my previous life, in order to return the spirit bone to the Clear Sky sect, you not only severed an arm but also a leg, yet I later helped you regenerate your lost limbs. Not to mention that in this life, I will soon be able to inherit the god position of the goddess of life. A mere minor injury like a severed arm, I will definitely be able to easily help you repair. Tang Hao's mood did not improve. Even if his arm could grow back later, he needed strength right now, yet he was no longer even a titled douluo. Not to mention other things, just for this trip to Slaughter City, if there were any major danger, he would find it very difficult to salvage the situation. For the always proud Tang Hao, this was truly too hard to accept. Little San, are you confident about saving your great-grandfather? If Tang Hao had been conscious at that time, he likely would have stopped Tang San from doing so. Compared to Tang San, Tang Hao had deeper feelings for the Clear Sky sect and was even less willing to let the Clear Sky sect suffer losses again. But since Tang San had already done it, he had no choice but to cooperate. He only cared about how much confidence Tang San had in awakening Tang Chen's consciousness. If Tang Chen's consciousness could not be awakened and he turned to slaughter the Clear Sky sect, coupled with Tang Hao's current state, the Clear Sky sect combined would likely not be able to stop the great-grandfather who had been parasited by the nine-headed bloody Crimson Bat King. Don't worry, Dad, I'm confident. Tang San spoke confidently, but deep down, he had no real certainty. He could not summon the Sea God's light right now, although he had been considering other methods ever since he guessed that the Sea God's heart had likely fallen into the hands of Spirit Hall. Over these years, he had also prepared quite a few medicines that might help with the awakening of Tang Chen's consciousness, and he had prepared several plans, but Tang San could not predict how much effect these untested methods would have. It was truly a case of a clever housewife struggling to cook without rice. Even though he had been a god king for so many years, his vision and knowledge were extraordinary. But he had been chased and forced to flee everywhere, let alone those immortal herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well. Even slightly inferior precious medicinal herbs were very difficult to obtain. Now, he could only take it one step at a time and try to delay as much time as possible first. There isn't even any guard. Are they trying to lure someone into a trap, or are these Clear Sky sect hammer wielders really that arrogant? Chen Xin observed for a long time and found that the guard of these Clear Sky sect members was surprisingly loose, as if they were not at all worried about someone ambushing them on the way. Chapter 147, A Fatal Blow, Pretending or Real. At first, Sword Douluo thought the Clear Sky sect was just pretending, appearing relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside, having long since made preparations. But after observing them, he felt that the Clear Sky sect really didn't seem to be pretending. If those hammer-wielding fellows from the Clear Sky sect could have such acting skills, it would be even more absurd than him immediately inheriting a god position and achieving ascension. Just as Sword Douluo was losing patience and preparing to strike when the opportunity arose, he suddenly discovered something was wrong. It wasn't that he discovered the Clear Sky sect members were truly baiting someone, but that he suddenly noticed the direction they were heading had deviated from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. They aren't heading for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Sword Douluo was full of confusion. The Clear Sky sect had been hiding like mice for so many years. If they suddenly mobilized in such great numbers, what else could they be doing if not attacking the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to avenge Tang Hao? Regardless, this was a good thing for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. And Chen Xin also put away his intention to strike immediately. Now that the Clear Sky sect wasn't heading toward the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, if he were to force a confrontation, he would be driving them to do so. But Sword Douluo didn't leave either. Even if it wasn't to resolve the crisis of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he still had to complete his divine trial. If he couldn't complete it within a year, his divine trial would be a failure. As for the consequences of failure, Chen Xin dared not even think about them. He couldn't just wait until the 1-year deadline was approaching and sacrifice his old friend Ji Yurong, could he? Since the Clear Sky sect didn't intend to go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School immediately, he had more opportunities to choose the best moment to strike. At the same time, he could see what kind of conspiracy the Clear Sky sect was plotting by mobilizing such a large force. Following them, Sword Douluo trailed them all the way to the town where the entrance to Slaughter City was located. Slaughter City. The Clear Sky sect's target is Slaughter City. Although Sword Douluo had never entered Slaughter City for trials, he knew of this gathering place for fallen spirit masters. Confusion aside, Sword Douluo felt that the best opportunity he had been waiting for was about to arrive. The brutes of the Clear Sky sect, upon entering the town, were arrogant and made no attempt to conceal themselves. Others had to be trembling with fear when coming here, but if a group of titled douluo still needed to be cautious, wouldn't they have wasted their cultivate to become titled douluo? Moreover, even the Slaughter King of Slaughter City was their former sect master. If one calculated it, Slaughter City was essentially the property of their Clear Sky sect. After entering the tavern, they didn't bother ordering any Bloody Marys, simply demanding the bartender open the path. What followed was very simple. With a few strikes of their hammers, the Clear Sky sect members brought the tavern down, and the fallen spirit masters inside all perished beneath their Clear Sky hammers. The entire town went quiet. Whether they were newcomers to the town or fallen spirit masters who had stayed for a long time, it was the first time they had seen such domineering people. Where did this group of fallen spirit masters pop out from? No one suspected whether these people from the Clear Sky sect were actually fallen spirit masters. Real fallen spirit masters were not as arrogant and domineering as they were. Tang Hao, you have been here before, so you lead the way. The passage opened, and the seventh elder suggested. Absolutely not. Ah Hao's severe injuries have not yet healed, how could he take such a risk? Besides, only Ah Hao knows the most about great-grandfather's condition, he cannot have any accidents. Tang Xiao held back Tang Hao, who was truly about to jump down, and even found an excuse for him. After speaking, Tang Xiao jumped down himself. He did not believe that apart from great-grandfather, there was anyone else in Slaughter City capable of hurting him. Dad, let's go down too. Tang San supported Tang Hao and followed closely behind, jumping down. Both of them had been here before. Although Tang San had come in his previous life, he knew the greatest danger in the passage below was merely a terror night, which amounted to nothing. After them, the elders also jumped in one after another. Perhaps out of dislike for Tang Hao, the seventh elder intended to be the last one to enter, staying as far away from Tang Hao as possible. Old Seven, hurry up and follow. Before entering, the second elder specifically instructed him. Rest assured, welcoming back the old sect master is of great importance, I will not mess things up. Although the seventh elder had some personal feelings, he still knew the weight of the situation. As soon as the second elder entered the passage, the seventh elder prepared to go in. But the moment he leapt up, a blood-colored light descended in an instant. Sword douluo, having prepared for so long, finally waited for his moment for a fatal blow. Everyone else from the Clear Sky sect had entered Slaughter City, leaving only the seventh elder. It was the perfect time for him to strike. Furthermore, the seventh elder was in the midst of entering Slaughter City, with his attention entirely focused on the passage. Moreover, there was a massive gap in strength between Sword douluo and the seventh elder, and Sword douluo was launching a surprise sneak attack. If he couldn't succeed, Sword douluo might as well go find a piece of tofu to smash his head against. The seventh elder didn't even have time to say a single word. A bloody light appeared before his eyes, and just as he began to react, his head had already been separated from his body. The 7 kills slashed across the air, vanishing in an instant. Sword douluo then revealed himself, catching the seventh elder's corpse and severed head, even dispersing every drop of spilled blood to prevent it from falling into the passage. At this moment, Sword douluo's assassin demeanor was fully displayed. Only then did the people in the town suddenly realize what had happened. Sword douluo's gaze swept coldly over the people in the town. He did not want others to know about killing the seventh elder. Even if Tang Hao could guess it, he could not leave any evidence behind. Therefore, this town could not be left standing. Just like with the Strength clan, he had to exterminate them all, cut off the roots, and burn it all to the ground. Anyway, the people who came to this town outside Slaughter City were all trash and scum who had committed evil deeds but lacked the guts to truly enter Slaughter City. Sword douluo had no qualms about killing them. And the people of the Slaughter Town welcomed their god of death in the next moment. When Chen Xin left the Slaughter Town, no one could tell that a town had ever existed there. A sword, a fire, leaving only scorched earth. After the ashes dispersed, not even a remnant of a building remained. That, of course, is a story for another time. The members of the Clear Sky sect who had entered Slaughter City waited and waited, but they never saw the seventh elder. What is Old Seven dawdling about? To dare delay such a major event is welcoming back the old sect master. The second elder frowned. I gave instructions to Old Seven before I came in, he shouldn't be so unable to distinguish the importance of things. Second elder, you mean? Tang Xiao's expression also became grave. The seventh elder met with an accident. Tang San also had an ominous feeling in his heart. To be able to seize such an opportunity to strike, could it be people from the spirit hall again? Tang San didn't even consider the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He still thought that if the 7 treasure glazed tile school had attacked them, it would be because they had reached some agreement with the spirit hall. After all, they had no deep-seated hatred before. Even if the 7 treasure glazed tile school had really defected to the spirit hall, they wouldn't be more concerned than the spirit hall itself, would they? More importantly, the spirit hall had seized the initiative many times before, which had given Tang San a psychological trauma. Whenever any accident occurred, he couldn't help but suspect the spirit hall. Chapter 148. Only entry, no exit, dark demonic evil god tiger. I will go back and check the situation. After waiting for quite a while, the 7th elder still had not come down, and the other elders became a bit anxious. A short delay could be attributed to the 7th elder being a bit slow. But it had been so long, and the 7th elder was not a child, something must have happened to prevent him from coming down. However, when the few elders looked up and leapt with all their might, they could no longer find the passage they had fallen through. Tang Hao explained, "The entrance to Slaughter City allows only entry, not exit. Once we enter, the passage disappears. If you want to leave, you must walk the Hell Road." In fact, before coming, he had already told them about these details regarding Slaughter City. But without trying it themselves, it was hard for them to grasp this situation. A perfectly good passage, gone just like that. Are we just going to ignore old 7? If he encounters some enemy, isolated and without help, what if? Before even seeing Tang Chen, they had already lost an elder, and everyone was in a very bad mood. The 2nd elder asked Tang Hao, could there be a fallen spirit master at the titled douluo realm hiding in that small town outside Slaughter City? Although there were no reports of fallen spirit masters at the titled douluo realm in the current douluo continent, back when the fallen spirit masters were at their most arrogant, there had been more than one titled douluo. Tang Hao frowned and shook his head. I don't know. Whether when he was young or this time, he had never stayed in the small town for long, nor did he know if there were any powerful fallen spirit masters there. Just like Tang San, Tang Hao felt that even if someone had ambushed them, it was most likely the people from Spirit Hall. However, because of the lie Tang San had told at the Clear Sky Sect, the people of the Clear Sky Sect did not know that they had been pursued by Spirit Hall afterward. Although Tang Hao had his suspicions, it was not easy to say them out loud. After waiting a while longer, Tang Xiao said, waiting here is not a solution. Even if the 7th elder encountered enemies, there is a chance he could escape on his own. Finding our grandfather as soon as possible and leaving Slaughter City is the top priority. Tang Xiao made the decision, and the group finally headed towards the other end of the tunnel. But everyone felt heavy-hearted, worried about the 7th elder's safety. The joy they had felt before coming, thinking they would see the old sect master, had been greatly diminished. At the same time that Tang San and the others entered Slaughter City, Su Chen arrived at the Stardow Great Forest. His spirit power had already reached level 50, and it was time to obtain his 5th spirit ring. This time, he did not make a big scene, nor did he bring a large group of people. Although the Heaven Human sect now had 3 more titled douluo than before. This was without even counting Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo. The ones who had achieved the titled douluo breakthrough were 2 spirit douluo from the former Sparrow Bee sect and an elder from the former Fire Leopard sect. There were only 2 people following Su Chen. One was Snake Lance douluo, and the other was Chrysanthemum douluo. Chrysanthemum douluo had volunteered to come. Having received such great benefits from Su Chen, he always wanted to repay Su Chen as much as possible. This character of his, knowing to repay kindness, did not match the style of the current Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. Sect Master, where do you plan to go to obtain your spirit ring this time? Snake Lance douluo asked, somewhat excited. Snake Lance douluo had personally witnessed the 2 previous times Su Chen obtained spirit rings, and he was looking forward to what unexpected things Su Chen would come up with this time. However, this time, Su Chen did not head toward any hidden spots. We don't need to go anywhere, we will just wait here. Wait, not to mention Chrysanthemum douluo, even Snake Lance douluo was a bit confused. But since Su Chen had said so, they had no choice but to wait there. After about 3 hours, both Chrysanthemum Douluo and Snakelance Douluo looked in a certain direction. There, a black figure was approaching rapidly. Even without Su Chen saying anything, Snakelance Douluo knew this must be the spirit ring Su Chen was waiting for. Looking at that figure carrying an evil aura, it was consistent with the style of the spirit rings Su Chen had absorbed before. Sect Master, your subordinate will go and help you defeat this spirit beast. The spirit beasts Su Chen wanted to hunt the previous 2 times were quite unique, and although Snakelance Douluo had gone along, he hadn't been able to help Su Chen much. This time, it was a normal spirit beast of flesh and blood, so he could finally be of some use. Dark demonic evil god tiger. To think it's such a rare spirit beast. Chrysanthemum Douluo recognized the dark demonic evil god tiger and prepared to cooperate with Snakelance Douluo to attack. However, Su Chen stopped them again. You don't need to act, it came here for me. Hearing this, Snakelance Douluo hurriedly stopped his movements. And that dark demonic evil god tiger indeed stopped after arriving there. The dark demonic evil god tiger's eyes vigilantly scanned Snakelance Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, feeling that these 2 posed a threat to it. But when it saw Su Chen, the vigilance and killing intent in the dark demonic evil god tiger's eyes completely dissipated. This was an extremely rare situation for a spirit beast like the dark demonic evil god tiger. The dark demonic evil god tiger could devour other spirit beasts to increase its cultivation, and because of this, it had always been targeted by other spirit beasts. Therefore, it held extremely strong vigilance toward any spirit beast, including humans. But upon sensing Su Chen's aura, a sense of intimacy from the depths of its soul arose in the dark demonic evil god tiger's heart, and as it looked at Su Chen's eyes, there was even a hint of attachment. Ever since Su Chen came to the Stardo Great Forest to absorb his 3rd spirit ring, the dark demonic evil god tiger had sensed the aura of the god of evil and rushed over. However, Su Chen had already left by then. Since then, the dark demonic evil god tiger had remained in that canyon. The location was hidden, and Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python wouldn't go there unless necessary. Plus, the dark demonic evil god tiger had reigned in its devouring of other spirit beasts, so it had stayed there safely. Until this time, when Su Chen came to the Stardo Great Forest again, it sensed that familiar aura once more, and without a moment's hesitation, it immediately ran over. Are you willing to give your spirit ring to me? Su Chen didn't know why the god of evil had descended onto a tiger in the first place, but this dark demonic evil god tiger was definitely the 5th spirit ring arranged for him by the god of evil. A flash of hesitation appeared in the eyes of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Although its cultivation had not yet reached 100,000 years, its intelligence was no different from a 100,000-year spirit beast. Offering its spirit ring was tantamount to death. Even though it felt very close to Su Chen and wished it could give everything for him, there was still a bit of hesitation. However, this hesitation did not last long. The dark demonic evil god tiger still nodded its heavy head. Chrysanthemum Douluo watched in amazement. A wicked spirit beast like the dark demonic evil god tiger actually volunteering to offer its spirit ring was truly inconceivable. Good, so obedient. Su Chen patted the dark demonic evil god tiger's large head. If one ignored its scorpion-like tail and the uncontrollable evil and cruelty in its eyes, it was actually quite cute. The dark demonic evil god tiger also squinted its eyes comfortably, like a lazy big cat. It enjoyed Su Chen's petting, which was something it had never experienced before. Come. Chapter 149. Wind Thunder Wings, Space-Time Spear. Whether other spirit beasts under 100,000 years of age could actively offer themselves in sacrifice, Su Chen did not know. But the dark demonic evil god tiger undoubtedly possessed this ability. When it offered itself in sacrifice to Su Chen, its large black head even wore a happy smile. It was precisely this smile that made Chrysanthemum Douluo and Snakelance Douluo feel a chill on their scalps. They couldn't help but feel that the dark demonic evil god tiger didn't seem as evil as Su Chen. Someone capable of making such a ferocious spirit beast voluntarily offer itself in sacrifice could only be the most evil of the evil. If Su Chen knew what they were thinking, he would certainly strongly refute it. This was all the work of the god of evil. He was the leader of evil, while he himself was a good person favored by the goddess of kindness. This spirit ring absorption went incredibly smoothly, finishing in less than an hour. Sect Master, this dark demonic evil god tiger also left this behind. Snake Lance Douluo handed over a bead. Su Chen took it and examined it. This must be the bead that tore through space and left after the dark demonic evil god tiger was killed by Tang San, right? It later fell into the hands of Zhou Weiqing, helping him begin his path of cultivation. Sect Master, what is this thing? It was not strange for a spirit beast to leave behind a spirit bone after death, but looking at this bead, Snake Lance Douluo did not think it looked like a spirit bone at all. Aside from the spirit ring offered to Su Chen, this bead was the essence of the dark demonic evil god tiger. You can also consider it a type of external spirit bone. As he spoke, the bead merged into Su Chen's palm. Immediately after, Su Chen's battle armor spirit bone appeared automatically. His spirit bone had already been forged into battle armor. Of course, it could continue to be strengthened and evolved in the future. And this bead from the dark demonic evil god tiger merged into the spine position of the spirit bone battle armor. The next moment, a pair of massive cyan and white wings appeared behind Su Chen. Su Chen could already fly and possessed a flight soul tool, so when he forged the spirit bone battle armor, he hadn't created anything like wings. But now, the bead left behind by the dark demonic evil god tiger helped Su Chen fill in this gap. Su Chen could feel that this pair of wings contained the powers of wind and thunder, and the speed must be astonishing. Feeling is one thing, but Su Chen still wanted to test it himself. He flapped the wings behind his back, a gust of wind arose, and Su Chen shot straight into the sky. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo naturally followed. But soon, they realized that keeping up with Su Chen was no easy task. Su Chen seemed to have merged into the wind, and it was that kind of extremely swift wind. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo exchanged a glance, and then looked away. Just now, they had thought the other was Ghost Douluo or Porcupinefish Douluo, but after seeing each other's faces, they tacitly lost that tacit understanding. The Sect Master's speed is truly unexpected. Indeed, the Sect Master's speed has already surpassed the vast majority of titled Douluo. After fusing with the celestial Chrysanthemum, Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit power had broken through to rank 96. After more than a year of cultivation, he had broken through to rank 97 not long ago. Before coming to the Heaven Human Sect, rank 97 was the peak that Chrysanthemum Douluo felt he could reach in his entire life. But now, he felt he could still push higher, perhaps even becoming a super Douluo of the same level as the High Priest. Snake Lance Douluo was not to be outdone. His starting point was much lower than Chrysanthemum Douluo's, but he had divine trials, and he had also reached rank 97. On the Douluo continent, and even including Sea God Island overseas, experts with spirit power above rank 97 were already few and far between. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo both felt it was strenuous to keep up, let alone other titled Douluo. But this was still not the maximum speed of this pair of wings of Su Chen's. He had only used the power of wind and had not yet used the power of thunder. Soon, a flash of lightning appeared from the wings behind Su Chen. It was as if Su Chen had suddenly engaged an afterburner, and he shot off with a whoosh. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo, who could originally barely keep up, now couldn't even catch his exhaust. Sect Master Tilda. The two felt helpless and could only float quietly in the air, waiting for Su Chen to return. Now, they felt that Su Chen's speed was no longer just a matter of surpassing most titled Douluo. They even felt that even for Qian Dalu, the super Douluo who held the title of King of the Sky, whether he could surpass Su Chen at this moment in terms of speed was a question. Able to fly, and fast. Even if Su Chen had no guards, there was almost no one in the world who could stop him. Su Chen did not leave for long and soon returned. During this time, many flying spirit beasts known for their speed were easily left behind by him. Although this was not a world of dochi turning into horses, being able to lead by a wide margin in speed was a huge advantage, whether for fighting or fleeing. After all, not all kings of the sky were stupid enough to abandon their own advantages and insist on going head-to-head with others. Sect Master's speed is divine, rare in the world. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo praised in unison. This was not flattery, but a genuine expression of their feelings. This speed was indeed rare in the world and very difficult to surpass. Sect Master, this speed has brought you such a great harvest, so what abilities does the dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit ring have? The dark Demonic evil god tiger was a rare type of spirit beast. Even Chrysanthemum douluo and Snakeland's douluo had never heard of what spirit ability one could obtain by absorbing a dark demonic evil god tiger spirit ring. The abilities of the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit ring were naturally very good. The wings formed by the evil god bead provided Su Chen with the speed of wind and thunder, while the dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit ring provided him with the other two elements of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Time and space. The power of space was already extremely rare, let alone the power of time. Su Chen's fifth spirit ability was called No Distance. After using the fifth spirit ability, it was no longer a question of whether Su Chen's spear was fast or not. The moment the spear was thrust, it could reach its destination. Even before he thrust the spear, this strike was destined to hit. The dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit ring was different from the first two spirit rings arranged for Su Chen by the god of evil, and instead did not carry that sense of evil. But Su Chen was absolutely satisfied with the effects and abilities. In the original timeline, the evil god bead contained all the attributes of the dark demonic evil god tiger. But now, it only retained pure wind and thunder, while the powers of time and space were all preserved within the spirit ring. If not for this, Su Chen's fifth spirit ring might not have been able to directly obtain the powers of time and space. Deep within the Stardow Great Forest. When the dark demonic evil god tiger went to find Su Chen, it no longer hid its own aura. After Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python sensed it, they immediately prepared to go find the dark demonic evil god tiger. Not to mention other spirit beasts under 100,000 years of age, even the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, two spirit beasts that already had 100,000 years of cultivation, were equally wary of the dark demonic evil god tiger. They had previously joined forces to drive the dark demonic evil god tiger away because they did not want it to wantonly devour spirit beasts and rapidly increase its cultivation. Now the dark demonic evil god tiger had not only returned but was also wantonly releasing its own aura. To the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, this was simply a provocation. "Where are you two going?" Just as the two were about to move, Xiao Wu's voice came over. "Sister Xiao Wu, we are going to teach a disobedient bad guy a lesson. Do you want to come with us?" Chapter 150. You aren't lying to us, are you? You are not allowed to go. Brother San said that if we leave the core area, we will be in danger. Xiao Wu still firmly remembered Tang San's words. She could not leave the depths of the Stardow Great Forest. Brother San, it's always Brother San. What skills does that human brat have? I don't believe anyone in the Stardow Great Forest can hurt us. Titan Giant Ape muttered in a low voice. He and Sky Azure Bull Python had not yet reached the state where they would later sacrifice themselves for Tang San and, after being resurrected, serve as his guard dogs. They didn't have a good impression of Tang San. What did you say? Xiao Wu couldn't stand anyone speaking ill of her brother San, not even a quiet mutter. It's nothing, big sister Xiao Wu. The guy we want to deal with is that dark demonic evil god tiger that likes to devour spirit beasts. If we let it continue to stay in the Stardow Great Forest, that would be the real danger. What else could Titan Giant Ape do? If Xiao Wu didn't want him to speak ill of that human brat, then he wouldn't say anything. Dark demonic evil god tiger. Xiao Wu thought for a moment and still said. Still no. Brother San's words are always right. Even if you want to deal with the dark demonic evil god tiger, you must wait for Brother San to arrive before deciding. Titan Giant Ape almost couldn't help but say that the human brat knew nothing about the Stardow Great Forest, but he forcibly held it back. If big sister Xiao Wu says we aren't going, then we won't go. Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python were helpless. Xiao Wu followed the words of a human being so obediently, which gave them a headache. Xiao Wu didn't see the depressed expressions of Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape and returned to her dazed state. Her vacant eyes were still looking in the direction where Tang San had left. Spirit Hall. During the days that Qian Runshui had left Spirit City, Bibi Dong's mood had improved quite a bit. But not long after, Qian Runshui returned. This time when Qian Runshui returned, Bibi Dong felt that the aura on Qian Runshui was even more loathsome to her. It wasn't the kind of dislike that came from seeing Qian Runshui and thinking of Qian Xunji, but a dislike that originated from her spirit and soul. Has she started the angel god divine trial? Bibi Dong had long known that this day would come, but she still felt it had come a bit too quickly. That old thing Qian Dalu is really anxious. Isn't he afraid that she won't pass the divine trial and will die under it? Bibi Dong stood up irritably. The series of actions Qian Runshui had taken before had already made her very unhappy, and starting the angel god divine trial made her feel disgusted from the bottom of her heart. If anyone else had started the angel god's god position legacy, Bibi Dong would definitely have killed them. Although she hated Qian Runshui, she still couldn't bring herself to commit the act of a tiger eating its own cubs. So what if she started the divine trial? I will definitely become a god before her. Thinking that she had started her divine trial so many years earlier than Qian Runshui, she was certain she could complete the divine trial and become the Rakshasa god before Qian Runshui. Qian Dalu also noticed the subtle changes in Qian Runshui. Clearly, from her appearance to her cultivation, Qian Runshui was exactly the same as before she left Spirit Hall, yet Qian Dalu felt that Qian Runshui seemed to be one step closer to the angel god. This was certainly a good thing, but Qian Dalu was somewhat puzzled. Xiao Shui's compatibility with the angel god should have increased while in Spirit City. Why did she have such progress after leaving for a trip? Qian Dalu directly asked his granddaughter about this confusion. It was Su Chen who helped. That spirit master who also has a god position legacy. He can even interfere with the procedures of the angel god divine trial. Qian Dalu was greatly surprised. For his own family's angel god legacy, even he, the guardian, could not control the difficulty. Apart from sacrificing himself at the final moment, he could basically only watch from the sidelines. But now, an outsider was able to do things that even he couldn't. Grandfather, the god position that Su Chen inherited comes from a god king, which is a higher ranking deity than the angel god. Moreover, his backing is in the god realm, so he can certainly do more. Speaking of this, Qian Runshui finally said what she had not told Qian Dalu before. Furthermore, the reason I made a special trip to find Su Chen this time was because I felt there was a problem with the angel god position legacy. My feeling was indeed correct. The reason I could have such a change is that the hidden danger in the angel god legacy has been removed. Hidden danger. Qian Dalu was even more surprised than when he heard that someone could interfere with the angel god legacy. Yes, grandfather, you didn't even know. Do you think it's possible that that woman is the one behind it? The person Qian Runshui suspected the most was, of course, Bibi Dong. Qian Dalu immediately denied Qian Runshui's guess. Impossible. Qian Dalu knew that Bibi Dong also had a god position legacy, and it was even a legacy of an evil deity. But he didn't think Bibi Dong had the ability to tamper with the angel god's legacy. He had always been guarding the offering hall, let alone the Bibi Dong of the past. Even the current Bibi Dong did not have this ability. Then who do you think it is? Qian Dalu furrowed his brows tightly. He didn't suspect Bibi Dong, and Qian Runshui's changes proved that what she said should be true, so the problem was significant. If it weren't for the help of Su Chen, who had the God King legacy, wouldn't it be impossible for anyone in their Qian family to ever become a god? Was the hidden danger in the god position legacy there from the beginning, or was it created without his knowledge? Slaughter City. Breathing in the pervasive smell of blood in Slaughter City and feeling the malicious gazes of the fallen spirit masters all around, Tang San actually relaxed from body to mind. To him, the outside world was more dangerous than Slaughter City. Where is the old sect master? Take us there quickly, the elders urged. They still wanted to go out as soon as possible to see what problem the seventh elder had encountered. To see the Slaughter King, who is my grandfather, one must achieve 100 victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena and clear the Hell Road before one can see him. Then when will we have to wait until? In Slaughter City, they, as titled douluo, could not use their spirit abilities, and their strength was greatly discounted. It would also take quite a lot of time to achieve 100 victories. Tang Hao hesitated for a moment and then continued. It's not just that. You are all titled douluo, so the difficulty of clearing it is low, and it is very difficult to become a god of slaughter in the battles of the Hell Slaughter Arena. Only by letting Little San clear it will it work. This was also the result of Tang San discussing it with Tang Hao. Tang Hao still needed to recover from his injuries, and Tang San also needed to hone himself and cultivate in Slaughter City. Moreover, they were not confident about awakening Tang Chen's consciousness, so it was best to delay for as much time as possible. Of course, what they said was not entirely false. Tang Xiao and the elders were all titled douluo. Even if they couldn't use their spirit abilities, with the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, they wouldn't gain much from the honing effect and would most likely fail to awaken the slaughter domain. Are you lying to us the whole time? The old sect master isn't here at all. Just to see the old sect master is this troublesome, so how long would they have to wait to leave this slaughter city? Besides such a magical place, do you think there is anywhere else that could trap my grandfather? Since they had already entered Slaughter City, they could only continue to believe the words of the Tang Hao father and son. Moreover, it was Tang San who first said that the old sect master was in Slaughter City. He was so young, surely he wouldn't have lied to them right from the start, right?